The spirit of healing is a legendary entity that resonates with all things in the world and performs miracles. It is said to possess immense beauty and overwhelming powers, so impressive that it is revered as a god among humans. In a dark cave, a mysterious being thinks, with a reputation like that, the god of healing should be able to cure our catless too, right? We soon see that the mysterious being is a white dragon. The creature begins to cast a spell to summon the god of healing. O spirit of healing, the one they say can cure all the ailments of creation. The great master of time calls for your presence. Appear. If you grant me your power, I will offer a worthy price in return. Answer me, spirit of healing. At that moment, the magic circle begins to glow intensely. The summoning spell was working perfectly. Then suddenly a boy appears on his futon right on top of the magic circle. The young man was preparing to sleep and didn't understand anything, not even where he was at that exact moment. Upon seeing the being who answered his prayers, the dragon freezes, apparently frustrated. Our protagonist was also pale, still processing what had just happened. The huge white dragon watched the boy lying on his futon, positioned right in the center of the magic circle. The ancient creature furrowed its brow, confused. Is this the so-called stunning beauty? The dragon thought human standards of beauty were really strange, but more important than that, what really mattered was the young man's ability. Curious, the great dragon slowly approached. O spirit of healing, grant me your power. The protagonist looked up, meeting the eyes of the immense creature for the first time, and thought, so this is it. But the shock of reality hit hard. So hard that he could only think of one thing. I finally died. Now let's do the introductions. That young man was named Kim Ojin. He was a veterinarian and was 32 years old. 2 years of pre-veterinary studies, 4 years in college. His life was anything but easy. While sleeping during an exhausting class, a professor shouted, "Student, wake up!" And that was quite common. After obtaining his veterinary license, he worked for 3 years in a poorly paid clinic. To many people, the place seemed more like a shelter than a clinic. People constantly showed up saying, "I can't take care of him. Can you take care of him for me?" Tired of that repetitive situation, he would mutter through clenched teeth, "Sir, this is not an animal shelter." Later, Kim finally managed to open his own clinic, but the neon sign was always off. Exactly where his name was written, the lights always burned out. And worst of all, there wasn't a single client. Every night, curled up on his futon, Kim sank into his own thoughts. He cursed. He cursed everything. He must have exhausted his vocabulary of swear words while writhing in frustration. After all, what kind of shitty life was that? He also began to remember the overdue rent, and the loan interest started suffocating him to the point he considered ending his life. But a sound interrupted his thoughts. As if that wasn't enough, every night came with the same chaos. The neighbor was playing his guitar at full volume again, until something happened. He was summoned to another world. Now sitting, staring blankly with a confused expression, the boy finally reflected, "Did I die of a heart attack while I was sleeping? Well, if I died sleeping, that's not the worst way to go." Looking around, he concluded, "So this is hell?" Chaotic and disturbing thoughts invaded the boy's mind. Kim examined the entire place meticulously, and his creative mind imagined the most absurd things. It was an absurdly cold place, a damn freezing cave containing a sinister pile of gold and jewels that seemed cursed, the kind that makes someone fall straight into a pit of flames just by touching them. Kim also noticed that near him there was a huge summoning circle, more like a demonic ritual than anything else. The protagonist thought he would be punished for kicking the bucket without even having paid off his debts, but he kind of expected it would be like that. Seconds later, Kim lifted his eyes and stared at the gigantic white dragon in front of him. The question came naturally. So now, what's going to happen to me? The dragon calmly replied, "You just need to take care of my pet." Immediately, Kim's mind formed the image of a hellhound with 3 heads, flaming eyes, and teeth capable of breaking bones like toothpicks. He couldn't help but murmur internally, "Even after death, I'm still doing veterinary work. Yeah, this definitely is hell." So Kim asked about the dragon's pet, and if it was the guardian of the gates of hell or something like that. With an imposing movement, the dragon extended one of his huge paws and proudly declared, "Heal my adorable little one." Soon, a small trembling bat appeared before Kim, and its details were revealed. This was catless, classification, fruit bat family, age unknown, trait, introverted. Kim stared at the dragon's pet, confused. Is that a bat? He was thinking of 1,000 possibilities, but a bat wasn't one of them. Still, he admitted, the little creature was kind of cute. Upon closer inspection, Kim activated his veterinary mode. Just by looking, you can tell he's not well. He's thin and looks completely drained of energy. He immediately began interrogating the great white dragon. "What's his name? How long have you had him? When did the symptoms start?" the white dragon answered casually while his mind drifted into a brief flashback. His name is Catless. I've been taking care of him for about a week. I went to a gathering of dragon pet owners, and apparently it's trendy now to have bats as pets. In the flashback, the dragon was trying to socialize while others ignored him for bringing only a small skeleton. Feeling humiliated, he thought, why not get a bat too? That's when the white dragon saw this little guy trapped at the entrance of a dungeon and captured him as his new pet. Kim listened to the story in shock. Is this real? To Kim, that was the second most hated type of pet owner, those who adopt just for fashion. And then mentally he concluded, yeah, this really is hell. The young veterinarian suppressed the urge to scream and continued, trying to keep his composure. Anyway, he's really thin. Is he eating properly? Inside, Kim fought his anger. Wait, at least he hasn't abandoned the little guy, so I can't blow up. Not yet. The dragon approached and answered, unaware of the mood. Well, actually, no. He barely eats anything. Then the dragon added with a proud smile, I hunt fresh animals every day and offer their blood, but he doesn't even come close. Must have a refined taste just like me. Kim knelt down, completely frustrated. The dragon watched him, confused by the reaction, but inside, Kim was about to explode. He felt his blood boil at the dragon's irresponsibility. To him, it was simply unacceptable. Kim Ojin's top 5 most hated types of pet owners, those who don't bother to learn about the animal they bring home. Now worried, the dragon asked, what? Is it some serious disease? What should I do then? Should I look for better blood? That was the last straw. Kim exploded. He's a fruit bat. He can't drink blood no matter how much you force it. He eats fruit, only fruit. The dragon was confused. But other dragons told me their bats drink blood, Kim shouted, red with anger. It's a different species. A damn different species. Theirs are vampire bats. Yours is a fruit bat. He can only eat fruit. And you've been starving him for a week, offering blood he can't even consume? The dragon tried to justify himself. After all, it was his first time raising a bat. Kim clenched his fists and replied indignantly, that's exactly why you should study. If you're going to raise a living being, the least you can do is be responsible. Then, feeling the caves biting cold, Kim shouted angrily, and what the hell is with this temperature? It's so cold the poor bat could wake up in the middle of hibernation. The dragon looked at Kim and finally revealed, almost embarrassed, it's because I'm an ice dragon. Kim shouted back, furious. Then don't adopt a pet if you can't provide the right environment. Faced with that outburst, the dragon froze, nervous, surprised, and thoughtful, as expected from the legendary spirit of healing, to think he could dominate me like this. Meanwhile, Kim was almost at his limit, muttering through clenched teeth, seriously? Why the hell would anyone adopt an animal just because it's trendy? What, do they think it's some kind of fashion accessory? The dragon stared at Kim, wanting to question him. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of a dragon? But deep down, he no longer had the strength to argue back. He just thought, someone who claims to love nature, look what I did. No matter how small, this little creature is still a life. The little bat trembled, clearly in pain. But something changed. The dragon looked at his pet with sorrow, and carefully picking him up, thought, just as the spirit said, I should have taken the responsibility this requires. Kim watched from the corner, realizing that this dragon was learning. The big guy was sincerely remorseful. Catless, because of my selfish and misguided desires, I made you suffer. I'm sorry. I'll prepare fresh fruit for you right now, and I will return you to where you came from. Your happiness matters more than my greed. Kim kept staring. For the first time, he saw sincerity in the dragon's eyes and even thought, I guess hell is more reasonable than I imagined. The dragon then respectfully thanked him. Thank you, Spirit of Healing, for giving me this great awakening. As promised, I will pay the price for borrowing your power. What do you desire in return? Kim, with that feeling that he really had died, answered without hesitation, in my next life, please let me be born as an Arab oil prince. The dragon stared at him, visibly confused. Kim laughed to himself and added, or maybe be reincarnated as the spoiled rich heir of a villain. That would be great too. But the dragon just looked at him like Kim was a complete alien. Is that some language from the spirit world? I didn't understand a word. So how about this? As he extended a jewel, the dragon said, I will give you a magical artifact imbued with my divine power. With it, you can create whatever you desire. Kim took the necklace, looking at it curiously, but the dragon warned him. However, if you have evil intentions, you won't be able to use it. But I doubt that's a problem for someone like you. Spirit of Healing, thank you for today. Seconds later, Kim began to disappear, surrounded by intense light. The dragon watched him leave and silently wished, have a safe return. Kim, confused and still dazzled, thought, is this really the afterlife? Wait, if I'm living something that only happens in comics? In a burst, he shouted, well, wait, Mr. Dragon, if I'm really going back to life, then send me back to the beginning of the Bitcoin era. I confess I'd ask for the same. But the dragon, oblivious to the boy's absurd requests, was already busy thinking about gathering the sweetest fruits for his little bat. And so, surrounded by a blinding flash, Kim was sent to some completely unknown place. Still bitterly regretful, he muttered, "I lost the one chance in my life to get a damn luxury life." Kim put his hands on his face to hold back tears while shouting, "I should have asked for that gold land in Nanhyundong." Then he changed his mind again. "I should have asked for Terra's stocks to rise again." Even trying to accept reality, or almost, he still lamented, "I should have trained myself to wish faster. Damn, all I got from being summoned was this damn necklace." Then he stared at the necklace. "Divine dragon power, and what the hell am I supposed to do with this?" Holding it right in front of his eyes, a realization hit him. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, he didn't even tell me how to use this thing? They call him a dragon, but he's just a complete charlatan. At that moment, a strong, middle-aged man carrying 2 barrels shouted at Kim, "Hey, you there! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Who the hell takes up the whole alley like that?" Kim stared at him and quickly got up from the middle of that narrow cobblestone street. It was then that he finally realized where he was. The place was very busy. Despite the archaic look, people seemed happy, buying and selling their goods cheerfully. Suddenly, a peasant brutally bumped into Kim. "Tisk, what a nuisance in the middle of the street." Kim touched his shoulder, still a bit disoriented. Bump. Could it be that I was reincarnated? Or is this possession? No, wait. The Dragon Lord said he would send me back home, didn't he? A young woman running a fruit stall called out to him enthusiastically. "Hey, handsome young man, want to buy some fruit? These are so sweet they taste like honey." Trying to understand where he was, the boy asked, "Excuse me, exactly where am I?" The vendor looked confused. "What, are you lost or something? Your clothes are kind of strange. You must be a traveler." Then she explained, "This is the Belmore region, south of Baron Doyle's domain. There's not much to see, but the inns and little shops are well organized, so travelers always stop here at least once. And where did you come from, young man?" Kim cursed that stupid dragon in his mind, but answered, "From a place that's on a completely different level, far away." The young woman got excited, thinking he came from some very remote village. At that moment, something caught both their attention. A crate of apples was broken, and a creature began devouring carrots en masse. It was a white giant and hungry rabbit. That creature was Elizabeth classification, giant droopy-eared rabbit. Age, 16 months. Characteristic, eats excessively when stressed. Suddenly, everyone started running and screaming in panic, hiding their goods. Kim watched this, a little worried. Monsters roam around like it's normal in this world? Camouflaging herself with a scarf, the young woman revealed, "What are you talking about? That's Lord Belmore's pet rabbit. You better run too while you still can." Kim still didn't understand, but the young woman was already fleeing, grumbling that she had lost all her sales. Seconds later, the giant rabbit stared at a little girl lying on the ground, crying desperately with a face full of fear. She was screaming for her mother when the rabbit opened its mouth, ready to devour her. Kim was in shock. How is this a rabbit, for God's sake? Unable to control his own body, he started running toward the girl, thinking, "I've never heard of anyone dying from being bitten by a damn rabbit." The little girl turned and saw the creature's huge mouth about to swallow her. In a swift move, Kim jumped over her and pulled her out of the way. They both rolled away from the danger. Worried, Kim asked if the little girl was okay and also wondered what was really going on there. The girl just stared at him, trying to hold back her tears. Kim thought, well, at least I saved someone, so that's already... But then he realized, no, I didn't save anything. We're both going to die here. The rabbit was advancing toward them, and he could only close his eyes, frustrated. Why the hell did I get involved in this? No, wait. It's not my fault. It's all that damn pet owner's fault. How can he let a giant animal loose in public? The least he could do is put a damn leash on it. Suddenly, the collar began to glow. A huge energy burst from the crystal, forming bonds that wrapped around the rabbit. Kim, stunned, realized he was now holding what looked like a leash. The rabbit, confused, was tied up and under Kim's control, who still didn't understand how that had happened. The hidden people witnessed the scene, surprised. He restrained that giant rabbit with just one move. Could he be a mage? A child barely contained his excitement and asked the young fruit vendor from before if that guy was a mage. The young vendor commented, I thought he was just some traveler, but he doesn't seem like an ordinary tourist. Then someone shouted, Oh my Elizabeth! A short, chubby man, followed by his servants, shouted at the giant rabbit, So this is where you were hiding? Do you have any idea how worried Daddy was? Then he scolded the men. Seriously? 3 of you and none of you could catch a rabbit? Everyone lowered their heads silently as they received the bad news that their payments would be reduced. Changing his expression completely, he smiled happily. Eli, let's take another walk with Daddy. But upon seeing the rabbit tied up, he exploded. Who the hell tied up my Elizabeth? Seeing Kim holding the leash, he roared angrily, Hey, what do you think you're doing with my baby? Kim apologized. I'm sorry for restraining her without permission, but someone almost died. The man completely ignored him. My baby would never do something like that. Take that disgusting thing away from her now. Already losing patience, Kim snapped. If you're so sure, why don't you stick your head in her mouth then? Kim hated that kind of pet owner. On his list, this guy ranked 4th. They were the type to say, my baby would never do that. Barely containing his anger, he confronted the spoiled rich guy. Do you have any idea how strong a rabbit's bite is? She could crush your soft skull like a cooked potato. But if you're afraid of dying, stick in just one leg. You love her, right? So deal with it. Desperately hugging his rabbit, the man stammered, What's with that insolent look? You want to die. Meanwhile, a pair of villagers murmured, watching all the commotion. Sister, my heart is pounding. What's this feeling? The young woman immediately answered, It's satisfaction, brother. Say more. Curse him more. Moments later, Kim looked at the giant rabbit. She seemed injured. The protagonist put his hand on his face, trying to hold back and calm his thoughts. Calm down. I'm a polite adult. I can control myself. But still irritated, he said, Judging by the shape of the ears, she looks like a lop-eared rabbit. But domestic rabbits don't go out for walks. And even if they did in crowded places like this, big mistake. Rabbits are territorial. They get extremely stressed in unfamiliar environments. Kim questioned the spoiled, chubby man. Has she shown signs of self-mutilation or aggressive behavior? The man was stunned. How do you know? Well, lately she's been pulling out a lot of her own fur. Kim sighed, hopeless. That's one of the typical stress behaviors. If it continues, she could get seriously ill or even have her life drastically shortened. He then untied the bonds and released the leash. The chubby man panicked upon realizing his beloved Elizabeth could lose her life. And Kim, already with no patience left, gave a sharp look and said firmly, If you don't like that idea, then start by stopping those insane walks. The chubby man looked visibly confused, trying to understand how the rabbit would exercise otherwise. Kim answered in a direct tone as if explaining something obvious. Even at home, it's more than possible. Kim sighed and continued, Look, I understand you love Elizabeth, but rabbits are extremely sensitive animals. Pampering isn't enough. What matters is raising them with knowledge and care. The words had an effect. The chubby man's eyes widened, moved, and he stammered that the young man must really love rabbits. Kim tried to deny it, shaking his head and raising his hands, but it was too late. The man already had tears of joy in his eyes. The chubby man revealed that people always mocked him, saying only noble ladies raised rabbits. Kim tried to question him, a bit confused. After all, how would noble ladies raise a breed that size? But the chubby man remained enchanted. I never thought I'd meet such a respectable rabbit enthusiast. With shining eyes, he asked curiously if Kim worked with that. Kim answered with a blank, emotionless face. Yeah, something like that. Excited, the man clapped loudly and shouted, Butler, bring everything you brought. The butler approached carrying a tray and handed Kim a heavy bag with a discreet bow. At that moment, the chubby man said, It's not much, but please accept this. I would be grateful if you could check on my Elizabeth's health from time to time. While the assistants tried to take Elizabeth back home, the chubby man shouted from afar, with tears in his eyes, that it was too much and that he didn't know the rabbit was going through difficulties. He wanted to get home quickly and give her a big portion of the best hay so she could eat and rest. Kim stood there with the bag in his hands, murmuring to himself, Definitely not a place I intend to visit often. The villagers, curious, began to approach. Some came out of hiding, still enchanted by the strange visitor. You speak pretty well, huh, mage? You really managed to get rid of that lord. We've been suffering for a long time because of that damn rabbit. The young fruit vendor from before came closer, genuinely smiling and patting him on the back. Thanks to you. Now we can work in peace. Want an apple? I'll give you a special discount. Kim answered straightforwardly. I don't have money. I was just transported here. But the girl pointed to the bag he was holding. What are you worried about? The Lord just filled you with money, didn't he? He may be annoying, but money is something he has plenty of. Kim then opened the bag and was stunned to see gold coins shining intensely. Like in the movies, he bit one of the coins to check if it was real. It was indeed gold. The vendor made a disappointed face at his reaction and whispered almost teasingly, Boy, that's what they call a gold coin. While she spoke, Kim Oh-jin was already lost in thought. A coin recognized as valuable in any world. And in the background, the young woman continued teasing him. Just because it shines doesn't mean I need to start shoving it in my mouth. Then something awakened inside him. If I find a way to take this back to my original world, how much does a building cost here? Kim's mind was already wandering, imagining profits and opportunities. He thought, maybe the problem isn't Bitcoin after all. The vendor watched, worried, while he murmured to himself, That's it, I'll open a second branch right here. And with the money I make here, I'll pay the debt of my first branch. The opening of the second unit of Kim Oh-jin's animal clinic? Kim now daydreamed, his eyes shining like those of greedy people in old tales. In a mysterious place, the room was lit by a few candles. Kim thanked the visitors for coming from so far away. The attendees stared at Kim, some surprised, others totally apathetic. He continued his speech while the faces of everyone were revealed one by one until he announced with a dark look, "Now shall we begin? The game of life and death." But it was all just a job interview for the staff of Kim Oh-jin's veterinary clinic. Upon learning that Kim would open a veterinary clinic there, the young chubby lord got very excited. "You intend to settle here? What do you need? A house? Money? Land?" The opening of the second branch of Kim Oh-jin's pet clinic went surprisingly well. The rich man didn't hesitate for a second to donate a mansion to the boy. Shocked, Kim thought, as expected, the most important thing in life is connections. Still in shock, he ended up saying, "I love you, chubby." After all, upon knowing Kim would stay in the village, the lord even personally prepared the store for him. And of course, the pampering came. Photos of the rabbit, books about rabbits, a rabbit figurine, even a huge rabbit-shaped poof was there. Kim, cleaning the place, came across item after item dedicated to the lord's beloved animal. But in the end, who cares? It was all free. While cleaning, he thought, now that I even have a shop, all that's missing is to make the business boom. Still, the boy didn't have enough information about that place, especially about the dragon. Kim needed to find him to be able to return home. At least that's what he thought. The protagonist thought the dragon said he would send him home, but left him in a place like this. So he needed someone to better explain how this new reality worked. The answer was that he should hire someone who could also act as a technician. And so, Kim posted flyers looking for a veterinary technician, an assistant who helps with treatments and acts as a sort of nurse for animals. And that day, the interviews for Kim Oh-jin's animal clinic officially began. There were 4 candidates. Kim started, "All right, starting from the right, please introduce yourselves." An anxious young man answered, "I'm Thomas, second son of 3 brothers and 2 sisters, born to a strict father and a kind mother. I trained both my character and my physique." Kim took notes while thinking, these kids have no personality. Kim Oh-jin was an old-fashioned man. The second candidate, with an apathetic look, said, "Hello, I'm candidate number 2, Philip. My family has worked with animals for generations." This caught Kim's attention. "Oh? What kind of work?" The boy, with a dark look, pulled out his cleaver. "Butchery. I've dealt with animals since I was little. Few around here know how to handle a knife like I do." Kim made a direct note. "Call the police." Head down, he reflected. "I need to be careful when hiring. There are some really weird people in this world." Then it was the third candidate's turn. He was disheveled, had a manic smile, and looked like a psychopath. Kim couldn't help but think, this guy looks like someone who sliced someone before. He quickly corrected himself. No, I shouldn't judge by appearance." But noticing the guy's nervousness, he asked, "You seem nervous. Why did you apply?" The candidate exploded. "You're the famous mage, right? I've been desperately looking for you. Please use me as your lackey." Kim just gave a judging look but admitted to himself, "From now on, I will judge by appearance." The psychopath tried to get closer, making Kim nervous and confused. In the background, a young woman watched silently. Desperate, Kim shouted for the man not to come closer while trying to push him away with his hands. The young woman finally intervened. "Director, when is it my turn?" While Kim pushed the crazy guy's face, he replied, pleading, "Now's not the time for that." The young woman just asked, "Want me to handle this?" With approval, the girl delivered a punch straight to the left cheek of the crazy guy, brutally throwing him against the wall. With a serene look, she introduced herself. "My name is Selena. I'm an animal specialist and also know how to apply basic treatments. In short, I have experience." Kim gave a perfect score to the presentation. Without hesitation, he declared, "You're hired." They shook hands. And so a technician was officially hired at Kim Oh-jin's veterinary clinic. The next day dawned in that quiet village. Kim, excited, watched the sun shine through the window. He was thinking about how promising this new workplace seemed, murmuring, "A new and cozy workplace, and a technician who doesn't even show up to work." It was already past 12:50, and there was no sign of the girl from the day before. The clinic was completely empty. He said to himself, "Yeah, I admit I hired her too quickly yesterday. Where should I post a new job listing?" Seconds later, there was a knock on the door. Kim thought the ex-technician had finally arrived. He went to the door and, forcing a smile, asked, "Did you have a good lunch?" An enthusiastic villager replied that he hadn't eaten yet, asking if he should have done that first. Kim was confused, not recognizing the young man. Still, he invited him in. With the visitor settled, Kim politely asked if he preferred water or tea. The young man chose tea, and Kim went to prepare the drink, excited at the idea of finally seeing a client. Finally, the first customer of the second branch. The first step to paying off the debts. Meanwhile, the curious young man looked around the room attentively. With a serious look, Kim reflected, "This time it's going to work." I analyzed all the factors that caused losses in the first branch. Then a flashback began. It was Kim Ojin during the first branch era. He was caring for a happy little dachshund on his desk. Visibly exhausted, with deep dark circles under his eyes, he explained, "The injury on the front paw was properly treated, but it seems there's tartar buildup, so you'll need to brush his teeth regularly." The client, incredulous and unfriendly, replied, "Brush his teeth? That sounds like a hassle." Kim exploded. "Exactly. Why brush, right? Let the tartar build up, let the gums swell, let all his teeth fall out, live with it. Then he won't eat anymore and I'll have more work." In the end, after so much pressure, the client agreed to brush the little dog's teeth. Checking the reviews from recent clients, Kim realized they were not good at all. Thoughtful, he admitted, "Back then I couldn't control my temper, so word of mouth was terrible. But this time, I'll win people over with kindness and get into their wallets." Back to the present, Kim served tea to the client. "So where is the pet you brought for treatment?" The young man enthusiastically responded, "Right here. His name is Pojak." He pointed to his own pocket, where a small, curious red lizard was nestled. Kim stared surprised and thought, "I thought all the animals in this world were bizarre because of that giant rabbit, but hopefully this one is just a common lizard?" Almost losing patience, he asked, "But is he in your pocket because he chewed his own cage?" His inner voice interrupted, almost begging him to stay calm. "I bet he had no other place to put him. Hang in there, I'm here, right? It's all good, remember your doubts." The client, very excited, kept pointing at the little creature, saying how cute he was. Kim almost flipped the table in anger, but was held back by his conscience. "Don't do that. Look at me. Look at someone as cute as a rabbit." He took a deep breath and sighed, managing to control his anger well. Then Kim asked his client, "Why did you bring Pojak today? Is he sick?" The boy answered, "Actually, he's not sick, but he's pretty weak. He's sensitive to the cold." Kim barely contained his frustration. "That's normal for lizards." But the boy continued, "And when I grabbed his tail, it fell off." Kim, trying not to explode, replied, "That's also normal in lizards, and please don't grab the tail, it's not good." The client, all happy, extended the little lizard to Kim. "Anyway, just make him healthier, okay?" This scene brought back memories. Kim immediately remembered the white dragon and thought, the problem isn't the animal, it's the owner. Still, he looked carefully at the little lizard. Since he didn't trust the owner, it was better to do a checkup. Kim took the creature and began the exam. Pressing its scales, he noticed something strange. While poking, Kim said Pojak seemed to be suffering from something. At that moment, the client warned with some urgency, "Please be careful touching him. Pojak is kind of aggressive. He came from the streets." The little one started puffing up his cheeks. Within seconds, he was about to spit a flaming fireball right at Kim. The protagonist froze, completely without reaction. The next instant, before the fire hit him, a hand grabbed his collar and violently threw him against the wall on the other side of the room. The one responsible was his new assistant, Selena. With a serious look, she stared at him and declared, "You almost got blasted by a salamander's fire right in the chest. I almost lost my boss on my first day of work." But that wasn't the end yet. Kim, half buried in the wall, coughed up blood. Disoriented and practically powerless, he murmured, "Getting hit by that fire. Maybe it would have been better." It was at that moment he realized the mistake. The first patient of Kim Ojin's veterinary clinic was not just a lizard, it was a salamander. Selena explained that to start with this little friend, Pojak, it wasn't possible to examine him with bare hands. The realization hit, and finally the pet was properly introduced as he really was. Name, Pojak species. Salamander age. Unknown characteristics. Spits fire when threatened. The villager was enchanted by Selena's beauty, and she took the opportunity to start a conversation, asking where he got the salamander. Meanwhile, Kim was still regaining his senses and muttering dizzy if they had any ginger root around there. Seconds later, the boy answered enthusiastically, "I found him on the mountain back there. It was love at first sight. I brought him home right away. Jealous, huh?" Selena, staying calm, explained, "It's not that, but isn't it illegal to capture salamanders in this territory? They're wild animals and the population is already low due to illegal hunting." Her comments scared the boy. Unaware, Selena continued, "If we say we're just temporarily keeping him for treatment, maybe they'll let it slide." While she was still talking, the boy began sneaking quietly toward the door. Selena finally concluded, "As long as you release him back into nature right after treatment." But before she finished the sentence, the young man ran off crying, shouting that he would never abandon his pet. Kim, trembling, watched the scene in disbelief, trying to understand what was wrong with that boy. Selena calmly suggested, "Maybe he decided to go back home?" Kim, almost in disbelief, retorted, "We haven't even started the treatment, and he's already leaving? And you just stood there watching it all happen?" He took a deep breath and ordered firmly, "Go after him! Now!" Selena just nodded without questioning. And then, the question hung in the air like a cloud heavy with tension. Will Kim Oh-jin manage to successfully complete his first appointment? In the quiet little town, the day went on as usual. The young fruit vendor smiled as she carefully arranged her stall. Cheerfully, she commented, "Ever since the Lord's rabbit disappeared, life in this world has become even more fun. While he's busy playing with the Lord, there's no way my stall will break down again." Everything seemed calm until something caught her attention. A man was running desperately down the street, being chased by a young woman with impeccable appearance, and behind them came Kim, completely bent over, gasping and barely able to breathe. The vendor watched everything excitedly, as if watching an action movie scene. She had no idea what was going on, but just concluded, better not get involved. Meanwhile, the runaway client ran crying, completely panicked, thinking, Why are they chasing me? Everyone wants to steal my Pojak. But don't worry, Pojak, this is also a trial for us. No one will separate us." Further behind, Kim tried to shout between short breaths, "No, he needs to shed his skin right now." Kim could barely stand, so they lost sight of the man, and Selena, mercilessly, just commented, "You need to exercise more, Oh-jin, that was pathetic." Soon after, she refocused on the real problem, that salamander. Kim, slowly catching his breath, responded that the animal had not yet shed its skin. He then explained more clearly, "There are already 2 or 3 layers accumulated. That needs to be removed soon. We have to act fast." Meanwhile, in the arms of the runaway client, the little salamander trembled. It was about to undergo a critical transformation. Selena, noticing, pointed out, if a salamander can't shed its skin, the fire starts to build up inside it. And when that fire reaches an unbearable level, it leads to a massive blaze. The client, realizing no one was following him anymore, stopped running. Selena frowned, worried. "A salamander's fire is dangerous. It can destroy this whole area, not just the owner." Kim's expression hardened. Determined, he said, "He must be around here somewhere. Let's find him quickly." Soon after, the runaway client finally arrived home. Still gasping and anxious, he looked around trying to make sure he wasn't being followed. Seeing no one, he thought with relief that probably no one had followed him home. With a relieved smile, he placed the little salamander on the table and declared excitedly, "No one will ever be able to separate us, Pojak." That young man, who was also a musician, decided to celebrate the moment by writing a new song. He rummaged through the house looking for paper, humming absent-mindedly, not noticing the state of the little pet in front of him. The salamander looked exhausted. Its heavy breathing released small sparks of fire like a warning of what was to come. When the client finally noticed, it was already too late. Pojak's body was completely engulfed in flames. The little one had completely lost control. It was about to explode. Still not understanding the gravity of the situation, the young man turned with a silly smile and asked, "So, Pojak, what do you think of the new song?" Then everything went white. A flash followed by a fiery explosion devastated the room. Seconds later, the young man lay on the floor, dazed, wondering what had just happened. The wooden house began to catch fire rapidly. Getting up and seeing his pet in flames, the young man approached worriedly. "Pojak, what happened? Was it you who did all this?" With a trembling voice, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you mad about something?" Still trying to stay calm, he continued, "Even so, how could you set everything on fire like that?" He cautiously reached out, trying to grab the creature. It was too dangerous. They both needed to get out quickly, but Pojak was no longer the same. Out of control, he began forming another fireball, this time directly aimed at his owner. The young man's eyes widened, terrified by what he saw. "No! Pojak wouldn't shoot fire at me. We're family." But before he was hit, someone grabbed him and pulled him away, saving him from the imminent explosion. It was Selena. Meanwhile, Kim appeared from the other side and held Pojak, turning his head in another direction to try to contain the fiery pet's outburst. The creature, still on fire, struggled fiercely, showing no sign of calming down. With burning hands, Kim shouted desperately, "Miss Selena, does this outburst mean he attacks people too?" Selena answered without hesitation, "He's completely lost his mind." The runaway client, now trembling with worry, shouted, "If we leave him like this, he'll spit even more fire. We need to calm him down." But that seemed impossible. The salamander violently thrashed in Kim's hands, preparing another blast. At that moment, Kim focused and began making a request. His medallion glowed intensely. "At least we could have a fire extinguisher." And like magic, a mini extinguisher appeared in his hand. The boy was shocked but acted quickly. He pressed the button and sprayed the white powder right into Pojak's face. The creature finally calmed down, completely covered by the powder. With curious eyes, Pojak looked at Kim. But as a precaution, Kim sprayed another precise jet. He just wanted to be sure the salamander wouldn't freak out again. Looking at the extinguisher in his hand, he thought admiringly, "This necklace is pretty useful, huh?" Even though the greatest threat had already been contained, there was still another problem: the runaway client. Upon seeing that the creature had been controlled, Selena commented, "It was partially suppressed," and she quickly asked if Kim was okay. The runaway client, still in shock, just observed everything around him, trying to understand what had just happened. Struggling, he murmured, "It was just a freakout, that's right. Otherwise, Pojak would never have attacked me." He tried to convince himself that everything was under control. If he doesn't shed his skin, he'll end up like this. Yeah, good thing I realized it now. I'll take better care of him from now on. As the young man said this, the little salamander, already with its hands on its head, seemed unable to believe what it was hearing. Kim was also speechless, staring at the young man with a look full of disappointment. It was hard to believe he was really serious. Then Kim asked, with a mix of frustration and disbelief, "Is that all you have to say after everything that happened?" The young man, with a sheepish smile, replied, Please don't worry. My feelings for Pojak haven't changed. Even if he burns everything again, it's okay. We can rebuild the house." Losing patience, Kim shouted angrily, "If this had lasted a few more minutes, the neighbors' houses would have caught fire too. People could have gotten hurt." But the young man seemed as stubborn as a rock. He insisted everything was fine and that he would take better care of the salamander from then on. Kim brought his hand to his face, clearly frustrated. He took a deep breath and then looked directly at the salamander. "You shouldn't raise wild animals irresponsibly. They have their own environment to live in. And more, bringing a creature like this just because it's cute, without knowing anything about its ecology. Is that what you call love?" Selena, watching the scene, seemed impressed with Kim's speech. Meanwhile, the young man stared at Kim with a serious and intense expression. Then came the direct question. "What if he freaks out again? Do you trust yourself to control him alone?" Faced with that, the runaway client just lowered his head, sad and thoughtful. Kim pointed to the little salamander still wet from the extinguisher and said firmly, "Life can't be nurtured by affection alone." It was at that moment that the young man finally seemed to understand the weight of the situation. Later, in the forest, beside Selena, Kim watched the salamander calmer. Now that it had shed its skin, it even looked healthier. Selena nodded, observing the creature carefully. Its appearance is much better too. The once small, cute, and defenseless salamander had now evolved. Its shiny body glowed with small flames floating around it, and it was now the size of a human. Kim, intrigued to see it, thought, "It grew a lot. How did such a big body fit inside that shell?" Selena couldn't explain it either. She just replied calmly, "That's the mystery of nature." At the feet of the salamander, the runaway young man, completely overwhelmed by emotion, watched silently. He thought, "Pojak, you've grown. You probably won't need my help anymore. It's time to return to the vastness of nature." With tears in his eyes, he looked at his pet tenderly and completed in thought, "The nature that can embrace your existence." Then, unable to contain his emotion, he shouted, "Pojak, you have to be happy. I'm letting you go because I love you. Even without me, eat well, sleep well, but think of me sometimes. I'll come every day and leave food for you." Kim, annoyed by the shouting and crying, covered his ears. Still, he couldn't hold back and scolded, "Don't do that. You'll dull his instincts." When the salamander ran back into the forest, the young man, heartbroken, murmured, "In my heart we will always be together." Devastated, he could barely hold back tears, almost dehydrated from crying so much. He was shattered for not even hearing a goodbye. Selena, trying to comfort him, gently patted his back and said sincerely, "Cheer up. Originally, salamanders don't even have the concept of a master." And finished, practical as always, "He probably just saw you as a slave who fed him." Kim was stunned. Was that supposed to be comforting? The woman had even less tact than he did. But then in the distance, something caught their attention. On top of a rock, the now giant salamander looked at the group. In its mouth, a huge fireball began to form, the largest they had ever seen. Kim spotted the creature, and everyone turned their eyes to the sky. A shower of light like fireworks spread, illuminating everything around. It was an emotional gesture. Even Kim was surprised. The runaway young man then completely broke down. He cried like a child. To him, the small, now grand Pojak was simply amazing. Finally, first patient, salamander, complete treatment. Days later, in the city, the runaway young man played guitar at the town square fountain. Villagers gathered to hear his song, and then he proudly sang his name. "My name is Roisha. He is a mage. The divine united us." But to those close to him, he would always be the runaway young man. Roisha composed a song about Kim's deeds, even with dancers and a special appearance by the children's choir. Selena watched the performance excitedly next to Kim and commented, "They say he's a well-known bard around here." But Kim was pale, lifeless, hopeless. To him, that was a dubious song. He even murmured, What does he think he'll achieve with such a messy song? The villagers, on the other hand, were delighted. One of them even said, "If my doll gets sick, I better take him to him." Upon hearing this, Kim became Roisha's #1 fan. He even enthusiastically opened a banner. But inside, he was thinking about only one thing. I wonder how much I can earn from all this free advertising. A few days after the release of the campaign song about Kim Oh-jin Veterinary Clinic, a crowd gathered in front of the clinic, eager to see the hero of the song. Inside, Kim was frozen, nervous, staring at the desk, not knowing what to do, while outside everyone was shouting for service. Without reacting, he just whispered to himself, "Can I quit?" They were facing an unprecedented boom. Kim's second veterinary clinic was going full steam ahead. A small line had already formed outside, which brought more order to the service. Inside the clinic, Kim attended to his patients as if he were a lifeless corpse. He had just finished a round of exams on a little dog with wings, and its owner was quite satisfied with the treatment. As the client left, Kim, almost letting his soul slip away, announced, "Please come back next week so we can check the progress." Selena, noticing Kim's miserable state, didn't miss the chance to comment, "You're going to turn into a corpse before next week." But Kim, determined, or maybe crazy, replied, "I have to make money while I can." Selena still tried to put some sense into him. "Yeah, at this rate, you should live while you can." However, Kim ignored the advice and soon shouted to the line, "Next patient." It had been 2 months since arriving in that town, and thanks to the Bard, the second clinic was booming. Lines and lines of clients formed every day. Even for Kim Oh-jin, the first days were tough because of the intense flow, but that phase had passed, and finally, they were seeing the money. Seeing a pile of gold coins, Selena announced, "These are today's earnings." Kim's eyes widened at the sight of that golden mountain. It was almost a small fortune. At that moment, another client arrived, asking if they were still open. Selena was about to say the clinic was closed, but without hesitation, Kim turned to the man, confirmed they were open, and even guided him inside. That young man was simply unstoppable when it came to money. Kim only thought of one thing while treating patients: complete monetary healing. Outside the clinic the next day, more clients approached. Many were even making friends while waiting because of their animals. One of them asked a dog owner, who seemed normal until then, "What a coincidence seeing you here. What brings you today?" Pointing to his restless dog, the man replied, "Choco wasn't eating well." Even in that strange world, dogs and cats remained humans' best friends. The dog owner commented excitedly, "He still needs to grow at least 50 more centimeters." The animal, almost the size of a lamppost, seemed ready to conquer the world. Meanwhile, the owner of a fierce cat with thousands of eyes complained, "The eye on the back of my cat got irritated." But of course, despite some resemblance to Kim's human world, the breeds there were a bit different from the known ones. Inside the clinic, Kim stretched in his chair, trying to endure the marathon of appointments, muttering, "This is too exhausting," until Selena announced, "Oh-jin, the next one is the last patient." Excited, Kim asked, "Great, what kind of animal is it?" Selena replied, "It's a shaman. They used to be hunting dogs, but now they're becoming popular pets." But then Selena warned, "I heard they're very aggressive with anyone who isn't the owner, so the abandonment rate is the highest." Kim snorted, frustrated. "I wish those who get animals just for the trend would disappear from the face of the earth." Selena added seriously, "They say they grow up to a human torso's height, and their claws and teeth are so sharp they can pierce a wild boar's hide. Better be careful." Kim couldn't help but think, seeing his client enter with a carrier box. Sounds like a fierce dog breed. But as soon as the animal came out of the box, what appeared was a cute little furball trembling with fear. That was it. Choo-choo, type shaman dog, aged 2 months, characteristic, highly loyal. Since Kim didn't know this info yet, Selena warned him, "Oh, they said he's only 2 months old. I forgot to mention that." The owner took his pet and, holding him, explained the situation to Kim. "He's been limping since yesterday. Do you think he's hurt?" The protagonist looked at him with curiosity in his eyes and replied, "Where are his paws? Let me take a look." While assessing the animal's condition, Kim thought, if he's only 2 months old, his tendons should still be quite... In a few moments, he found a small splinter in Choo-choo's paw. With the help of tweezers, Kim easily removed it. Then he announced, there was a thorn stuck in his paw. "Now everything will be fine." The change in Choo-choo's behavior after Kim removed the splinter was visible. He became more lively, and his fur shone as if he had come back to life. Still, Kim knew he needed to treat the wound. "Let me just disinfect this." But the little animal could barely stop jumping on the counter, and Kim mentally compared him to a ball of yarn. Soon, a slight smile appeared on the boy's face, seeing Choo-choo's happiness. Selena, who was observing everything with her sharp eyes, noticed Kim smiling at the now-healed pet. After that, Choo-choo's owner put him back in the carrier box and left the clinic, thanking Kim immensely. Selena said goodbye to the client while Kim collapsed exhausted on his desk, exclaiming, "Ha! Finally done!" Remembering Kim's smile while treating the little one, Selena commented, You seemed happy. Kim got up, somewhat surprised by the observation. Curious to understand why, Selena asked, "Did you find the puppy cute, or was it just because the work was over?" With his face still resting on the table and his eyes fixed on Selena, Kim returned the question. "Why are you so curious about this?" Selena simply replied casually, "It was fascinating to see you happy for a reason that didn't involve money." Kim, however, didn't intend to reveal the reason and shot back, "You really like to ambush me with your rudeness." Lifting his head from the table, Kim explained, "It's just that none of today's patients were seriously injured." Remembering animals in terrible injured conditions, he revealed, "The hardest part about being a veterinarian is having to see sick animals all the time. The more I care for them, the more it hurts me. So I tried to suppress my emotions and be colder, but at that moment, memories of an irresponsible owner flooded his mind. A man who, even with his little pet seriously ill, left it at the clinic to go on a trip. That man cheerfully appeared in Kim's memory, saying, 'I came to pick up Ming Ming.'" Anger surged through Kim's body, a nearly visible dark aura forming around the protagonist. In a stern tone, he replied, "Ah, you're the responsible one who left the sick pet here for another month to go on vacation? Welcome back, must have been a fun trip." This unprecedented event awakened something in Kim, and he revealed, "Since then I started yelling a lot more at certain owners." Back in the present, Kim got up from the table and announced, "All right, we're closing now. Let's wrap up." Selena didn't fail to comment, "It's already getting dark outside." Looking out the window at the sunset, Kim replied, "We had a lot of clients today after all. If you want to leave, better hurry. The sun will set soon." Turning his face back to the window, Kim spotted a middle-aged man standing outside, clearly tense, or rather, he seemed desperate. Seeing the clinic owner, the desperate man approached Kim and begged, "Help me please, Kim Ojin." The protagonist, staring at the strange scene, turned to Selena, who was already holding a broom, ready to shoo the client away, and asked, "Selena, do you know how to perform exorcisms?" With the utmost calm, she replied, "Maybe physical attacks might work." Suddenly, the man opened a window while still calling Kim. The protagonist started to get really worried about the situation. Without warning, the stranger grabbed Kim, pulling him toward the window, and ran off into the forest carrying the young man. Kim, not understanding what was happening, could only stretch out his hand toward Selena, silently pleading for help. But the young woman just watched the bizarre scene silently without moving a muscle. The man took the protagonist deep into the forest. Seeing Kim fallen on the ground, almost powerless, he shouted in complete despair, "Sorry, I'm really sorry. My God, Kim Ojin, I didn't think you were so out of shape that you couldn't climb a hill." With a huge wound to his pride and still lying on the ground, Kim angrily told the man to shut up. Getting up with difficulty, drooling and trembling all over, he managed to ask, "Who are you? You don't seem like a ghost." The mysterious man immediately apologized. I forgot to introduce myself." Then, bowing respectfully, he said, "I'm Schwein, an administrative servant of the territory, and I brought you here because..." He then bowed deeply, begging, "I heard you even calmed the Lord's rabbit. Could you please capture a wild dog?" Kim, completely lost, blinked several times. It was at that moment that Selena appeared beside him, and with her typical coldness explained, "We're not an animal rescue team." Kim only confirmed, staring at Schwein with a blank look, "She's right. I'm a veterinarian. I just treat animals." However, the poor man lamented with a choked voice, "But you're our only hope, because we really don't have any more time." Those words caught Selena's attention. Schwein then explained, 2 months ago, an animal took over an area in the middle of the mountain. Unfortunately, it's exactly where our trail is supposed to pass. We tried to capture it, but it's too fast, and now the construction is set to begin the day after tomorrow." Kim, worried, asked, "And if you can't capture it?" The man answered with a somber expression, "They will send troops. The moment the rescue is deemed difficult, the animal will be immediately eliminated." Kim's face twisted in horror, sweat of concern running down his face. Once again, Schwein bowed and begged, "Please, we really don't have any more time." Cornered, Kim scratched his head, visibly distressed, and replied, "Where's the dog now? I'm a veterinarian. I've never captured animals. I at least need to see it to understand better." Schwein, visibly excited, said, "It's just a little further up from here." Kim then clarified, "I'm not saying I'll do it yet, I'll just take a look." As Kim stood up, Selena glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and mentally thought, "He's definitely going to end up helping this man." They all went deeper into the forest until Schwein pointed, "It's always around here. For some reason, it never leaves this place." Soon, both Kim and Selena felt the atmosphere grow heavy. Nearby, a creature with huge teeth and an angry gaze growled softly. The animal was strange. It looked like a dog, but was extremely malnourished and aggressive. Something very bad had happened to that poor being. Kim, analyzing the situation, asked his assistant, "Selena, by any chance, is that..." Before he could finish, the girl confirmed, "Yes, it's a chamon." The animal, despite being covered in fur, looked so neglected and fierce that it was impossible not to feel pity. Selena commented, observing the sad condition of the creature. "I told you, remember? Many people raise these animals just because they're trendy. This one, like many others, ended up abandoned in the end." Confirming her words, around the animal's neck was a red collar, proof that it had once been loved by someone, a person who, in the end, abandoned it. The poor Shamon remained on guard, protecting its territory, while Kim stared at it with sorrow. Sweat of worry ran down Kim's face as he recalled the words of the man who had dragged him there. Schwein had said the animal had been in that place for 2 months. Kim observed attentively, considering its condition. It hasn't even been properly fed all this time. Right after, something roared from deep within the forest, drawing the attention of Kim and the others. Not recognizing the sound, Kim turned to the others, confused, asking what that noise was. Selena promptly replied that it could be some kind of monster. At that moment, the Shamon became extremely aggressive and began advancing toward Kim's group. The great beast targeted Kim, charging at him fiercely. Kim barely had time to react. In a quick and deliberate move, Selena grabbed Kim and Old Schwein, trying to protect them from the creature's attack. This was becoming extremely dangerous. Selena was preparing to flee the place, but Kim, alert and confused, shouted, "Turning your back and running from an aggressive dog is the worst thing you can do." She hesitated, retorting, "So what am I supposed to do? Let it bite you until it kills you?" But Kim, determined, answered firmly, "That will only provoke even more pursuit." He then looked back and shouted, "We need to distract it somehow so that we can—" But suddenly, something caught his attention. The huge and aggressive shaman was not following them. On the contrary, it seemed strangely calm as soon as Selena led them away from its territory. Ignoring the group, the shaman turned and started heading back to some deeper part of the forest. Standing up, Kim wiped the sweat from his forehead, puzzled. He looked at Schwein, who was already foaming at the mouth, and asked, "Why did it stop? Didn't you say it was a hunting dog?" Kim then concluded, still confused, "An angry animal, and a hunting dog at that, and yet it just leaves even with us so close." Thus, Shamon returned to a cave. Even with its body completely wounded, it still insisted on staying in that place. Kim observed the creature and thought, it went back to the same place as before. Selena just commented, "Well, you can't really know what's going on inside a dog's head." Then Old Schwein revealed, "It always drives people away like that. That's why we get so many complaints from the nearby village." Kim looked at poor shaman with pity in his eyes. He wanted to do something. He wanted to ease the suffering of that animal. Suddenly, a doubt arose. He faced Schwein and asked, "What kind of complaints?" The old man scratched his head, trying to remember, then said that there's a fierce dog barking in the mountains, and that it's dangerous, so they want it captured. Kim thought for a moment, has anyone really been hurt? Not fully understanding the intention behind the question, Schwein just repeated what he had said, but reflecting more, he ended up confessing, "Actually, no real complaints about attacks." That's when Kim called Selena. "Selena, you said shamans are very loyal to their owners, right?" She confirmed. "As I mentioned, they are known for that loyalty. Did you find out something?" Night fell, marking the end of the day. The next morning, Kim and Selena went to the nearest village by the mountain, the place where the complaints about the dog came from. Selena watched the boy's actions, confused. "Why did we come here instead of going straight after the dog?" Kim answered, walking through the streets. "Our mission now is to find its former owner." That seemed too risky for Selena. "The owner? Shouldn't we just capture the stray? We're running out of time. Just set a trap with food, it will fall for it." But Kim shook his head. "I bet food won't be enough to lure it. Clearly, it's starving to the bone." Selena frowned, confused, and Kim explained, "Otherwise, why would it be so thin like that?" He looked at her. "It's a hunting dog. There's something more important to it than hunger. For example, the owner's orders." The image of an old man giving a command to the poor shaman filled Kim's thoughts. "Be right back, real quick. Stay here and protect this place, all right?" The great shaman, full of life, obeyed the order loyally, and it would keep obeying until the owner returned, because the last command was clear: never leave here. Selena's eyes widened as she understood the situation. Kim, who had already figured everything out, exploded with anger. Back home, there were people like that too, a kind of trash who told the dog to stay just so they could abandon it later. When we find that guy, we're going to punch him first. Then we take him with us. That bastard needs to see how the dog he abandoned is living. Determined, they began asking the villagers. Kim approached some ladies, but none knew anything. "The stray dog's owner? We want to know too. Gabrielle's husband is a lumberjack and says he can't cut wood because of it." The boy asked some children playing in the street, but was also unsuccessful. "The owner? I don't know. My mom doesn't even let me go to the mountain because of that beast." Further ahead, he spoke with a trembling old man who barely heard and answered something nonsensical. "Ah, you mean from 10 years ago? The one who took all my money, that son of a—" After almost walking through the whole village, Kim sat down on the street, frustrated. Maybe the owner isn't even from this village. Selena concluded. One thing's for sure, everyone here hates that dog. Kim couldn't accept it. How is it possible no one knows? Suddenly, a young woman approached after overhearing the conversation. The villagers don't know that. You're looking for the dog's owner, right? You're the first to ask about Jake. Kim stared at her surprised. Did she know the owner? The young woman asked them to follow her. Kim and Selena walked with her and climbed a hill to a modest house. Kim observed, Jake lived quite far from the village. The woman explained, yes, that's why almost no one knew him around here. Kim, thoughtful, approached the house. So he lived alone with the dog in this place? He was about to knock on the door, but the young woman interrupted. He's not here. Kim turned confused and she pointed. Jake is around here. In front of them was a grave. Jake was no longer alive. That's why he never came back to fetch his loyal friend. The young woman revealed sadly, he passed away 2 months ago in a landslide. He lived alone but was such a warm person. Kim reflected. 2 months ago, you said? She confirmed. Yes. He had no family, so I was the one who held the funeral. Everyone blames the dog's owner, but Jake didn't abandon his dog. He just couldn't come back to bring him home. Kim fell silent before the grave, his heart heavy. The young woman continued. I tried to bring the dog back, but it was useless. If you came because of that dog, Max, she corrected herself, pleading, please, can you help Max? Understanding everything, Kim clenched his fists, bowed to the grave and murmured, may he rest in peace, and added, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, and also, we promise we will rescue your companion Max, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, on top of the hill, old Schwein begged the guards to wait just a little longer. Kneeling, trembling, he said, weren't you supposed to come tomorrow? You arrived earlier than expected, the squad leader replied coldly. Our mission ended sooner than planned, so we came ahead of schedule. Schwein insisted. How about resting today and coming back tomorrow? But the soldier was firm. Do we really need to drag this out until tomorrow? With authority, he decreed. We're going to deal with this now. It's not the first time I've handled a beast. People really hate that dog, so who's going to complain if we take it out a day early? Meanwhile, unaware of everything, Max waited patiently, still guarding the place Jake had asked him to protect. Meanwhile, Kim entered Jake's old cabin, searching for something that could help him deal with Max and bring him back safely. The smell in the air was mysterious and captivating, so Kim remarked, it smells like herbal medicine. Could he have been an herbalist? He then asked Selena, for now, let's take anything that smells like the owner. The young woman approached some hanging clothes and suggested they could take those. Kim turned to a dresser. On it was a photo of Jake beside Max. It was clear the two were deeply connected, true friends. Reflecting, Kim thought, someone who cared so much about his dog? What could have happened? At that moment, Selena caught his attention. Kim turned and saw her pointing to a leaflet on the wall. There's a picture of a mandrake there. Looks like he was searching for a mandrake. Curious, Kim moved closer to look at the image of that strange plant, somewhat thoughtful. I think I saw that in a movie once. Noticing he didn't know what it was, Selena explained, you've never heard of that screaming plant? It's rare and extremely hard to collect. At that moment, Kim remembered the strange sound he had heard in the forest the day he went to check on Shaman. Selena added, still, it's incredibly valuable. Every herbalist dreams of finding one. Kim looked again at the photo of Max beside Jake. Now everything made sense. On the hill, Shaman looked at the dark, heavy sky, sensing a storm approaching. Strangely, this made him happy and almost excited. Then his memories took him back. Jake and Max, caught in a storm, found refuge in a cave. The same one Max still guarded with all his strength to this day. Seeing the approaching storm, old Jake said, wow, a sudden downpour. Better wait it out before moving on, right? He lit a fire and approached Max, who was shivering, soaked through. Without hesitation, Jake took a towel from his backpack and began drying the animal while comforting him. Good thing I brought this, just in case. Stay still. If you stay wet, you'll catch a cold. Max, excited, jumped on Jake, wanting to return the affection. Outside, lightning struck, and Jake said, good thing we found this shelter. I didn't even know there was a cave around here. Then he saw something at the back of the cave. Approaching, his eyes lit up. Wait a minute, that's the color, the shape of the leaves. It's a mandrake. Jake was ecstatic. Wow, I never imagined seeing a real mandrake outside of books. I can't waste time. Max watched, curious, while Jake spoke excitedly. I need to go home and get my equipment. Max hesitated, worried, but his owner insisted. No, Max, I'll go alone. It's just nearby. Though reluctant, Max finally obeyed and heard Jake's last words. I'll be right back, okay? Wait here. Jake left into the heavy rain, excited. Today's my lucky day. But then, as he walked, he heard a huge noise. Jake looked up and widened his eyes. A mud and vegetation avalanche crashed down on him, burying him. In the cave, the fire went out. Max waited, alert. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The once majestic Shimon was now skin and bones, covered in dirt and wounds. Some people passing by commented with curiosity, a dog? I passed here last week and it's still there. Just by looking, you can tell it was abandoned. Some tried to approach. Poor thing, should we give him something to eat? But as soon as people tried to get close to the cave, Max growled threateningly. "What? What's that all of a sudden? Hey, he's dangerous, let's get out of here." Now I understand why the owner left him. Still, Max kept guarding the cave, faithful to Jake's last request. Back in the present, Max looked at the dark sky, hopeful. The soldiers approached to complete the mission of capturing the dog. Old Schwein beside them tried to stop them. "We don't need to rush so much. It's getting late, we should return to the barracks." Max, on alert, took a defensive stance. The soldiers prepared to do their job. One shouted, "Did we bring enough tranquilizers?" Another revealed, "Yes, they said it's a shaman, so I brought plenty." Cornered, Schwein tried to plead. "Seriously, can't we wait just 1 hour? I hired someone to help rescue this dog. From what I saw, he has a story. He never hurt anyone." But the soldiers were cold. "Do you think we came here to hear sad dog stories? It may be a sad case like you said, but our job is to keep the villagers safe." They aimed at Max. Exhausted, the animal could barely keep his posture. He was panting, almost fainting. At the exact moment of the shot, a hand stopped the soldier. It was Selena, and she confronted the soldier. "You are being hasty. We are here to rescue the stray dog. Wait a moment." Sun rays broke through the black clouds. Kim approached and called Max by name. Upon hearing that voice, Max relaxed. In the dog's eyes, that man was his guardian. Kim announced cheerfully and affectionately, "You've waited a long time, haven't you? I came to get you." Max burst with joy, wagging his tail, barking while jumping happily. Before, he barely had strength, but now he was full of vigor and happiness as he looked at Kim, believing him to be Jake. Kim, wearing Jake's clothes, extended his hand. Max came closer upon recognizing the familiar scent and let Kim change him. Kim gently stroked his head and then announced with sorrow, "Sorry, I'm not who you were waiting for. Let's go home, Max." Still in the middle of the forest, clouds hovered high in the sky, and the bright moon contrasted against the dark night. An animal ran desperately for its life through the dense vegetation, panting from pain and exhaustion. Without strength to continue, he stopped. His trembling and uncertain eyes scanned the surroundings, seeking safety. Behind a tree, a silent presence watched him. A black creature with bright yellow eyes prepared to attack. The small animal from before could only let out a desperate growl. A disturbing sound echoed through the forest, scaring all the birds in the area. The next day at Kim's clinic, the day started with a much lighter and livelier atmosphere. It was still morning when the screams of a desperate client echoed through Kim's clinic. "Doctor, help me! My baby isn't moving!" Kim turned with a furrowed brow, unable to believe what his eyes saw. He murmured, somewhat perplexed at the cute creature in front of him, and then said with complete disbelief, "Unbelievable, he's too fat to move." That was Ping Ping, species Flopir, age unknown. And among his characteristics, the little animal emitted a ping sound when he jumped. The creature was basically a hamster. The animal's owner broke into tears in total despair. "You're lying! Ping Ping has been so weak lately. He barely eats 7 meals a day." Kim gave the man a deadly look while scribbling in the medical record. "He could get seriously ill if he doesn't reach a healthy weight." The man hugged little Ping Ping, denying reality through sobs. Already tired, Kim called the next patient. To his surprise, who entered was old Schwein, accompanied by 2 men, one of them carrying a crate. Schwein greeted Kim enthusiastically. After that, it was revealed what had happened to Max since the rescue. The poor Chamon came down from the mountain and went to the village, to Jake's old house. But he still didn't understand that his owner had died and lay on the man's grave, oblivious to the world. When he refused to leave, everyone was moved. But fortunately, he opened up to those who continued taking care of him. Now Max was under Schwein's care, and the old man seemed satisfied with that. Kim, excited, asked, "What brought you here? Did something happen to Max, or is there another animal in danger?" Schwein hesitated, nervous. "No, it's not that. Actually, I came because of this." The man beside him carefully placed the crate on the counter. Kim watched attentively. Inside there was a mandrake? It was the same little plant from before, now all grumpy and asleep. Selena approached, curious. How strange. The root is above the ground. Usually they are buried deep. Kim listened as Schwein explained. "Jake, before he died, discovered this mandrake. We decided to keep it as a memory of him, but as soon as we put it in this pot, it just jumped out." Selena found all this very interesting. Schwein continued recounting the events. "This creature keeps screaming day and night. Every time we bury it, it jumps back up. Now nobody can live without ear protection. The chaos caused by the plant had caused many injuries, not to mention the number of people with ruptured eardrums." Selena expressed concern. "I've heard of cases like this. Some are sensitive to their environment. It seems they hate the place they are in. It's a nightmare to deal with. Fortunately, now it's asleep. But when it wakes up, pure chaos begins." Schwein, desperate, pushed the plant toward Kim. "Doctor, please take this." Kim crossed his arms, not wanting more trouble, and said, "I take care of animals, not plants." Schwein tried to argue. "Something that screams like that can't be just a plant." But Kim replied, "Even so, it's not an animal." Trembling, Schwein approached and whispered, I understand it's neither a plant nor an animal. It's a monster, a dark being, Kim replied suspiciously. Then why don't you take this to the church instead of bringing it to my clinic? But the sound of the argument woke the plant. Schwein shouted, "Ah! The dark being is waking up!" Without thinking twice, he and his companions fled the clinic, leaving the mandrake behind. Kim yelled, furious, "You abandoning bastards!" Anger took over him. "I've seen people abandon animals, but a plant? That's new!" Followed by a violent mental curse. Ignoring Kim's outburst, Selena removed the glass sealing the mandrake and explained, "As I told you before, mandrakes are rare and valuable herbs. Not only the leaves and stem, but even the root can revive the dying." Kim looked at her, still suspicious. What good is that if it can't be controlled? But Selena, observing the plant closely, noticed something and quickly warned, "It woke up. Kim, cover your ears if you don't want your eardrums to burst." The plant stared at Selena with a dark look. Immediately, she and Kim covered their ears, waiting for the fatal scream. Kim watched in disbelief. It's taking a breath to scream? Damn, if only I had my noise-canceling headphones, which I haven't even paid for yet. But suddenly, the mandrake's expression changed. Its eyes shone and became angelic. Something had caught its attention. Kim noticed the scream never came. He opened his eyes and saw the little plant looking at him with an enchanted glow. Intrigued, he murmured, "What's happening now?" Somewhat surprised, Selena promptly answered, "I think it likes you." The plant happily waved its roots. Selena, suspicious, asked, "Oh, Jin, show your necklace to it. Could that be it?" Kim questioned but obeyed. Upon seeing the shiny blue necklace, the mandrake went into ecstasy, blushing with joy and softly screaming. Kim was perplexed. Meanwhile, the plant danced in the pot, radiating happiness. Selena commented, "It's dancing. It really seems happy." But Kim made a face while thinking, "It looks like that sunflower toy at my friend's house, simply disgusting." Unmoved, Selena ordered, "Keep it in your room for now." The young man could hardly contain his surprise and complained, "What? I've never taken care of a plant before." With that, day turned into night, and as expected, another workday came to an end. But no, suddenly someone started banging on Kim's clinic door frantically and desperately. All that noise woke Kim, who had been dreaming deeply and even drooling. Barely able to keep his eyes open, Kim answered the desperate call of a visitor and immediately warned, "Nighttime appointments have a 30% surcharge, don't complain later." But the client didn't even care. In her arms, she carried a basket with a severely injured winged puppy. Crying, she shouted, "Please, save my baby!" Awakened by the shock, Kim examined the animal's wound and asked, "Was it attacked by a wild beast? The injury is too deep, it keeps getting worse, what do I do?" Selena, who had come down to see what was causing such a commotion, quickly suggested, "Mandrake leaves have strong coagulating properties." Surprised, Kim didn't waste time. "Really? Then bring me just one leaf, please." As Selena entered the room to get the leaf, the mandrake glared at the young woman with an angry, cocky expression. Its body was so full of rage that a six-pack appeared on the plant's belly. It looked ready to start a fight. Apprehensive, Selena murmured, "Oh, Jin, I think you better go ask the angry plant for the leaf yourself." Kim entered the room, and to his surprise, the mandrake was completely friendly, all shiny. He couldn't help but think, "Should I ask the plant for a leaf? Does it understand what I'm saying?" A little embarrassed, he asked, "Is it okay if I take a little leaf? It's kind of urgent." Immediately, the mandrake pulled a leaf with its hands and handed it to Kim, hopping with happiness. He was completely amazed. It couldn't be real. After applying the leaf as a dressing, the result was surprising. The wound had already begun to heal. The woman, with her little friend saved and back in the basket, couldn't hold back tears as she thanked, "Thank you, doctor. I will never forget this favor." Trying to stay serious, Kim replied, "He will need follow-up care for a while." As the young woman left the clinic, Kim let out a long yawn and went back to bed. "Finally, now I can sleep a little." 30 minutes later, the same scene. Someone was desperately banging on the clinic door. "Doctor, are you there?" Still in bed, Kim just smiled in frustration. Another animal had been attacked by a nocturnal beast. The condition was also critical. The owner begged, "My baby is badly injured. Please save him." Kim examined the wound and came to a conclusion. It was the same beast as before, but these wounds aren't typical hunting injuries. He's playing with them, acting like a psychopath. The woman and her daughter, worried, asked how an animal could be so cruel to that extent. Unaware of the events, Selena pointed out that she had never heard of a psychopathic animal, and asked Kim, confused, if this was some kind of new monster. Kim hesitated and just said it could be something like that. Meanwhile, the child was crying beside her injured pet. The little girl's name was Pio, and she revealed, "I know who did this. It was Baron Doyle's wolf. He roams the forest with this wolf and enjoys mistreating defenseless animals." Kim was horrified. "What kind of lunatic does that? Doesn't this world have animal protection laws? Why do they let him do this?" Of course, he's a noble. Overcome by growing anger, he shouted, "Damn this feudal system! How disgusting! I'm leaving this place. Long live the rule of law! Long live democracy!" Selena, more lost than ever, just murmured, "Democracy? I've never heard of that country." But Kim didn't answer. He just returned to the urgency of the moment. "First, let's treat the patient. Quickly." 1 week later, several villagers began knocking on the clinic door in the middle of the night. Exhausted, Kim lost control. "I can't live like this anymore. I need to sleep. There's no other way. It's time to start a class revolution." Kim gathered the villagers with torches, and they all marched to the Baron's castle. In unison, they shouted, "Animal-abusing Baron! Baron Doyle, wake up!" The cries for justice echoed through the night. Kim led the crowd, determined to reclaim his nights of sleep while shouting, "Baron Doyle, end the violence!" The commotion attracted the guards, who opened the gates to see what was happening. The leader asked loudly, "Who here is Kim Oh-jin?" Kim thought to himself, "Do they already know I orchestrated this? What kind of information do these guys have?" But despite being surprised, he identified himself, and to his astonishment, the soldiers bowed before him. The leader then declared, "We will escort you to the castle." Following that, Kim was taken directly to the Baron's pet quarters. Like all the other animals Kim had treated, the little creature was also injured. It was a blood wolf of the magma species, 11 months old. Its special trait was its long fangs, and a not very relevant fact was that it liked sweet potatoes. The Baron in tears begged, "Please save my baby Magma, I will give you whatever you want." Kim and Selena exchanged surprised looks. That was totally unexpected. After all, if it wasn't the Baron's wolf attacking the other animals, then who could it be? The next day, chaos took over the town. Whispers and rumors spread through all the streets. "Did you hear? They say a magical creature appeared in the western forest. I heard the Baron's wolf was eliminated." The residents were scared and anxious. Some made the chaos even worse. "It's not just any magical creature. Apparently it's a giant monster. I heard it's a man-eating monster." Some screamed, others cried, overwhelmed by panic. And there were those who claimed the creature was also attacking people. Desperate, someone shouted, "This village is doomed. What are we going to do? We have to flee to the lower village before it's too late." One man stood out in the crowd, catching everyone's attention. "Everyone! There's no reason to fear. Our Baron Doyle has already started an operation to subdue the monster." People began shouting in agreement with the news. The man continued, "They set a huge trap in the forest to capture the creature, and the soldiers are patrolling day and night, so it's just a matter of time until the monster is caught." The population began to praise the Baron's actions, but Kim knew it wasn't quite like that. He watched the whole crowd while remembering. All the Baron did was cry and throw tantrums. His subordinates had to handle everything on their own. The Baron had acted like a spoiled child, breaking objects, while his men didn't know how to deal with the situation. He refused to eat until everything was resolved. One of the soldiers tried to calm him down. "I will give the orders to the captain. Please eat something." Meanwhile, in the town, everyone greeted the Baron as a hero. "Long live Baron Doyle, our hero." Kim observed everything, head down but thoughtful. So this is how media manipulation works in the medieval era. At that moment, Selena approached and commented, "You look suspicious." They were standing in front of a glass shop waiting to be served. Kim leaned back on the bench and crossed his arms before revealing, "Most of the animals we've treated at the clinic so far were attacked near the East Forest, right? But the place where Magma was attacked was deep inside the West Forest, far from the village, and now the Baron's soldiers are focusing only on the West Forest. It makes sense to investigate the most recent location, of course, but it's strange they completely ignore the East Forest." Selena agreed. "I also find it very suspicious. The locals don't usually go to the West Forest. Do you know why? There are many ghost stories circulating there." Kim raised an eyebrow, curious. "Ghost stories?" Before the conversation progressed, the shop owner called them. "You've waited long enough. Please come in, both of you." The man opened a case showing the organized items, several syringes. Then he stated, "The items you ordered are ready. Each piece was hand-blown, made with reinforced glass mixed with albarium powder, resistant to high temperatures and impacts. Deer leather with waterproof coating was used, and the needles were made by fusing gold and steel." Kim's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow! The isekai technology is amazing! And all handmade? No, wait, if it was blown, it was made with the mouth?" The craftsman, not understanding much of the excitement, wiped the sweat with a towel. "I made this following the design, but it was the hardest thing I've ever produced. I can't make it again." Kim insisted, "Hey, don't say that. I'm going to depend on you from now on." The man tried to refuse. "Sir, I'm serious. I can't do it again." Kim, as he would in the modern world, tried to solve it with money. He showed a pile of gold coins. "What if I give you a fair reward for the effort?" The man accepted with a smile, shaking Kim's hand. "I will do my best." A partnership had been formed. Kim continued reviewing the drawings of his instruments. A bottle with reinforced glass tubing made of rubber-like material, a measuring instrument, a hospital cage made of birch wood. All those pieces of equipment would be manufactured little by little from then on. Kim also analyzed the renovation plan for the new office. Each sector had been planned according to his needs. Without holding back, Kim showed it to Selena. The young woman looked at his notes, surprised. I never thought of organizing the space like this. It's a change in mindset. Kim smiled enthusiastically. This is called a modern hospital. Praise me, oh savages. Someone interrupted the conversation. Kim turned toward the clinic entrance. Several men were carrying packages, and Selena went to attend them. Kim asked what it was about, and Selena calmly explained. They are medicinal herbs. This is the flora of Lunas. If mixed with water and ingested or ground finely and inhaled as a spray, it induces sleep. This one is the tear of berryneth, a painkiller. This here is Ophirian. Eating the flowers relieves stomach pain. This is the stem of Semiron. If boiled and drunk, it stops coughing. And this pluna berry has powerful antiseptic properties in the juice made from the fruit. Kim was amazed at the level of Selena's notes. This is insane. What kind of herb lowers blood pressure and also reduces glucose? Are you kidding me? What? It even treats cancer and dementia. Not even in my world does something like this exist. Selena rested on a sofa with an air of nobility and announced, Teach this modern and ignorant man. Kim knelt at the girl's feet, bowing to her. Selena, savoring the power, ordered him to continue. At that moment, little Pio ran into the clinic, catching Kim's attention. Lord Ojin, you need to come quickly. She shouted, The monster has been captured. Selena and Kim were surprised. At night in the forest, the hunt for the monster that had been attacking the animals continued frantically. The Baron led everything, mounted on his horse, followed by soldiers and villagers holding torches, ready for their revenge against the night beast. Something roared in the shadows of the forest, and Kim, alongside the others, was impressed. What an incredible sound. It sounds like a dragon's roar. What kind of monster could it be? One of the soldiers spotted the trap where the animal was supposed to be caught and shouted, She destroyed the trap and escaped. The crowd grew even more agitated. Everyone wanted the creature's head. The hunting dogs followed the trail to a dark spot behind a tree. They ran toward what they believed was the monster terrorizing the town. Kim kept his eyes alert, determined to find out what kind of creature it was. Then the beast revealed itself. It let out a cry and took an aggressive stance, raising its fur, or at least it was supposed to, because the creature in question was just a scared little black kitten with an unusual M-shaped mark on its forehead. Silence fell over the place. Everyone stared at the small animal without saying a word. That was it. The feared monster was just a cat. One of the soldiers looked at the Baron hesitantly and said, My lord, no matter how you look at it, that really looks like just a stray cat. But the Baron shouted, full of conviction, I'm sure it's this one. Can't you see how terrified our magma is? The huge wolf trembled, all curled up. After all, what dog wouldn't be afraid of a cute little kitten? The Baron pointed furiously at the black feline and roared, Look at those claws and teeth. It really is a creature from the underworld. But Kim thought differently. Inside, his judgment was another. The situation was obvious. The Baron, son of a rich family, extremely strong, wanted to punish a harmless being for having hurt his beloved pet, who was socially disadvantaged, without a guardian, and also frequently bullied. In other words, it was pure violence disguised as self-defense. Kim couldn't understand how the situation had come to this point. Seconds later, the soldiers threw a net over the little cat. Kim was shocked by the absurdity. Are they seriously going to capture him? A muscular man in the background shouted, Tie him with extra chains. The scene had already crossed all limits of sanity. Kim couldn't just watch while a crowd turned against a scared and apparently defenseless feline. Hysterical screams echoed in the air. Burn the monster! Trying to contain the madness, Kim raised his voice in a firm and booming shout. No! Shout. But the Baron, with a dark look, declared coldly, We'll drag him alive. We'll carry out the execution in front of everyone. The soldiers around him showed sadistic expressions. It was as if they were thirsty for revenge. Kim looked around, incredulous. Are you serious? This was clearly animal abuse. Suddenly, an old memory flooded Kim's mind. Doctor, what do we do? I used to feed this little animal in the commercial district, and it's been a long time since I last saw him. In the memory, two people cried desperately in front of an injured and hurt cat. They said sadly, Someone did this. Kim, shaken, trembled, remembering the state in which he found that poor animal. Then he shouted mentally, filled with rage, You sick bastards! And among the owners most hated by Ojin, in the #1 position were the animal abusers. Soon a soldier shouted, That bastard is tearing the whole net apart. The little black cat was already surrounded by several nets and chains, frantically struggling to break free. Kim couldn't take it anymore. With all the strength in his lungs, he shouted, Stop! Everyone, cover your noses and mouths! The Baron cast a suspicious look at Kim. The soldiers also stopped to watch him. Kim had a plan. He thought, If you're going to act like it's the Middle Ages, he pointed to the mark on the animal's forehead and exclaimed, Look at the mark on that bastard's forehead! Selena and the Baron seemed interested. Kim, staring at the poor frightened cat, announced dramatically, It's the clear pattern of the letter M, and the scar just above it, that is. Kim widened his eyes, trying to look as alarmed as possible, and finished. It's the mark of the great dark being who will bring a global plague, the mark of Corona, the great pandemic. To save that cat, the protagonist said the first thing that came to his mind, that the animal bore the mark of a dark being, Corona, the great plague. Upon hearing the name Corona, the Baron and the others were confused, as they had never heard of it before. The lie told by Kim Ojin began to grow thanks to his imagination. The first carriers of the plague are rats, servants of the dark being. So cats that devour these rats absorb their energies, becoming even stronger carriers than the rats. This is the plague of Corona. Once the disease spreads, at least half the population will be doomed to disappear. With a dark look, Kim Ojin narrated the newly invented horror story. However, the guards did not believe his words, even though he had recently become more famous. Nevertheless, Baron Doyle, mounted on his horse, interrupted the criticism. When the guards looked surprised at the Lord, he cast a suspicious glance at Kim Ojin. Is this really true? The protagonist did not hesitate and firmly affirmed, yes, it really happened where I lived. To defeat the villain, the whole planet had to wage war against the plague. Looking at the cat trying to gnaw the chains that bound it, the Baron asked if Kim Ojin was saying that this cat was one of the servants of that dark being. The protagonist nodded seriously, continuing his story. But it's still very young. We can suppress this. Where I come from, we created a cure. We can do the same here. Seeking help, he looked at his assistant. Right, Selena? The girl sighed when suddenly looked at so abruptly. The protagonist blinked a few times, hoping the girl would help him. Rolling her eyes, she took the initiative. It's possible. If we use samples from the cat and the right herbs, we can create a cure for the plague. The protagonist was extremely worried that it might not work. Maybe he had invented too much. To irritate the protagonist, one of the guards turned to speak to the Baron. My lord, this is an absurd story. The Baron acted justly when making his decision. I'll give you 1 week. In that time, cure the creature and bring it to the castle. If you fail, it will go to the public square. Returning to the clinic, the protagonist sighed and with a smile thanked. Thank you, Selena. You're better at lying than I expected. However, the young woman contradicted him. I didn't lie. Seeing the confusion in Kim Ojin's eyes, she explained, actually, we can create a cure using the creature and mandrake. But 1 mandrake won't be enough. We need to get at least 100 of them. Confused, Selena looked at the cat, asking Kim Ojin why he wanted to save it. The cat had been sedated and treated, but when it woke up, it would be in a state neither of them could handle. The protagonist crossed his arms, telling the truth. This creature is not the one attacking the village animals. Kim Ojin showed the records of symptoms and wounds of the animals he had treated. All had wounds of similar size and shape. However, those caused to magma were smaller and less intense, indicating they were made by a different animal. Looking at the clues found by Kim Ojin, Selena realized it was indeed magma who was hurting the animals in the village, while that cat had actually attacked magma. The protagonist confirmed her intuition but added, there's something else. Baron Doyle is using his authority to cover up the fact that magma has been making the attacks so far. Selena became curious about the reason. Kim Ojin already had a guess. Perhaps this hunt promoted by the Baron was just a ruse so he could reach his real target, the cat. Selena then understood why the Baron, instead of eliminating the cat, only wanted to capture it, and also why he had fallen so easily for their lie. Looking again at the cat, the large scar on its forehead didn't seem normal. Something about it disturbed him. Besides, the poor animal had old wounds scattered across its body, which was quite strange. Kim Ojin swore he would get to the bottom of this story and bring the truth to light. Kim Ojin's words and actions were changing Selena's opinion of him. At first, she had imagined he was just another veterinarian hungry for money, but now she was beginning to see him in a different light. Suddenly, Selena came across something she didn't expect to see. Kim Ojin had buried his face in the cat while petting the fluffy animal. With his face full of fur after smelling it, Kim Ojin smiled, so warm and soft. Once again, he buried his face in the cat's fur, making Selena roll her eyes at such craziness and making the mandrake boil with jealousy. A few days later, at dawn, a loud howl echoed through the town. People were frightened. What is that sound? I've never heard anything so terrifying in my entire life. Suddenly, a know-it-all appeared. Didn't you hear? Kim Ojin is fighting a dark being right now. He is purifying a creature that spreads a plague. People immediately formed in their minds the image of a powerful being. They began to believe that Kim Ojin was not just an ordinary veterinarian, but a powerful wizard from another world. Quickly, the medieval public opinion solidified, and a crowd gathered in front of the clinic to cheer. Long live the great wizard Kim Ojin! Inside the clinic, the protagonist looked shabby, completely dirty with food. He held a spoon with some kibble. Come on, eat at least 1 spoonful, good boy. Despite the calm words, the furious cat attacked him, completely bristled. The cat with the mark on its forehead showed its true temperament, preventing Kim Oh-jin from getting close. Now, 3 days later, Selena thought the cat was smaller than before. The protagonist confirmed she was right. The cat had not only lost weight, but had shrunk from 80 centimeters to 60. To Selena, this proved that the cat was a dark beast. It was probably shrinking because it was losing the mana from its body. Kim Oh-jin, however, didn't care about mana or things like that. He just wanted the kitty to eat since it hadn't eaten for 3 days. The kitty was trapped in a vicious cycle. It got furious because it was hungry, burned energy due to anger, and ended up even hungrier. Kim Oh-jin really wished he had a churu to lure the kitty. At the moment he made this wish, the protagonist felt a sudden intense pain in his chest. Before he realized it, the pendant on his necklace began to glow. Surprisingly, something started to emerge from inside it. The magical churu package opened by itself and flew toward the aggressive kitty. Before the kitty could attack the churu, it was already in its mouth. The red mark on its forehead was purified, and its aggressive attitude disappeared as its eyes began to shine lovingly. The protagonist quickly picked up the kitty in his arms, helping it eat the churu. Selena almost rolled her eyes when she heard how Kim Oh-jin was talking to the cat. "Baby, were you hungry? Eat, it's tasty, isn't it?" Kim Oh-jin, hugging the cat, looked more like a child while feeding it. The kitty, with closed eyes, even held the churu with its own little paws to eat it. Looking closely, Selena realized what had happened. The mark on the cat's forehead had changed color, and now everything made sense. She remained silent, watching Kim Oh-jin enjoy the cuteness of the animal. However, she knew that thing was not just an ordinary cat. A monoceros was a lion that had a horn on its forehead. During the era when dragons disappeared and mana overflowed throughout the world, they were called mythical beasts and revered as sacred beings. Wherever their horns touched, dry land was blessed with water, and dark lands received the gift of light. All these blessings were only possible because of the heart of the monoceros. They possessed in their hearts the astonishing ability to generate mana. Moreover, the horns on their foreheads functioned as a sacred passage through which mana flowed. However, those who touched them could not avoid their own death. After the time of mana scarcity, the number of monoceros decreased. To protect themselves, they began to imitate smaller animals, but never lost the pride they carried as mythical beasts. They had never been tamed by anyone, except for a single being, the spirit of healing. After feeding the kitty with the churu, the protagonist celebrated that it had successfully used the bathroom. The so-called spirit of healing, Kim Oh-jin, smiled happily. "Good job, Kim Sunja, let's eat another churu." On the other hand, the legendary mythical beast, Kim Sunja, anxiously huffed, waiting for the next churu. The kitty climbed onto the protagonist's lap, once again being fed by him, while raising its tail as a friendly gesture. Selena couldn't understand if this was really right. In his mansion, the Baron shouted in surprise while bathing with his pet. "What? That thing ate obediently?" The spy reported what he had seen. Kim Oh-jin was holding the cat like a baby. The cat was purring and eating passionately. While the Baron remained incredulous, the head of the guard appeared in the bathroom kneeling. "My lord, the soldiers are restless. About the dark lion, about the plague. That cat really isn't an ordinary cat." The Baron knew very well that humans couldn't tame monoceros. No matter how much power was spent, they simply did not lower their guard. In the worst case, the mana inside their bodies could turn into poison, causing them to self-destruct. Such power was immense. An entire nation could be forced to kneel if such a plague spread. In Doyle's mind, Kim Oh-jin's words still echoed. When he said something like that had happened in his world, and the whole planet fought against that plague for years. Doyle frowned, thoughtful. He had only heard that monoceros never ate anything given by humans. This made him wonder if Kim Oh-jin knew some special method that even he himself did not know. The next day, a receptionist was organizing the patient queue at the clinic. "Guardian of the Pink Fairy, please enter the consultation room." Patiently, she showed the way to the old man who had brought his pet for a consultation. Seeing how things were going well, the protagonist smiled. He couldn't help but remember how Selena was completely different from the current receptionist, who used to fight with clients who made noise. "Do you want me to silence your pet with magic?" Because of Selena, customer service was terrible. Also, she constantly attacked misbehaving clients, and finally, mysteriously left in the middle of the shift, leaving poor Kim Oh-jin to take care of the shop alone. A few days ago, Selena had suddenly disappeared. She left behind only a letter saying she would return in a few days, which made Kim Oh-jin even more irritated with her attitude. "That's a just cause for dismissal, right? Does she think she owns the place? Even I don't do that." Urgently, Kim Oh-jin asked Pio, who lived nearby, to help him for a few days. Offering double the salary, the protagonist managed to convince her to start immediately. Pio was incredibly good at what she did. She treated clients politely and kindly, showed genuine care for sick animals, and was extremely diligent at work. Kim Oh-jin was excited. He wished Pio would become his full-time employee, forever if possible. Stopping to observe his clinic, the protagonist realized it was surprisingly quiet, despite the presence of many clients. Normally, the environment would be a mess, with animals barking, roaring, chirping. Walking with the kitty on his shoulders, he wondered why all the animals were so quiet. That seemed strange, but he didn't realize that the monocerous kitty was pressing the other animals with its mythical presence. Time passed, and Kim Oh-jin called the next patient. Once again, who entered his room was Ping Ping, who had grown several times in size and in weight. The protagonist couldn't believe that the little creature that once weighed 500 grams now seemed to weigh almost 10 kilos. Can a hamster get that big? Isn't that a panda? Ping Ping's owner was confused. Doctor, but he's a flopier. The protagonist then remembered that in that world, animals had different names. Ping Ping's owner approached, still suspicious. You know what a flopier is, right? The protagonist didn't know what to answer, but Pio appeared to save him. Dr. Oh-jin came from another world, so he uses different words. The young savior made Kim Oh-jin proud by adding that, being a doctor from another world, he could diagnose things no other doctor could. The client accepted Pio's enlightening explanation and realized how silly his question had been. Kim Oh-jin couldn't hold back anymore. I can't wait any longer. You're hired full-time, Pio. Hearing the rewarding words, the young woman was extremely happy. Returning to the main subject, the protagonist asked why the hamster, who could barely move, was so big. The flopier's coloration was quite unique, but structurally it was exactly like a hamster. The protagonist continued analyzing the animal, which, frightened, ended up being stared at by the monoceros, who watched everything from the top of a shelf. Sunja growled slightly at the flopier and, unexpectedly, attacked the poor animal. The protagonist was extremely scared when the cat lunged. With claws out, Sunja hit Ping Ping. In an instant, the flopier was thrown away, splitting into three. With the sudden multiplication, the trio in the room was completely startled. The protagonist couldn't understand how that world could be so insane. He had at least hoped that the basic laws of physics would be respected. A phenomenon like that was not something his medical knowledge could explain. Seeing Ping Ping split into three, its owner began to tremble. Worried, the protagonist wondered what he should say. However, he didn't need to say anything, because the owner, crying with joy, hugged his three Ping Pings. He wasn't interested, no matter how many families I tried to make for him. I'm so happy. How should I name them? The three flopers were squeezed in such an excited hug that they soon ran out of breath. Suddenly, the first flopier managed to escape, and quickly the others followed suit. They were extremely fast, especially now that they were smaller than before, but two hands moved swiftly, grabbing the little animals. Selena, who had just arrived at the clinic, caught the last of the three flopiers with her mouth, trying to speak while holding the little creature. This is not a flopier. Looking closely at the animals, she explained, they are blubs. Where did they come from? Ping Ping's owner didn't know the animal's origin. It had been a gift from his father. Curious, he asked if Ping Ping was an evil creature. Wanting to analyze the animals more carefully, Selena locked them in a cage to keep them in the hospital for a while. The owner looked visibly scared, but with a threatening look, Selena dissuaded him from taking any rash action. Don't worry, I'm not going to dissect them. Seeing the tension in the air, the protagonist quickly reassured the young man, we don't do anything unethical. You can trust me. Without the guardian's consent, we do absolutely nothing. Selena then explained that bloobs are not natural creatures. In fact, they are artificial experiments created by evil wizards. The protagonist could hardly believe it. Were there crazy scientists even in fantasy worlds? Selena held one of the bloobs with a sad look. That doesn't mean bloobs are evil like those who created them, but we also can't ignore their mistakes. She returned the bloob to the cage, commenting that she thought they had already disappeared. I didn't expect to see these animals here. It must have been what, about 100 years? The protagonist was shocked by the revelation. How old are you? He had always wondered why Selena spoke so informally, and now he was beginning to understand. It was because she was much older than she looked. Sunja, upon seeing Selena up close, growled furiously. Then someone started banging hard on the clinic door. Kim Oh-jin, open the door! Both the protagonist and Selena turned around, surprised, and discovered that Baron Doyle was outside. Upon discovering the Baron's visit, the protagonist knew he was screwed. Doyle burst into the clinic, shouting furiously, "Bring the monster!" The protagonist had spent the entire week wondering whether to hide the cat or help it escape. But since he was busy trying to make it eat, he ended up doing neither. In front of the Baron, he took on a flattering posture. "Oh dear Baron, you have arrived." Inside, however, he was furious with Selena, who had cowardly disappeared. He tried to offer tea to the Baron, but he simply threw himself into the chair with his legs on the table, arrogantly averting his gaze. "Forget it, just bring the monster." The protagonist was surprised and tried to argue. "Oh no, what should I do? The treatment isn't finished yet." The Baron's men stepped forward to answer for him. Don't lie. If the clinic is working so well, that means the treatment is already over. Averting his eyes, the protagonist tried to make up an excuse, claiming that a problem had arisen during the process. Curious, they asked what had happened. Kim Oh-jin quickly improvised. While I was exorcising the evil spirit, a mysterious bond formed between me and the cat. In other words, we are now connected. We can no longer be separated. It was the lamest excuse he could invent to prevent them from taking the cat. But the Baron's men shouted back indignantly, not believing a word. With no other options, the protagonist decided to confront the Baron head-on. By the way, why do you keep a black cat identical to this one locked in a dungeon in your mansion, Baron? Startled, the Baron almost jumped out of his chair, not understanding how the young man knew this. The protagonist approached with a stern look. Don't tell me you plan to capture this cat and kill the other innocent one in its place? Trembling with fear, the Baron pretended not to understand what Kim Oh-jin was saying. The protagonist kept a firm tone. From the beginning, the one responsible for attacking the village animals was not Sunja, but your wolf, Baron. Doyle stood up, outraged at being confronted. What kind of nonsense are you saying? Do you have any proof? Since the Baron demanded proof, the protagonist took out a note with records of the animal's wounds. If they compared the medical data, the truth would come out. But before they could do that, one of the Baron's men stepped forward and tore the paper. With an ironic smile, he mocked. Oh, looks like the evidence disappeared. Furious, the protagonist wished digital documents existed in that world. The man quickly passed by Kim Oh-jin, grabbing the cage where Monoceros was imprisoned. However, as soon as he touched the cage, Sunja attacked him through the bars. The protagonist immediately tried to think about what to summon. He considered summoning an iron box to protect the cat, but if he took it along, that could also be his end. For a moment, he even thought about summoning a weapon and ending everything. He gripped the pendant tightly, wondering what he should really do. But before he could act, someone stopped him. A group of elves, accompanied by Selena, unexpectedly entered the clinic. At their head, an elf holding a staff firmly requested, "Please, everyone stand up." The Baron was stunned upon recognizing the man. The staff he carried bore the insignia of the three worlds, along with a glowing mana circle on his forehead. This was the head of the Supreme Inspection Agency of the Western Continent, Kalyan, of the Etherian Order. Recognizing such authority, Doyle and his men bowed slightly. "It is an honor to meet you, but why would someone from the Sacred Etherian Order come to such a shabby place?" Kalyan smiled and revealed the reason for his visit. They had received a report that a divine beast threatened with extinction had been discovered. The protagonist, for his part, completely ignored the elf's words. He was in shock at his appearance. He looked exactly like the elves from the movies. Seeing him there in person was insane. Seeing Selena next to Kalyan, the protagonist finally understood the reason for her disappearance. She was the one who had brought those people to the city. Finally, the protagonist noticed that Selena's ears formed small bumps under the hood. He couldn't believe he had never noticed until then that she was an elf. After receiving the divine beast from Selena's hands, Kalyan raised his staff and cast a spell that made his long golden hair flutter. Vienta arca rundas. While the kitten purred, the magic circled its body, putting it into a deep sleep. The cage opened, and the magic itself made it float out. The elf observed the small feline and confirmed that it was indeed a Monoceros, as Selena had said. The crown-shaped wound on its head resembled the cross-section of a branch from the world tree. To Kalyan, that was the mark of a mana extractor. A furious aura arose around the elf. Someone forcibly drained the mana from this sacred creature, one of the last remaining in this world. Baron Doyle was frightened when Kalyan suddenly turned to him. The elf approached with a dark energy, his hair flying with the power emanating. "Baron, was it you who cut off this baby's horn?" The Baron began to cry, hastily denying, No, absolutely not me." Furious, Kalyan shouted, "Then tell me who it was." Unable to answer, the Baron and his men fled in tears, fearing the elf's wrath. The protagonist cried with emotion upon seeing that the animal protection group was more powerful than the nobles of that world. In his mind, that elf brother was the most incredible person he had ever met. With his magic, Kalyan sealed the Monoceros and commented, "There aren't many weapons in this world capable of cutting the horn of a divine beast. A small investigation should be enough to uncover the truth." Kalyan thanked Kim Oh-jin. Thanks to him, they had managed to protect such a precious creature. Feeling flattered, the protagonist scratched the back of his neck, trying to downplay his achievement. Kalyan then informed that they would take the young Monoceros to care for it. The protagonist was surprised to realize he would have to say goodbye. "So they're going to take Sunja." "Well, of course they would." Suddenly, one of the elves noticed the cat was breaking the magical barrier with its own strength. The others didn't understand why this was happening. Kalyan tried to calm him, saying they were not enemies, but the cat's actions didn't stop. With a forceful strike, the barrier was destroyed. To everyone's surprise, the kitten jumped into Kim Oh-jin's arms, meowing loudly. Surprised, the protagonist received him with open arms, smiling as he heard the cozy purring. Callian and the other elves couldn't believe what they were seeing. Then they noticed the necklace around Kim Oh-jin's neck. That necklace. Don't tell me that. Callian guessed something, and soon realized his assumption made sense. After putting the kitten to sleep, the protagonist looked up, confused. The three elves stared at him with a strange look, a look Kim Oh-jin knew well. It's the same look my graduate professor had when he tried to lure me into postgraduate studies. The protagonist turned pale upon realizing even Selena had joined the group, looking at him the same way. With a glow around him, Callian approached. "Oh-jin, I'm going to entrust this baby to you." Surprised, the protagonist asked if that was really right, but the inspector looked at him with the same determined gaze as before. Normally, the most sensible thing would be to take you along with the Monoceros for a full investigation. Just hearing that terrified the protagonist. However, Callian's following words reassured him. "But since Selena is with you, I can entrust this mission to you with peace of mind." Selena agreed to the mission, averting her gaze as if she didn't care. Her cold reaction made Oh-jin furious, but he could do nothing. Immediately, the chief elf raised his staff and cast a new spell. Lumiere Lahentinos Silen, Arelon. The released magic struck the kitten, who had awakened in Kim Oh-jin's arms. A collar appeared on the Monoceros's neck, a special item imbued with the protective magic of the Etherian Order. The kitten tried with hurried paws to tear off the newly appeared object, but that was the item that would help it recover its powers in place of the lost horn. An elf also explained that if the Monoceros ever ended up in danger, they would receive an emergency signal. The collar worked as an automatic alert system. As a sign of gratitude, Callian gave a gift to the protagonist. The protagonist received a ring imbued with the authority of the Celestian family. Upon taking it, he felt that putting it on would drag him into an expedition led by that family, where he would fight for his life against monsters, or worse. However, Callian explained the ring's real purpose. It carries the same protective magic. In case of emergency, we will also receive a signal. Although grateful, Kim Oh-jin wondered why the elf smiled so kindly. Suddenly, Callian held his hand, wanting to put the ring on his finger as if it were a wedding. Startled, the protagonist exclaimed, "Wait, I'm not emotionally ready yet." The ring frighteningly fit perfectly on his finger. Smiling, the elves encouraged him. "It really suits you." Kim Oh-jin had been single since birth. He couldn't help but look at the ring on his finger with fear. The ring, shaped like leaves and adorned with a green pearl, was the first he had ever worn in his life. He couldn't accept the fact that the ring had been given to him by a suspicious elf. "I'm sorry, but I have to reject the ring." Callian looked confused and asked why. The protagonist then replied that he worked with his hands, and accessories were not interesting to him. The elf didn't understand what Oh-jin meant, and asked him to treat the item not as jewelry but as armor. The protagonist tried to refuse the item in another way. "Since I'm a doctor, having something on my hand is inconvenient." Callian, misunderstanding again, waved his staff to make the item convenient for him. A green magic, Elvios Sirior, was cast on the protagonist's hand, startling him since he did not expect such a thing. Suddenly, the ring began to disappear, and in the place where it was, a mark appeared on his finger. The protagonist was stunned. He couldn't believe that suddenly a tattoo had appeared on his finger, although it looked cool. Callian then instructed him, "Place the ring over your heart and say Callian Celestine." Confused, the protagonist did as he was told. Immediately, the staff in Callian's hand began to glow, as did the tattoo on Kim Oh-jin's finger. From the light over the tattoo, a hologram of Callian appeared, repeating his words. "Now you can communicate remotely with anyone who possesses a telesthrone, a voice transmission gem." The elf then instructed Oh-jin to say the word light. As soon as the protagonist repeated it, a light shone from the tattoo like a flashlight. The protagonist waved his hand excitedly. "I absolutely loved this." Callian explained there were still other uses, but Kim Oh-jin could discover them over time. He didn't want to spoil the young veterinarian's excitement. Callian reminded him that the most important function of the item was still the protective one. With a childlike look, the protagonist thanked him immensely for the incredible item, making Selena almost roll her eyes, remembering that he had practically tried to throw the item away a few minutes earlier. Changing the subject, Callian revealed he had a question to ask. Looking at the necklace, the elf asked where Kim Oh-jin had obtained that item. Realizing what the elf wanted to talk about, the protagonist revealed that it was a long story, which he summarized in a few words. "I got the item from a dragon." The elf's eyes widened in disbelief. "You met a dragon? But dragons have been extinct for thousands of years." The protagonist was surprised and confused. The elf misunderstood what Oh-jin had said and asked, "So you mean you have existed for over 1,000 years, Mr. Oh-jin?" Smiling at the misunderstanding, the protagonist tried to clarify things. "A dragon's pet was very sick, so it tried to summon a healer. By coincidence, the summoned healer was me. As payment for the treatment, it gave me the necklace, saying it could send me back to my original world. But instead, the dragon sent me here. The protagonist explained the story, scratching his neck uncomfortably. The more Kim Oh-jin spoke, the more the elves were troubled by his story. The protagonist faced a silence, and when he realized it, he was being praised. The 3 elves knelt before him, treating him like a saint. "Oh, spirit of healing, it is an honor to meet you." The protagonist began to tremble, confused by how they treated him. It was then that he stopped to think. At that time, the dragon had also acted clumsily and cutely, calling him spirit of healing just like the elves. The protagonist sighed deeply as he pinched the bridge of his nose to try to calm down. With a tired expression, he tried to avoid the gleam in those elves' eyes. "Guys, please calm down. This is a misunderstanding. I am just a normal human. I was summoned by accident, by a dragon's mistake. Besides, it's Bat being sick wasn't that sick. It had just been neglected. I wasn't much." Even trying to explain himself, Kalyan still focused on the fact that he had received a necklace imbued with a dragon's power. The protagonist didn't think it was a big deal, since he had faced a huge problem being dragged into another world. Suddenly, Kalyan grabbed the protagonist's hands. "Mr. Oh-jin!" The protagonist was startled, especially seeing the elf's worried look asking for his help. "This world is currently facing a serious crisis. Have you heard about mana?" The protagonist tried to back away, refusing to hear about the subject, but Kalyan continued the explanation. "Mana is the sacred life energy that composes this world. Emerging from the very source of this land, mana is incorporated into all things around the world. The more mana someone accumulates, the stronger and more sacred they become." The elf explained that humans have 10 mana points, while griffins have 5,000, and dragons at least 100 million points. However, after the extinction of dragons, countless divine beasts began to disappear, one after another. As soon as the dragons vanished, the leviathans followed the same fate. Eventually, even the world tree began to wither. With a worried look, the elf warned, "At this rate, mana will soon be completely depleted, and the survival of the next generation will be in serious danger." Feeling the crisis, the world's leaders established an organization to create countermeasures. Thus, the Etherean Order, to which Kalyan belongs, was created. Having explained its origin, Kalyan then spoke about Oh-jin. "Sir, there is a legend passed down in this world since ancient times. The spirit of healing, using the dragon's authority on his neck, will save the world." Confused, the protagonist pointed to himself, asking if they were talking about him. Kalyan confirmed his doubt, holding Oh-jin's hands with a blushing smile. "That's right. We have been waiting for you all this time." Surprised, the protagonist asked for a minute to explain the misunderstanding. However, before he could say anything, Kalyan and his subordinates knelt before him. "From today on, our Celestine family and the Etherean Order will devote their lives to protecting Mr. Kim Oh-jin, the spirit of healing." The protagonist hurriedly tried to refuse the offer, but only tears ran down his cheeks, for it was already too late. In the end, he could only blame the damn dragon who summoned him by mistake and gave him the necklace that caused the confusion. After the elves left, the protagonist continued attending to the animals. This time he was examining a flying fish named Lumi, aged 42. His nutritional state is good, and there are no signs of disease. The owner, worried, asked why her fish was not flying. The protagonist guessed, could it be because of old age? Flying fish usually live about 50 years, and he is already 42. The owner realized it made sense. Her fish was getting old. However, she couldn't accept the fact of aging. "Doctor, is there a way to slow down the aging process? Or at least help him fly, even if temporarily?" The protagonist thought that was quite difficult. First of all, aging is a natural part of life. It was necessary for animal owners to accept that. The young owner, sad for the fish, was also sad about something else. "The truth is, my father has been bedridden due to illness since last year. He really loved flying fish, so he raised many of them. But since he was confined to bed, the fish started weakening too. And now, Lumi is the only one left." The young woman explained that Lumi was especially dear to her father. That's why they were always together. She couldn't help but laugh, remembering a story. "I heard that when my father proposed to my mother, he gave her Lumi as a gift." The protagonist couldn't believe that wasn't a joke. Selena explained to the protagonist that it must be true, as it had become a global trend. The fish owner explained that nowadays they don't do that anymore, but it was done because flying fish could emit light from their bodies. Flying fish used to fly in groups in the night sky, like constellations of stars. They were extremely popular animals at large events and festivals. The young woman was still enchanted, remembering the past. "That's why my father did everything to get Lumi, releasing him into the night sky during the marriage proposal." The protagonist became extremely irritated to discover they used animals for events. Putting that aside, he heard that was how the young woman's parents had a very happy marriage, surrounded by flying fish. However, a few years ago, her mother had passed away due to illness, and after that, her father began to weaken. her father began. Her teary eyes told that now her father was isolated in his room, spending the whole day caring for his flying fish. The girl's tears were about to fall when she almost jumped on Kim Oh-jin. Not long ago, my father said that if these flying fish lost the ability to fly, his life would be over. The protagonist couldn't believe that the man's last attachment was like the last leaf clinging to a tree in autumn. Selena rolled her eyes, asking the young woman why she didn't just buy healthy fish. The protagonist couldn't believe her words. The young guardian ignored Selena's harsh words and began to cry. Lord Oh-jin, please, I beg you. Please help Lumi become healthy again. Please save my father from this despair. The young woman begged Oh-jin to help Lumi so that her father would not lose hope in life. The protagonist wanted to help, but the only thing he could do was refer her to another professional. I already told you the fish is aging. For your father, you need to see another doctor. It was true that emotional attachment to pets could affect health, and Kim Oh-jin had seen this happen many times. A young woman, seeing her elderly kitten refuse to eat, was going through a hunger strike. A young man, thinking his dog couldn't run because of old age, was losing the will to live. But he was mistaken. The dog had a dislocated kneecap and just needed care to return to normal. Many times Kim Oh-jin had encountered such negative effects. The protagonist had just gotten rid of the flying fish when he heard someone shout. As he turned around, the elves appeared. Oh, spirit of healing! The protagonist was startled and woke up. Luckily, the elves were only a dream. Sighing heavily, trying not to wake the monoceros sleeping on his legs, he wondered what kind of strange dream that had been. When the protagonist arrived at the clinic, his face was swollen from insomnia. Pio had a face just like his. She also hadn't slept the night before. The receptionist thought he was worried about the flying fish from the previous day. But that wasn't the exact cause of Kim Oh-jin's insomnia. Pio sighed, heartbroken. Although the doctor said it was a symptom of aging, it could also be due to lack of mana. The protagonist, stroking the sleeping kitten, was drawn by the mention of mana. Pio recalled that since childhood, she had heard adults say, they said flying fish would stop flying because the air's mana would decrease, and at this rate of decline, they could completely lose the ability to fly. The protagonist realized what was happening might be similar to pollution problems. Apparently, the ecosystem of the entire world was collapsing. The protagonist frowned, recalling the elves calling him the spirit of healing who would save the world. Selena appeared when least expected. Not only flying fish are being affected, more and more animals are getting sick. In most cases, the cause is considered unknown or attributed to aging, but it's because of the mana problem. The biggest proof Selena could give was licking herself on Kim Oh-jin's table, the monoceros. The protagonist remembered that Sunja was originally a lion. Although Monoceros was now an adorable cat, he wondered how he would look as a lion. He wondered if Sunja would become a grown lion if the mana problem was solved. The protagonist thought for a moment and hurriedly asked Pio, what disease was the flying fish owner's father suffering from? Pio thought for a moment, recalling that the man's bones were weak and broke easily. The protagonist immediately asked Selena what medicine was used for that disease. Selena, well-versed in natural medicine, explained, bone-healing flower root, blood root for pain relief, and probably other supplementary herbs. The protagonist asked if any of these herbs had long-term side effects. Selena then explained that bloodroot caused fatigue and nerve numbness over time. The protagonist realized that was the real reason. Immediately, he asked if there was a medicine to prevent such an effect. Selena replied yes, but that would cancel out the effect of the original medicine. Immediately, the protagonist stood up. It's okay, please teach me how to make the medicine. Selena quickly answered, it's right behind me. Confused, the protagonist leaned forward, looking at what was behind Selena. The protagonist realized it was the mandrake, crossing its arms with a snobby look. Kim Oh-jin approached the mandrake, thinking she would help. You heard me, right? I'm just going to take some leaves to make medicine. However, when Oh-jin's hand got close to the mandrake, she tried to move away. The mandrake huffed, looking away and refusing to help. The protagonist didn't understand why she was like that. He tried to force her to help, but that only irritated her. Furious, the mandrake began to scream. Surprised and in pain, Pio and Oh-jin covered their ears tightly, trying to prevent the piercing scream from reaching their eardrums. After the sudden scream, the mandrake started to cry. Worried, the protagonist approached. What's wrong with you? Why did you scream all of a sudden? The protagonist put his hands on his hips, irritated. You almost burst my eardrums. Pio quickly ran to defend the plant, asking Oh-jin not to be so harsh. The young receptionist tried to take care of the mandrake. Maybe she was upset because you only show up when you want something from her. You've been very attached to Sunja these days. The protagonist, who had never taken care of a sentient plant before, made an excuse, saying he was shy around plants. Pio advised that at least he should give the mandrake a name. The protagonist found it strange to name a plant, and this attitude made the mandrake even sadder, breaking her heart. The protagonist gritted his teeth, annoyed that he had to worry about the feelings of plants. Quickly, he did as Pio suggested, naming the mandrake Kim Mandol. who completely changed her attitude upon receiving a name. Excited, the mandrake celebrated, shaking her body and leaves energetically. Pio, an ally of the mandrake, celebrated with her. "Isn't it great? Congratulations, Mandol." Seeing the mandrake celebrate, the protagonist approached, trying to get her to cooperate. "All right, how about 2 leaves, Mandol?" The mandrake proudly tore off 2 of her leaves, handing them to Ojin, who still found her a bit creepy. Pio, seeing how the mandrake behaved, commented that she was jealous, noticing how animals and plants loved Ojin. Selena watched everything from the sidelines and remained silent, thoughtful. Suddenly, she surprised the protagonist by asking him to give her his necklace for a moment. The protagonist showed the pendant without much resistance. Selena put the necklace around her own neck. One of her hands touched the monoceros kitten, who showed some resistance, while the other touched the mandrake. Both immediately showed their respective fury, pushing Selena away quickly. While Pio tried to calm the plant and animal, Selena almost rolled her eyes, realizing that neither were hostile because of the power of the dragon necklace, but because of Ojin being in the situation. Curious, she asked the protagonist how he activated the power of the necklace. The protagonist thought for a moment, remembered how he did it, and explained, "If I focus my thoughts on what I want, my chest feels a tight sensation, and then the power is released, I guess." The fact that Ojin's chest tightened made Selena believe the power was connected to his heart. The protagonist took back the necklace, and soon the monoceros approached him with a happy face and open mouth. Just by touching the necklace, Sunja came closer, as if it was snack time. Having teased the poor kitten, the protagonist gave him a churu. Selena understood that what Kim Ojin was actually doing was feeding the monoceros with his own mana. She wondered if that might be dangerous. While Ojin fed the kitten, Pio informed that she had finished grinding the leaves. With the ground leaves, the protagonist made a liquid medicine. Selena watched Pio help Kim Ojin prepare for the patient visit and wondered, "Kim Ojin, could you really be the spirit of healing?" In a luxurious 3-story mansion, bathed in the morning sunlight, a family rested. The young girl who had gone to seek help at Kim Ojin's office for her flying fish, Lumi, entered her father's room carrying a tray with milk and medicine. However, the girl was startled to see her father lying on the floor alongside his flying fish. She quickly ran over, trying to lift him, and with her help, he managed to sit up on the floor, weakly responding, "I'm fine." However, the girl was extremely frightened by the fact that her father had fallen while trying to get up on his own. The old, disheveled man held the small Lumi in his arms, commenting, "It seemed like Lumi wanted to see outside the window." Desperate, the daughter shouted, "You should have called me or someone else." Tears welled up in her eyes, sad to see her father's condition. "Your bones are already weak. It could have been a disaster if something had gone wrong." Coughing, the old man resigned himself to his situation. "In any case, I don't have much time left." Desperate, the young girl tried to cheer her father up, asking why he kept saying that, trying to strengthen him by saying that his illness could improve. However, the man was not in that state just because of his body. "L'Oreal, people don't meet their end just because of illnesses. When all hope disappears, that is when their lives come to an end." L'Oreal shouted desperately, pleading for her father to stop saying such things. It was at that moment that a group burst into the house, and leading them, Kim Ojin shouted, "No! People perish because of misinformation and wrong prescriptions about diseases, just as they do because of bad daily habits and lack of care." The girl was surprised to see Dr. Kim Ojin, and her father, who did not know him, asked for his identity. Kim Ojin introduced himself to L'Oreal's father as a veterinarian and took the opportunity to explain, "The reason Lumi can't fly is not because of its old age." He pointed to L'Oreal's father, stating, "He can't fly because of the side effects of the medications you're taking." L'Oreal and her father were shocked by the sudden statement. Confused, L'Oreal's father, peeking from behind his thick bangs, asked what the doctor was saying. "I'm taking the medications, but why is Lumi the one suffering from the side effects?" The protagonist picked up the small flying fish in his hands. Weak, the animal lay still as he explained. Flying fish can live on land now, but they still retain several habits from the time they lived in water. One of the most notable characteristics is that they prepare food for the individuals they like. In other words, the reason Lumi has lost the ability to fly is an overdose of the substances from the medications that got stuck in your hair and beard. L'Oreal's father was shocked to realize that he had unintentionally harmed his fish. However, he refused to believe it, claiming that the little fish did not lick his hair. It was then that L'Oreal revealed the truth. "Dad, didn't you know? Whenever you sleep, those little ones clean your hair and beard all night long." It was then that L'Oreal's father realized the reason his beard was always shining. After explaining and making the patient understand the reason for their illness, Kim Ojin opened a case with needles and antidotes. "Yes, and that's why I prepared a cure. With this, they should regain their energy in no more than 2 days." Taking one of the needles, Kim Ojin asked L'Oreal's father to at least wear a cape while he slept at night. However, L'Oreal's father was determined. "I will shave everything off." After his assistant held Lumi, the protagonist approached to administer the injection to the flying fish, which trembled with fear of the needle. Another flying fish was resisting the sting, and with Pio holding it firmly, Kim Oh-jin was able to do his job. After administering the injections to the flying fish, which rested on the floor, the protagonist explained that the medicine had a rapid effect, so the little fish would recover quickly. As soon as Kim Oh-jin finished speaking, one of the fish began to flap its wings, unexpectedly taking off from the ground. The flying fish Lumi had tried its hardest and flew towards its master. Luriel's father smiled brightly as he saw little Lumi kiss him. It felt like a waking dream, filling him with happiness. Kim Oh-jin was also excited to see Lumi's recovery, which must have improved first because it had been in good health until recently. One of the other flying fish crawled toward Kim Oh-jin, showing that it had regained some of its strength, which made the doctor realize that the other should also improve at any moment. However, surprisingly, the fish that crawled to Kim Oh-jin bit his wrist furiously. Another flying fish went for the back of his head, tugging at his hair. The protagonist shouted as he was attacked from all sides, "What are you? Piranhas!" Suddenly, one of the fish that had bitten Kim Oh-jin began to tremble. Luriel's father's eyes sparkled with expectation as he saw his fish being lifted into the air by a large amount of energy, surrounding it as if making it a sun. Kim Oh-jin was surprised to look up, just as Luriel was, who had been waiting to see that for a long time. The three fish flew through the sky, shining like stars, something that hadn't been seen in a long time. Luriel's father's eyes reflected the brilliance of the flying fish, enchanted by their beauty. He then remembered the past, when he was in a forest where various flying fish shone in the sky. Below the fish was Luriel's mother, captivated by seeing something so beautiful for the first time. Hearing her gratitude for showing her such a vision, Luriel's father looked into the eyes of his beloved. "Would you like to marry me?" Holding his favorite fish, Lumi, Fred relived the memories of that day. Even Kim Oh-jin was enchanted by the beauty of the shining fish. Pio beside him commented, "I think I now know why he used the flying fish for the marriage proposal." Selena, who had watched everything, was impressed. The fish shone and flew freely in the air simply because they had tasted Kim Oh-jin's blood and hair. This proved to the elven girl that this man was not ordinary. Still, she wondered, is this the person this world has been waiting for? Some time ago, in a meeting with Kalyan, Selena had asked him if he truly believed that Kim Oh-jin was the spirit of healing. Kalyan's answer was direct. Yes, everything fits the description of the prophecy. However, even so, Selena was worried since Kalyan had handed over a ring that wasn't even his. With a smile, Kalyan reassured her. "It's all right. That woman would certainly do the same. Besides, the ring suits him well." After taking a sip of his tea, Kalyan explained to Selena, reminding her of a few things. "Selena, Kim Oh-jin was chosen by the Monoceros. Is there more definitive proof than this?" Reminding her that other people already knew about the Monoceros, Kalyan warned that rumors about the return of the spirit of healing had already begun to emerge and would soon spread throughout the world. In the face of Kalyan's serious gaze, Selena thought of something. "Don't tell me you're going to use him as bait?" She finally understood why Baron Doyle had been allowed to escape. Nodding, Kalyan affirmed that punishing 1 or 2 villages was an easy task. However, his goal went much further. "Selena, we are waiting for the truth to be revealed." The young elf fell silent, as Kalyan had stated that he did not want to put Kim Oh-jin in danger. Knowing that the young woman who was having tea with him had gone to that village for another reason, he still asked, "Isn't it a coincidence? Of all places, the spirit of healing appeared right in front of you." Selena remembered and told Kalyan that the first time she encountered Kim Oh-jin in the middle of the village, he was subduing a giant rabbit. She had been worried about the collar the animal was wearing, which is why she wanted to take a closer look. Despite confirming that Kim Oh-jin was special, Selena still did not see him as the spirit of healing. However, Kalyan instructed her, "You will find out if you continue observing him. As you know, the prophecy about the spirit of healing is not just about saving the world." The next day seemed like another peaceful day at Dr. Kim Oh-jin's veterinary clinic. However, a deafening scream shattered the tranquility of the environment. Kim Oh-jin was startled to see once again Bloob, the little hamster, in his clinic after having dismissed it the previous week. Selena picked up the small animal in her hand, shaking it back and forth while introducing it. "I'm taking care of one of the 3 bloobs." Startled, Kim Oh-jin shouted for her to stop shaking the poor animal. There were 2 types of bloobs, those with cores in their heads and those without. As long as the bloob with a core was contained, the others could not multiply. Kim Oh-jin finally realized that the bloob in Selena's hand was the one that could multiply. Holding the bloob firmly, Selena explained that it was very sensitive and that it multiplied when stressed, so they would have to be careful. Fearing the mess, Kim Oh-jin shouted, worried, "Be careful? You mean you're going to keep that thing here?" With a monotone look, Selena confirmed her intentions. Kim Oh-jin wanted her to return the bloob immediately, but she refused. Bloobs needed special care. They often multiplied due to incompetent owners, and many even destroyed entire villages because of it. Kim Oh-jin seemed to go crazy with each new explanation from Selena about the bloob. With his hands on his head, he questioned whether she really intended to keep that dangerous creature in the clinic. The protagonist felt it was like raising a ticking time bomb in a gunpowder depot. He already had the mandrake, which had a terrible temper and was extremely noisy, and a kitten with a history of violence. Worried, Pio asked Selena if she had received permission from the bloob's owner to keep it, since the owner loved it so much. However, Selena gave Pio a frightening look. Do I really need permission? After making Pio cry, Selena revealed that she hadn't asked for permission, but stated that she ordered them to cooperate. Astonished, Kim Oh-jin understood that his associate had simply taken the bloob for herself. He was about to intervene when Pio called him urgently. Approaching the veterinarian, Pio recommended that he let Selena do whatever she wanted. I heard this from adults around me. Don't mess with elves who have their ears covered. Confused, the protagonist asked why, and ominously, Pio explained, apparently, elves mark the ears of serious criminals. That's why many of them hide their ears. Imagining Selena with a large dragon tattoo representing a faction and an electronic ankle bracelet, Kim Oh-jin nearly fainted. He realized that this made some sense, as Selena was the type to attack first and ask questions later. Moreover, Selena and her cold gaze didn't reveal much about her past, and she hardly spoke about herself. Frightened, the protagonist wondered if Selena was really an ex-convict and what kind of crime she had committed. A sinister expression, caused by fear, appeared on Kim Oh-jin's face as he imagined that Selena might have already buried someone. For him, a single option seemed to arise to free him from this evil: to fire Selena. Amid Kim Oh-jin's thoughts, the one he was thinking about startled him. It's time to open up. Despite Selena being competent, Kim Oh-jin imagined that he could hire someone equally efficient. Thus, he opened the door of the veterinary clinic and was met with a crowd of people waiting for him, shouting his name. A man with a snake around his neck cried, "Kim Oh-jin, please look at my baby!" In front of him was a woman with a depressed bird, and further ahead, a boy holding a small nest with a lizard. "Kim Oh-jin, please!" Quickly, Pio tried to intervene against the various people crowding with their pets, asking them to line up so that order numbers could be distributed. With a confused expression, the protagonist watched Pio struggle to control the crowd. Apparently, he couldn't fire Selena for now. Meanwhile, in Baron Doyle's castle, a dark voice questioned the Baron. "An order from Etherian? Why did they go there?" The image of an elegant man confronted him, and the Baron didn't know how to respond. Kneeling before the communication portal, he reported, "They invaded talking about divine beasts, continued interrogating us, and then fled." The man on the other side of the portal was furious with Doyle. "They fled? You let the Etherian Order take the Monoceros and escape?" Doyle quickly bowed, fearfully asserting that he would recover the Monoceros. Irritated, the man asked how he intended to get the animal from the Etherian Order. However, Doyle corrected him. "I don't need to go against them because Kim Oh-jin has the animal." Confused, the man stated that there was no way that could be true, as Monoceros do not coexist with humans. Doyle, in a hurry, said that he also thought so, but that, contrary to expectations, the Monoceros strangely followed Kim Oh-jin. The man's dark expression concealed his disbelief. Thinking of something, he questioned Doyle about who else knew about this. After thinking for a moment, Doyle began to list. "Me, my men, the butler." In the midst of Doyle's counting, the man interrupted him, asking, "Have you silenced all of them?" Seeing Doyle confused, he began to shout, "You idiot! Does your head serve only as decoration? Get rid of everyone who was with you that day." After going through all that stress, Doyle was panting heavily. He had been reprimanded for an hour, not knowing why. While resting, putting ice cubes on his head at his butler's request, Doyle ordered, "Call some people, Theodore and Alex." However, the butler revealed that both had left. The butler smiled like an idiot, revealing that the two guards were always complaining about working overtime, so he had given them a day off. Furious, Doyle shouted, "Who told you to do that? Cancel their day off and bring them back." However, the butler stated that since the two had already left, he didn't know where they had gone. Doyle felt his life flashing before his eyes. He had the sensation that he was seriously screwed. At the same time, in a bar, a man was boasting, "I'm telling you, I saw the Etherian Order. I saw Callie and Celestian with my own eyes." Upon hearing the name of the elf, someone approached excitedly. "The Etherian Order is in this region. Why did they come here?" Soon, the news about the Etherian Order visiting the veterinary clinic of Kim Oh-jin spread among the market vendors. They said it was related to endangered species. In a church, some young people were talking. One of them revealed, "I heard that veterinarian Kim Oh-jin is not an ordinary guy." Another young person commented, "They say he's a spirit, a fairy from another world." Soon among the blacksmiths, the topic of the spirit of healing spread. Some thought it was just a myth, but others testified, They say he subdued a giant rabbit using mana and even tamed a divine beast with his bare hands. Lifting his axe, a bearded blacksmith commented, "Maybe he's just a doctor with great physical strength." Soon the topic spread and reached the castle. Some young women talking were surprised to hear that the spirit of healing was a man. A young woman with pink hair affirmed the matter. "I heard that spirits are beautiful, so I thought they were all women. But a man? That changes things." The lady with her was confused, asking what would change. The young woman brightened, interested in the subject. "It changes because the prophecy says that the spirit of healing will save the world, and the person next to the spirit will rule the world." In Montauville, there was a residential area in the noble district. Away from the common houses, a mansion in colors ranging from sky blue to greenish tones, with numerous marble statues illustrated nobility. A man had arrived at the mansion, receiving a warm welcome. Shaking his hood, Adrian, the blonde nobleman, looked around, asking, "Why is the clinic so quiet today? I guess there must only be calm animals. Bring in the first patient." The butler, who worked in the mansion used as a clinic, didn't know how to respond to his master and timidly revealed that there were no patients. Noble Adrian was surprised. "What? But it's almost noon. Did they leave because I arrived late?" However, the butler revealed that no clients had appeared lately. Adrian sat at the table, resting his chin on his hand. "What's going on? Is that stingy Count Downey still trying to sabotage me?" Irritated, he cursed Downey, swearing he would take him to court. Trying to correct his master, the old butler timidly revealed that there was a new clinic in Belmore. Adrian was confused. Remembering that this was the district of the commoners, he told the butler that his clients were all nobles, and none of them would go to such a shabby place. Sweating profusely, the butler revealed he didn't know why everyone was going there, but said the clinic was quite popular. For Adrian, there was only one reason. They're probably using some cheap trick. Adrian's skin exuded wealth, as did his golden hair. Using his charm, he dismissed those below his social caste. A plebeian doctor is still just a plebeian doctor. "I graduated from the Royal Academy where only nobles can enter." Rising, he exuded arrogance. "I better treat this as a vacation and take a break. The unicorn's visit to Lady Marianne tomorrow guarantees my monthly income anyway." However, the butler lowered his head, as he had a matter to discuss with his boss. "Actually, Lady Marianne just sent us a message canceling her appointment." Adrian was surprised and immediately imagined what might have happened. He didn't even want to hear it, but the butler was forced to reveal, "Yes, she said she would visit the veterinary clinic of Dr. Kim Oh-jin instead of yours." Adrian slammed his hand on the table upon hearing this and ordered, "Prepare the carriage immediately. Go!" The name of the young blonde man was Adrian Havencrown. With the support of his renowned family, an exceptional appearance, as well as intellect and culture, Adrian stood out as a rare talent. Because of this, everyone wondered why he had become a veterinarian, despite such qualifications. The reason was simple. Adrian loved people, especially those beautiful ladies who adored their lovely pets. For him, there was nothing more rewarding than alleviating a lady's worries. However, Adrian didn't want others to misunderstand him. He still followed the code of professional ethics and kept his personal and professional lives separate. Nevertheless, there was one exception to this rule: Lady Marianne Astrid, the beautiful lady with pink hair who owned a unicorn. The moment Marianne entered Adrian's clinic for the first time, her light hair blowing in the wind, silky like a rose bathed in dew, Adrian felt his heart race just at the sight of her. In love, Adrian thought that perhaps he had become a veterinarian, simply to be destined to care for her unicorn, even if the animal hated him. Thus, he couldn't believe that Marianne was letting someone else, a random plebeian, treat the cupid that united them, her unicorn. Donning his coat, Adrian declared, "Close the clinic for today. I'm going straight to Lady Astrid's house immediately." Scratching the back of his neck, the butler was already planning to close the clinic anyway. Since the mansion where Marianne lived was not far from the clinic, Adrian quickly completed his journey and was welcomed. The lady, already in her 40s, received him sitting on her cozy sofa, sipping a cup of tea while commenting, "How unusual for you to come here. Can you tell me what brought you without us having scheduled a meeting?" Nervous, Adrian placed his hand over his chest and declared, "As Lulu's veterinarian, I couldn't help but worry. Lulu is a very sensitive child, as you know." A bit irritated, Adrian tried to explain, letting a plebeian man take care of her. However, the woman interrupted him. "It's not a man. Kim Oh-jin is actually a woman." Adrian was surprised to hear Marianne's mother state that although veterinarian Kim Oh-jin was a commoner, she was quite skilled, apparently. Marianne's mother revealed that she imagined the veterinarian must be very beautiful, as everyone was calling her a fairy or spirit. Adrian blushed intensely and his body went limp. He couldn't imagine how beautiful a woman must be to be called a fairy. Various images flooded his mind. A sweet woman with golden hair and a warm smile like sunlight, or a cool beauty with short hair. As Adrian fell in love with the images in his mind, the woman in front of him cleared her throat. "Master Havencrown?" Seeing Adrian's reaction, she revealed, "I'm sorry, I just made all that up. I was curious to see what your reaction would be. Leaving Adrian surprised, she coldly ordered the guards to escort him out. Adrian's eyes filled with tears as he tried to apologize. I'm not some kind of lecherous man obsessed with women. It was a misunderstanding. I only desire Lady Marianne. Rolling her eyes, the lady's mother bid farewell to the veterinarian, irritated that he didn't even try to hide his desire to corrupt her daughter. However, Adrian shone, trying to convince her, I want to marry her. That was the last straw. The young lady's mother ordered her guards to throw Adrian into the street. Shortly after, Adrian's carriage traveled along the muddy roads. He saw no other choice but to find Kim Oh-jin in person. With his arms crossed inside the carriage, Adrian recalled what he knew about unicorns. People believed that unicorns acted kindly towards pure women, but this was not true. Unicorns judged people using their sharp sense of smell. They especially hated the smell of blood and male sweat, a careless approach, and you would either receive a kick or be pierced by the unicorn's horn. However, unicorns loved women who were always clean and wore good perfume, like Lady Marianne, for example. Adrian saw himself as a unicorn, a lover of fragrant women and a hater of men. It took some time and many trials and errors, but in the end, he discovered how to get along with Lulu. The secret was to bathe twice before meeting the unicorn and to wear the same perfume as her owner. Adrian was sure that when the stinky plebeian veterinarian, who didn't even know what perfume Marianne used, approached the unicorn, a fit of rage would occur, and Lulu would finish him off. Adrian then planned to make his appearance, immaculate and perfect, to save the day. His plan was to appear as a saving prince, to protect the life of his beloved, or rather of her unicorn, and make her fall in love with him, living happily ever after with Marianne, like in a fairy tale. With such delusions, Adrian even forgot about life, blushing as he smiled to himself. Outside the carriage, the coachman and the horses were startled by his dreamy laughter. Sometime later, the carriage arrived in Belmore. Adrian got out of his carriage and after walking just a few steps, found himself confronted by a huge crowd. A few meters ahead of him, a man exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, I've never seen a unicorn before." Hearing about the unicorn, he wondered if what was happening had already begun. He just needed to wait to see the plebeian veterinarian humiliated in front of the entire crowd. Suddenly, Adrian saw the unicorn raise its front legs and cheered, "Good job, Lulu!" He smiled excitedly. "Keep attacking like that!" However, he fell silent as he saw what was really happening. An unknown man was riding on Lulu's back while the unicorn raised its legs victoriously. Adrian was shocked. His jaw dropped. It felt as if his soul had left his body. On top of Lulu, the man smiled, commenting, "What a calm unicorn." Adrian couldn't believe his eyes. Even sedated, Lulu was aggressive. Beside the duo, the young lady with pink hair smiled, covering her mouth with her hand. "I've never seen Lulu let anyone ride her besides me." Adrian, in shock, couldn't accept this. To him, there was no doubt that the veterinarian was using some trick. Kim Oh-jin was so excited that she called Selena to try to touch Lulu as well. Seeing an elf near the unicorn, Adrian imagined that she was the one who had done something since elves could use magic. He thought that if the elf had used magic on Lulu, the unicorn would be nice to others. However, as soon as the elf touched the unicorn, Lulu retaliated, furiously biting her arm. Shocked, Kim Oh-jin asked if Selena was okay. The young elf looked at the bite mark on her arm, feeling a slight pain. Adrian was stunned because that was Lulu's normal reaction. The other people in the crowd gasped in shock at seeing Selena injured and recoiled in fear. Kim Oh-jin quickly dismounted from Lulu, rushing to Selena. "A horse bite needs urgent treatment!" Pio immediately sprang into action, asking everyone to step back. Thus, Kim Oh-jin took Selena inside, guiding Marianne and her unicorn to follow them. The door was closed and the clinic was temporarily shut down, disappointing those who wanted to see a bit more of the unicorn. While everyone commented on how the unicorn had bitten Selena, Adrian frowned in doubt. Not wanting to back down, he looked around and found a window. The noble veterinarian tried to climb a tree next to the building, silently pleading that anyone who saw him wouldn't misunderstand. "I was the tree-climbing champion for 2 consecutive years." Climbing to a certain height, Adrian was able to see through the window the veterinarian and the elf. He pulled out a pair of binoculars from somewhere to get a better view of what was happening. The first aid that the veterinarian was using looked decent in Adrian's eyes, and he wondered what herb she was using. Seeing how unusual the bandaging style was, Adrian questioned whether that was the method used by commoners. Adrian noticed something on Kim Oh-jin's finger and tried to zoom in with his binoculars to see better. He could clearly see the tattoo on Kim Oh-jin's finger. Surprise appeared in his eyes as he immediately recognized the crest of House Celestian. Celestian was the noblest house of the High Elves. He didn't understand why a low-level commoner possessed the symbol of such a noble family. Selena showed her arm to Kim Oh-jin. Although she had thought it would only be a minor injury, there was still poison in the saliva of unicorns. As Kim Oh-jin bandaged Selena's wrist, he expressed his relief. I think we were lucky since the injury wasn't worse. Selena looked puzzled by the incident, commenting to Kim Oh-jin that, normally, unicorns weren't so hostile. The only reason they could find was that this unicorn really didn't like her. After the first aid, Marianne, who was accompanying the duo with her unicorn, apologized. I'm so sorry. I will cover all the medical expenses. However, Kim Oh-jin rejected the offer, stating that they were the ones who had been careless. Marianne was a bit surprised and changed the subject, asking about Selena. Does she work here too? Kim Oh-jin introduced Selena as an assistant, and while the elf showed off her 35-centimeter biceps, he explained that she mainly handled the heavy work. Marianne nodded, understanding that someone as renowned as Kim Oh-jin, known by everyone, should indeed have a great team. However, she was not satisfied with some things. This hospital was recently built, but it seems too small for someone of your caliber to demonstrate your skills, Mr. Kim. The protagonist didn't understand what the unicorn owner meant, but she clarified, I think a larger clinic would be more suitable for you. A depressed look appeared on Kim Oh-jin's face as he remembered his old clinic. It was located on the ground floor of a commercial building with the worst accessibility possible, with no subway station or bus stop nearby. The bathroom was constantly clogged, the heating and air conditioning barely worked, and noise complaints due to the animals came in non-stop. Those memories terrified Kim Oh-jin, who held his head in his hands while curling up in a corner of the room murmuring, and still, just to open that place, I emptied my bank account, took out a mortgage and a personal loan. I was paying a fortune just in interest every month, and don't even get me started on the ridiculous maintenance fees. Although she did not fully understand Kim Oh-jin's murmur, Marianne could tell that he had been through many hardships. With her interest awakened by Kim Oh-jin, she approached the veterinarian, observing him. How foolish of me. I failed to recognize someone as incredible as you, Mr. Oh-jin. With a slight graceful smile, she apologized as she made a decision. Don't worry, my eyes are sharp. Only the best should match someone like you, Mr. Oh-jin. Something like a clinic sponsored by my family, for example. Charmed and confused, Kim Oh-jin wondered if the young woman was hitting on him. Moving even closer and making Kim Oh-jin blush, Marianne added, only if you want to. At that moment, a meow tore through the atmosphere between them. Turning around, they found the unicorn Lulu fighting with Sunja, who until then had been sleeping on top of a shelf. They quickly separated the animals from each other. Sunja, all bristled, threatened to pounce on the unicorn, who, jealous, neighed and raised her hooves to stomp him. Managing to pull the pink and blue-maned unicorn away, Marianne held her. Lulu, why did you act like that so suddenly? Selena put her hand on her chin, commenting on how strange it was. Unicorns are known not to like humans, but they usually get along well with animals smaller than themselves. Selena didn't say it out loud, but she knew that unicorns got along especially well with Monoceros, since they shared many traits, like the single horn. Marianne's veins bulged with anger, hidden behind a smile. Are you saying my Lulu has a bad personality? Selena didn't even blink to answer. That's right. Marianne couldn't believe the elf dared to be so direct, and in turn, rays of hostility appeared. You speak rudely and informatively all the time, don't you? Just because you're an elf, you think you're all that? Selena wasn't afraid to respond in a monotone voice. Coming from someone who cut the line without reservations, only rich kids do that. Furious, Marianne pulled out 3 papers, shouting, cutting the line! There are several numbered tickets here, you know. However, Selena knew how she had gotten the tickets. You bought them, didn't you? Marianne tried to claim she had received them fairly, but an hour earlier she had appeared with a chest of gold to exchange it for the tickets of people already in line. To her, that was just a small token of gratitude. Pio, surprised, commented, buying a spot in line with money. Nobles really think they're different, don't they? Marianne found herself cornered by the 2 girls and shouted, is there no one with good manners in this clinic? While the argument was going on, Lulu grew increasingly irritated. Suddenly, the unicorn raised her hooves, neighing and scaring Pio, who was closest. Lulu ended up hitting the bookshelf, which started to topple over. At that moment, someone burst into the clinic like a ray of sunshine, breaking the window and shouting, danger! Selena held the bookshelf to keep it from falling while watching the intruder fall face first to the ground. Everyone gathered around the blonde man who had burst into the clinic through the window, wondering if he was still alive. Adrian raised his badly injured face, looking at the unicorn's owner. Thank heavens you're safe, Lady Marianne. Marianne screamed in fright, not understanding why Adrian was there. Standing up like a gentleman, Adrian extended his hand in front of his body, greeting her. Are you hurt anywhere, milady? Marianne returned the concern. You're the one who looks hurt. As Adrian turned to wipe his injured face, Pio asked why he had broken the window, while Selena was already preparing to make him pay for the damages. After fixing his face and showing a delicate smile, Adrian turned to the 2 girls. Seems I scared the ladies. My sincere apologies. Adrian knelt, taking Pio's hand, and introduced himself. I am a veterinarian, Adrian Havencrown. Kim O, Jim, and Marianne rolled their eyes, seeing Adrian act romantically with the woman he didn't know was married. Protecting and caring for small and beautiful lives. That is my profession. Kim O Jim wanted to know who that syrupy bastard was, giving off the vibe of a cheap digital influencer. Irritated, Kim O Jim interrupted the kiss Adrian was giving Selena's hand. What the hell is a doctor doing breaking into someone else's clinic through the window? Adrian exchanged his charismatic smile for a completely dark one, grinding his teeth at Kim O Jim. Why do you want to know? Why not? Adrian quickly moved to Lulu's side, explaining, the truth is I am Lulu's doctor. He held the unicorn's snout, speaking softly to her. My pure Lulu, white as snow, I can't believe your skin has gotten so much worse in just a few days. Unnoticed by him, Lulu made a face of disgust, trying to move away from him. Once again, Adrian changed his posture, pointing an accusing finger at Kim O Jin. It must be because she was treated by a shameless bastard like you. With hostility radiating from him, Adrian confronted O Jin. Be honest, what did you do to Lulu? The protagonist was already tired of that annoying man and retorted, Lulu is perfectly fine, and the shameless one here is you, stalking a patient and illegally invading a clinic. Adrian huffed furiously, pointing his finger at Kim O Jin's face once more. You're useless as a doctor, I get it. You bastard Cyberarch. Kim O Jin was shocked to be called a Cyberarch. However, since he didn't know what that was, he asked Selena, who explained that it was a carnivorous plant. Cyberarch flowers pretended to be harmless to capture their prey. They were often used to describe a seemingly harmless womanizer. Kim O Jin felt relieved not to have been called ugly, but was surprised to understand the meaning of those words. Marianne, who understood Adrian's accusation very well, scolded him. Mr. Adrian, that is very rude. How can you use such vulgar language to address Mr. O Jin? I didn't know you were someone who accuses others without any basis. However, Adrian confidently asserted that he had grounds for saying that. He approached Kim O Jin angrily, asking, Hey, do you have a fiancé or girlfriend? No? Have you ever dated a woman in your life? The protagonist felt that question hit him like a strong punch, and in a lamentable state, revealed that he had always been single. But Adrian didn't believe him and shouted, Liar! Even though Kim O Jin wished he were lying. Trying to expose the supposed fraud, Adrian pointed at his hand. And that mark on your hand? Kim O Jin realized he was talking about the tattoo and raised his hand. Adrian pointed at the tattoo, shouting, That is the exclusive symbol for members of House Celestian. In other words, it means you either inherited their lineage or you're engaged to someone from the family. Pio turned extremely red, and jaw dropped, brought her hands to her face. No way! Is that an engagement ring? Trying to hurriedly remove the tattoo, Kim O Jin shouted, That's not true! Desperate, Marianne approached the protagonist. Mr. O Jin, don't tell me. The protagonist quickly tried to explain that the token had been given to him not by a woman, but by a man named Callion. However, this only shocked Marianne and Pio even more. This left Kim O Jin even more desperate. No, I don't know what you're imagining, but definitely, clearly, you are wrong. Desperate, he asked Selena to explain to the two girls about Callion, but Selena refused. At that moment, everyone in the room heard a sigh, and Adrian was the first to turn around. Lulu was trembling slightly, frowning. Suddenly, the unicorn coughed, expelling an extremely thick goo from its mouth. Startling everyone, the unicorn collapsed to the floor. The protagonist quickly took control of the situation, asking Pio to bring him a candle and a stethoscope. Kim O Jin didn't understand what was happening. Lulu had been in great condition just minutes before when he was riding her. He didn't understand why her condition had worsened so suddenly. Opening the unicorn's eyes, Kim O Jin used the candle to measure the reaction of her pupils. They were normal. Lulu was breathing heavily, but it didn't seem to be a case of severe respiratory failure. At that moment, Adrian placed his ear on Lulu's belly to check something. He stood up excitedly. Congratulations, Lady Marianne. Lulu is pregnant. Startling everyone, Adrian made the revelation, surprising especially the unicorn's owner. The image of a unicorn with a large belly appeared in everyone's minds upon hearing that Lulu was pregnant. Hearing that made Marianne angry, not happy. Mr. Adrian, although you were strange, I thought at least you were a competent doctor. What do you mean by claiming that Lulu is pregnant? Did you hit your head when you fell? Adrian insisted he was sure there was another life inside Lulu, as even her vomit resembled morning sickness. Selena ended up solidifying the suspicion, recalling how Lulu had become aggressive. By the way, excessive guarding is also common behavior during pregnancy. Quickly, Marianne asked for Kim O Jin's opinion, who was using the stethoscope to check Lulu. After a brief evaluation, O Jin declared, She is indeed pregnant. Shocked, Marianne couldn't believe it was possible. Lulu lived in the castle garden, out of reach of any living being. Not even a simple rat could enter the garden, much less a horse. However, Kim O Jin reinforced the information about Lulu being pregnant, asking Marianne to check with the stethoscope if she didn't believe him. Confused about what that tool was, Kim Oh-jin explained that it allowed one to hear sounds inside a body. When Marianne put the stethoscope's earpieces in, Kim Oh-jin positioned the diaphragm near Lulu's heart so that her owner could hear the unicorn's heartbeat. He then moved the tool to a spot near her stomach and asked, "Can you hear another heartbeat?" Marianne's expression darkened as she indeed heard the second source of beats. The young woman, wondering how that was possible, staggered in shock. However, before Kim Oh-jin could catch her, Adrian pushed him away. Holding Marianne in his arms, he quickly shouted at Kim Oh-jin, "What did you do to Marianne? What strange tool is this?" Frowning, Kim Oh-jin presented the stethoscope to the doctor, telling him to test it himself if he was curious. Refusing to be fooled, Adrian took the stethoscope and used it incorrectly like a complete amateur. After Kim Oh-jin corrected him, he shouted, "I, a graduate of the Royal Academy, will personally expose your ridiculous tricks." However, as soon as he positioned the stethoscope correctly, he was surprised. He heard bells ringing in his ears, making his eyes fill with tears. Impressed, he shouted, "Incredible! How can the sound from inside the body be so loud?" Kim Oh-jin crossed his arms proudly, listening to Adrian's praises about the stethoscope. "Even the sound of blood flowing is described in so much detail. I can clearly hear the blood passing through the blood vessels. I can even hear the sounds of her joints moving along with her breathing and pulse. Perfect. Incredible. Spectacular." With Adrian becoming less hostile, Kim Oh-jin asked for his opinion on the size of the baby. Excited to talk with another doctor, Adrian quickly replied, "Judging by the size of her belly, she has been pregnant for at least 4 months. Putting ice on her head with Pio's help, Marianne refused to believe Adrian's words. "Don't be ridiculous. She hasn't been out of there for 4 months. This time, it was Kim Oh-jin who was confused. Horses tend to be free-spirited animals. Why doesn't she go out? At the question, Marianne became downcast, revealing, "Lulu is destined to mate with Prince Theo's beloved stallion, Shark. Lulu, the unicorn of the greenhouse, had become a royal wife, which is why she was carefully kept in strict isolation. However, even so, this unicorn became pregnant without anyone noticing. In a room of the clinic, a sign was raised, 'Intensive Care Unit. Strictly prohibited for unauthorized personnel.' An IV bag was being held by a stand. Below it was Lulu with tears in her eyes, being cared for by Kim Oh-jin. Next to him, Adrian argued, 'What are you putting into Lulu's body?' Rolling his eyes, Oh-jin explained that it was an IV solution. He explained that Lulu was dehydrated and lacking electrolytes due to the nausea. Injecting nutritional supplements directly into her bloodstream could quickly replenish her nutrients. Upon hearing that, Adrian was shocked to the point of almost fainting. The Royal Academy veterinarian was extremely impressed and circled Kim Oh-jin. "Incredible! This is so much faster and more efficient since it doesn't have to go through the digestive system." Analyzing the IV tubes, Kim Oh-jin heard Adrian's surprised comments and remarked, "It seems you're not an idiot after all." Adrian, who had made new discoveries thanks to Kim Oh-jin, continued to ask, "How is it injected through a needle? But why is the line so long? How long does it take to insert?" Outside the ICU, Marianne was constantly biting her nails. While preparing tea, Selena commented, "The mating with the prince's horse would have failed anyway. Unicorns are extremely selective. If they don't find a suitable partner, they will remain single for the rest of their lives." She then added, "However, every decade or so, a common horse chosen by a unicorn appears, and the horse born from their union becomes a noble horse, remembered for a long time in history." The supreme hybrid horse had an entirely golden body. As Marianne was worried about the arrangement with the prince, Adrian thought of a solution. How about sending Lulu's foal to the palace in her place? Adrian volunteered to go to the palace to explain the situation to the prince, who would surely be more than happy to receive such a rare animal as a gift. However, Selena warned him, that method won't be good. She revealed that the story about the hybrid becoming a rare horse was almost a legend. There were a few recorded cases, but they were incredibly rare. Additionally, there was the problem of no one knowing who the father of Lulu's child was. Adrian eventually agreed with Selena, remembering that there were other horses in Marianne's mansion. He knew some of them and mentioned the fastest and most beautiful breed, Siegfried, the service horse with great endurance, Terran, the popular and charming Dolly, and Black Thunder, the stallion with the best stamina. Adrian asserted that if one of those was the father of Lulu's foal, the lineage was, in a way, guaranteed. After recovering a bit, Marianne agreed with Adrian. They needed to think of an alternative since it was impossible to turn back time. Firmly, she declared, "We need to find out exactly who Lulu's partner is." Adrian imagined that the mission would be given to him, and his eyes revealed his excitement. But unexpectedly, Marianne frustrated him by turning to Kim Oh-jin. "Doctor, please help me." Hearing Marianne even plead made Adrian feel as if he had turned into a statue, eroded by the wind. The protagonist tried to refuse the request, explaining that he wasn't a detective. There was no way to find out who the father of the child was. Desperately clinging to him, Marianne asked if he couldn't use that thing that heard heartbeats to find out. However, stethoscopes weren't useful for paternity tests. With Marianne asking so fervently, Kim Oh-jin couldn't help but think of how he could assist. Looking to the side, he found a way out. That attention-seeking doctor shouldn't be more useful than me for this case? Adrian turned upon hearing himself being mentioned and listened to Kim Oh-jin's humble words. I barely discovered that Lulu was pregnant with the stethoscope, but that guy figured it out with his hands and ears. He was also the one who noticed that Lulu's condition wasn't good. Adrian was astonished to see that Kim Oh-jin supported him. The plebeian doctor's words were clear. He came here because he was worried about his patient, so I think he's a better candidate than I am. Despite Kim Oh-jin's words favoring Adrian being true, Marianne still had some reservations. However, another person intervened to resolve the situation. With her arms crossed, Selena reassured them, stating that it wasn't necessary to think about worrying things. Revealing that pregnant unicorns tended to become extremely anxious and violent when away from their partners, she asked Marianne, "Did Lulu cause any scene on her way here?" Marianne denied that anything like that had happened, which gave Selena an answer. "That means the disturbance only started about an hour ago, right?" Selena asked one more question, inquiring how Marianne had arrived at the clinic, and the noblewoman replied, "Of course I came in a carriage. Lulu has one too." Surprise appeared in Marianne's eyes as she, shocked, covered her mouth upon realizing what she had discovered, thanks to Selena's questions. Near the city, there was a quiet wooden stable where the horses rested. In one of the stalls, a groom was trying to get a horse to eat, as they didn't know when they would travel again. The horse heard the groom's words and ate the grass that was served to him. At that moment, someone desperately called for the groom, Joseph. Joseph was surprised to see the young lady return so quickly, accompanied by her unicorn and two men. As soon as they reached the horse stalls, Lulu spotted a specific horse and whinnied joyfully. The sudden change in Lulu's reaction caught Marianne and Kim Oh-jin's attention. The unicorn ran towards the horse, and lovingly they rubbed their snouts against each other. Shocked, Marianne shouted, desperate to see the scene she wished she hadn't witnessed. Marianne quickly ran to her unicorn Lulu, trying to make her back away. "Are you crazy, Lulu? Why would such a precious girl like you be with that mutt?" The poor horse behind the gate lowered its head as if understanding the words of disdain directed at it by the woman. Kim Oh-jin immediately recognized the scene. He had seen it in a morning drama once, where an old woman threw water in the face of the boy dating her daughter, cursing him, "Bastard. A hideous frog like you dreams of being next to a precious swan?" Crying next to his girlfriend, the man begged for his mother-in-law's blessing, who was furiously trying to drive him away. Worried, Adrian approached Marianne, trying to convince her, "Lady Marianne, I know this is beyond your expectations, but this horse is the best partner for Lulu." Adrian's words only made Marianne even angrier. She shouted at the doctor she had known for so long, "Best partner, please stop joking. What does a unicorn that isn't even a fully grown adult know?" Kim Oh-jin, standing next to the despised horse, joined Adrian in trying to convince the unicorn's owner. "But Lulu has already chosen him, and they even had a child together. You need to allow them to be together." Selena also approached Marianne, warning her, "Pregnant unicorns become anxious and violent when they are away from their partners. Didn't you see what happened earlier?" Marianne ended up looking at her unicorn Lulu, who seemed to be starting to feel ill from sadness due to all the animosity happening. In Marianne's mind, she could do nothing but wonder how this had happened. When Marianne returned to her home and explained the situation, a strong reprimand echoed through the mansion. "How could you let a humble mutt that pulls carts get near a precious unicorn? Have you lost your mind?" Alongside Lulu's partner, Joseph knelt before Marianne's father, begging for forgiveness. The man tried to explain, asserting that he didn't know. "I only rode the horse, I never let them graze together." However, Marianne's father refused to believe him. "Don't lie to me. I'm sure you wanted to use that nag to make money and change your life." Joseph quickly lowered his head, afraid of his boss. "That's not true. I would never dare do such a thing." But Marianne's father was too furious to be convinced. "There's nothing more to discuss. Arrest these two immediately. I will give both of them their punishment soon." With their heads bowed, both Joseph and the poor horse could do nothing. The matter quickly spread throughout the residence, and while preparing some flower vases, the maids commented, "The Count is so cruel. Uncle Joseph did nothing wrong. How can you prevent animals from falling in love?" The maids agreed with each other, but were curious about why they wanted to send Lulu to the royal palace. One maid, while preparing a vase of white lilies, offered her opinion. "It must be for this year's crown princess selection, of course. I heard that Miss Marianne will participate too." The maids who heard her were surprised, as Lulu was becoming an engagement gift. One sighed. "She would have lived a life of luxury if things had gone right. How did she end up with a cart horse?" One of them tried to imagine the reason. "Probably because she pulled her owner, right? Young Marianne back then." Before she could finish speaking, the headmaid appeared yelling, "Can't you keep your mouths shut?" Seeing the headmaid appear, those who were talking were startled. She then scolded the group. "You need a reprimand to come to your senses, don't you?" Marianne, who had listened to all of this, frowned, worried about a few things. In a luxurious gazebo where Lulu rested, one of the maids shouted urgently toward the mansion, "Miss Marianne, help!" Although Lulu was lying down, she had spit up a large amount of red liquid. Marianne ran to her unicorn, asking what was happening. The maid explained that Lulu hadn't been able to eat anything due to morning sickness and suddenly started to vomit. At that moment, Marianne remembered the elf's words. Pregnant unicorns become extremely anxious and violent when separated from their partners. Marianne couldn't accept that Lulu's condition was so bad, all because she was away from the nag. Worried, the maid stated that if Lulu's condition continued like this, it would only worsen. Frowning as she tried to calm Lulu, Marianne asked the maid when Kim Oh-jin would arrive. The maid revealed that they had sent a message to the veterinarian, but it would take some time due to the distance. Concerned, she asked if they should look for another doctor nearby. Marianne contemplated in silence for a moment before making a decision. She then ordered, "Bring him." Confused, the maid asked who Marianne was talking about and heard her mistress shout, "Bring the nag!" Sometime later, one of the household staff brought Lulu's partner, the nag, who, with his head down, was afraid to follow him. Wherever he passed, people shouted, "What is that stench?" But the poor nag had gotten stuck, leaving him dirty and smelly. For the headmaid, that was no excuse. "How dare you bring him to the young lady in such conditions? You should have at least washed him." The man pulling the nag tried to justify himself, saying that the request had been made urgently, but the headmaid wouldn't accept it. At that moment, someone intervened. Marianne ordered, "Let him in." As soon as he entered the garden, the nag whinnied excitedly. The sound made Lulu wake up, regaining some of her energy. The unicorn raised her head and greeted the nag as they touched their noses. Worried about each other, the nag and unicorn rubbed their heads together, murmuring whinnies of longing. With a firm voice, Marianne ordered, "Bring me a towel and hot water. I will clean him myself." The maid taking care of Lulu was shocked, but received the order to prepare a soup for the unicorn. Sometime later, a basin with hot water and some white towels were delivered on a cart to Marianne. She soaked one of the towels and wrung it out to remove the excess water. While the nag remained calmly beside Lulu, Marianne began to clean him. After finishing, she looked at the worthless horse, remembering the past. Many years ago, she had been severely reprimanded by her mother. "Marianne, are you crazy? How could you date the son of a humble merchant being the daughter of a count?" Marianne sighed, commenting to herself and her unicorn, "Fool, you could have lived a life of sumptuous banquets in the most luxurious gardens of this nation." At that moment, a voice came from behind Marianne. But living in luxurious gardens was really what Lulu wanted. Turning around, Marianne realized who had arrived, Kim Oh-jin. The protagonist calmly stated, "It's normal to want your family to live well, in better places, but animals and humans are different." Marianne fell silent, as she couldn't disagree with what the veterinarian was saying, since it was the truth. In the bag that Kim Oh-jin carried, there were various medications. He took some of them while commenting, "Animals can have preferences in their world, but not a class hierarchy. Lulu does not see herself as superior to a horse just because she is a unicorn." Hanging the IV bag from a tree, Kim Oh-jin prepared everything necessary to treat Lulu. He approached the unicorn, who was being cared for by her partner, the nag, and inserted the needle for the IV. He could see the affection that Lulu had for the nag and stated, "Just spending days with those she loves is the greatest happiness Lulu can have." Marianne remained silent, listening to the doctor's teachings. The protagonist warned that he would leave some medications with her, but that would only be a palliative measure, not a solution. You need to deal with the cause of the problem to heal her. You need to let these two be together. Marianne understood what Oh-jin meant and nodded. After leaving the medications, Kim Oh-jin prepared to leave, surprising Marianne. "You traveled from so far. At least rest for a day? Lulu's condition hasn't improved yet." Smiling slightly, Oh-jin stated that he would really like to stay to observe Lulu, but there were many patients waiting for him at the clinic. He also remembered someone problematic. "Besides, my assistant is still waiting for me at the clinic." Marianne had to accept Kim Oh-jin's decision. The protagonist smiled compassionately and revealed, "Well, as for the follow-up care, I can leave that to him." Marianne was confused but followed Kim Oh-jin's finger, which was pointing to the top of a tree where Adrian was hiding. Marianne was shocked to see Adrian there. Adrian, who had been discovered, began to tremble. He hurriedly tried to climb a bit higher in the tree to hide, but it was impossible. He ended up coming down and activated his gallant and charming side. "Oh heavens, forgive me for being rude." With a furrowed brow, Kim Oh-jin corrected him. "You mean a crime?" Seeing that he was in trouble, Adrian tried to explain quickly that he was just worried about Lulu. "I'm telling the truth. I intended to leave after checking on her condition." Sighing, Marianne stated that he could have just sent someone to ask. Adrian scratched the back of his neck, smiling sheepishly. While he and Marianne were talking, Kim Oh-jin looked Adrian up and down and noticed something sticking out of his bag. The protagonist pulled out the handle that was protruding, asking, "What is this? A stethoscope?" Adrian was surprised to be found out and embarrassed when Kim Oh-jin commented that his makeshift instrument looked cheap. Quickly, Adrian tried to assert that it was just a prototype, but he was taken aback when Kim Oh-jin extended his hand, handing him his own stethoscope. Receiving the tool created by Kim Oh-jin, Adrian heard his kind words, "You need good tools for your work as a doctor." After handing over the item, Kim Oh-jin said goodbye. "I'm leaving now. Unlike some people, I'm overloaded with patience." An impression of Kim Oh-jin formed in Adrian's mind. Now the young noble found the commoner much cooler than he had initially imagined. On the other hand, smiling, Kim Oh-jin also formed an impression of Adrian, that he was a complete weirdo. Sometime later, Lulu managed to get up and eat hay by herself after regaining some strength. Feeling relieved enough to sigh, Marianne thanked Adrian, who didn't need to accept the gratitude. "I just did my job." He looked around at the carts with hot water and towels, as well as the trays, and commented, "Love and care really are the best medicines. I can't believe you personally took care of her." Marianne still felt guilty about many things. It was my stubbornness that brought this pain to her. I should have brought them together a long time ago. Approaching her unicorn, Marianne revealed to Adrian, "Maybe I was jealous of Lulu." As they watched the unicorn eat, Marianne shared something with Adrian. "There was a time when I was as innocent as Lulu, but at some point I developed the habit of judging people based on their status, origin, or wealth." Adrian was not surprised, as all nobles were like that. However, Marianne revealed that it hadn't always been this way, especially in her youth. Her eyes became clouded as she remembered the past. "When I first met him, I didn't care about clothes or status. The only thought in my mind was how beautiful his eyes were, and to keep looking into those eyes, I could have given up everything. But in the end, I gave up on him, for our happiness." Adrian listened to Marianne's story, paying attention to the lady who was venting while comparing her situation to that of the unicorn before her. Marianne then asked herself, "Am I happy now?" She answered herself, "I don't know." Seeing how sad Marianne was, Adrian recited what he always heard. "First love always ends with a broken heart. The pain of a broken heart can blind us enough not to see the love and happiness that may be so close." Marianne heard Adrian's shining words, feeling slightly surprised. Adrian looked at the young woman and reminded her, "Your true soulmate might be closer than you think." Delighted, Marianne realized that Adrian's words were true. A sudden happiness appeared on the young woman's face as she blamed herself for not noticing it before. "I've made up my mind. I will no longer aspire to be a princess." Adrian had been waiting to hear such words from Marianne for a long time. This was his chance. Putting his hand in his pocket, he was glad he always carried a certain item with him. Adrian knelt before Marianne, pulling out a small ring box. "Marianne, actually, for a long time, I have been in love." At that moment, Marianne interrupted him. "I will boldly make my move on Kim Oh-jin." Adrian stood up as if he had never knelt, stuttering, drenched in sweat from the nervousness that made him tremble, and asked why she had chosen Kim Oh-jin. Marianne's goal was singular. "If I've come this far, I think I'll be happier being the one in power, rather than marrying the person in power." Adrian was extremely confused upon hearing Marianne. The young woman with an iron will exuded the flame of determination. "I will win the hand of Kim Oh-jin, the spirit of healing, and take the power for myself." Marianne held Adrian's soft hands, thanking him. "Adrian, it would be great if we could continue as good friends in the future." Adrian shed waterfalls of tears upon hearing that, cursing Kim Oh-jin for delivering such a decisive blow. He couldn't forgive him. At that moment, Kim Oh-jin sneezed, feeling that someone was talking about him. After apologizing for the sneeze, he asked Pio, who was dressed in surgical assistant attire, to continue reading the letter. Pio discovered in the letter he was reading that Marianne was keeping Kyo by Lulu's side and also asking him to become Lulu's personal doctor. However, Kim Oh-jin refused. Pio tried to convince him to accept since the fees offered were 10 times greater than what they usually received. Kim Oh-jin would love to accept the offer, but he was in an impossible situation at the moment. Opening the mouth of a giant two-headed hydra, which could even swallow him whole, to perform dental treatment, he shouted, "Do you think I'm in a position to leave the clinic?" Kim Oh-jin had already been taking care of that snake's teeth for an hour. With a sickle, he was removing the tartar stuck to her teeth and saw no end to the work. He felt like a miner, hammering away without stopping. While hammering, he guided Selena on where she should use water or anti-inflammatory medication. Meanwhile, 2 men, twins, anxiously awaited the end of the giant pet's treatment. Behind them, there was even a painter. As Kim O-jin continued to dig, he found something stuck in the tartar. He managed to recover the item and raised it excitedly. "I found it!" A ring was stuck between her teeth. One of the men even cried upon seeing that ring. Truly a doctor sent from heaven. The brothers told Kim O-jin about the two-headed pet. Shamir was the precious beast that the previous king had entrusted to their family. But of all things, she had decided to eat the ring, the family heirloom. They cried, relieved, grateful to the doctor who had found the lost ring. Looking at the snake, with her mouth open and held by leather straps, Kim O-jin revealed that he would still need to remove more tartar stuck to her teeth, in addition to extracting some of them. Thinking for a moment, he stated, "It will take about 1 to 2 hours. However, Selena corrected him. "You mean 5 hours, right? There's still the other head, don't you remember?" The protagonist was startled to remember that the snake had 2 heads. Faced with so much work, he cried bitterly. However, one of the men had a plan to lift Kim O-jin's spirits. He then called the man they had brought with them. The painter had created an image of a muscular figure, depicting Kim O-jin applying an arm lock on one of the snake's heads while shoving his hand into the creature's mouth. A painting portraying the heroic act he was performing. Revealing that the man was the family's official portraitist, he asked if Kim O-jin liked it. Startled by the painting, the protagonist kept to himself the fact that it was tremendously horrifying. Excited, the painter stated that he still needed to finish it and would soon deliver it. The happiness in the artist's eyes was immense. He had never had an object of such inspiration before. Trying to decline the offer, Kim O-jin asked them to at least put some clothes on the man depicted. While the commotion was happening, the second head of the snake, which had been sleeping until now, began to wake up. Selena, who was closer, was the first to notice that the snake had opened its eyes. It rose, opening its mouth to attack Selena. As the sedative had not been sufficient to keep it unconscious for long enough, Selena was quick, gathering a large amount of mana in her hand to cast a sleep spell. However, as soon as she cast the spell, a blonde man jumped in front of her to protect her from the snake, ending up hit by the spell instead of the beast. Surprised, Selena recognized the man who tried to protect her, the noble doctor she had met last time. She hadn't even noticed where he had come from. The snake, which was about to attack Selena, changed its target and swallowed Adrian in one bite. It gulped him down completely, while the drowsy doctor screamed desperately. Everyone around was equally desperate, especially the snake's owners, incredulous that it had swallowed someone. Earlier that day, a closed sign had been placed in front of the clinic. Some people were puzzled since it was still morning, and many of them had arrived at dawn. A young woman looked at her little fox with a worried expression and asked her mother, "What should we do? We came from so far because we heard he was amazing. We might need to go to the hospital in the nearest village." Behind a post, Adrian was burning with rage. "Bastard, I will not forgive him." The reason for Adrian's anger was obvious. How dare he leave a woman sad? How can he call himself the spirit of healing like this? A few days earlier, Adrian had asked the butler of his clinic what exactly the spirit of healing was. The butler recalled that it was a legend stating that whoever possessed the spirit of healing would rule the world. Adrian thought this legend was absurd. He didn't believe that Miss Marianne had been deceived by childish words. Looking at himself in the mirror, he commented, "If something like that existed, isn't it obvious that his appearance should be like mine?" The butler, however, had to frustrate his master by revealing that he had heard Kim O-jin had performed various miraculous treatments. "I heard he helped a flying fish fly again, and even turned a dark apostle into a tamed kitten." Pointing to the stethoscope on a cushion on the shelf, he said, "Even you appreciate the medical tools he gave you, don't you?" In a hurry, Adrian placed the stethoscope inside his bag, making the excuse that he had forgotten to return the item, and stated, "Since we're on the subject, I'll return the tool immediately." However, whispering to the butler, Adrian asked, "You made a copy, right?" Smiling, knowing his master well, the butler confirmed that he had. Even though he had gone to the clinic to return an item, Adrian found himself climbing a tree. He used binoculars, telling himself that he was gathering information as a competing doctor. Adrian was surprised to see Kim O-jin performing dental treatment on a twin-headed hydra. "I've never seen one of those in person. It really has 2 heads. Watching the treatment Kim O-jin was performing, he wondered if it was just a dental procedure. He was astonished to see Kim O-jin scraping the tartar from the gums and then rinsing with water. Seeing Kim O-jin take some cotton and rub it against the gums, Adrian wondered if that was to treat inflammation, applying it where the tartar had been removed. He learned that it was used to prevent inflammation from spreading through the gums. Despite his frustration, Adrian had to admit that Kim O-jin possessed excellent medical skills, far beyond his own, who had proudly been one of the best students at the Royal Academy. As he observed Kim O-jin with his binoculars, Adrian noticed something. He saw the hydra's tail starting to move, and one of its heads was already waking up from the effects of the sedative. As the snake's head lifted and stared at Selena's back, he made a decision. "I need to save her!" Adrian quickly jumped from the tree and, breaking the window once again, leaped in front of the snake. Returning to the current situation, the snake Shamir had swallowed Adrian. The protagonist felt a strong dizziness. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Did the snake just swallow Adrian in one bite? This can't be real. Despite her concerns, Selena stated that Adrian should be fine, as he had been swallowed all at once. To help, she said she would cast the sleep magic once again. However, Kim Oh-jin stopped her. Wait, Shamir's condition isn't right. Suddenly, the two-headed snake began to writhe. Kim Oh-jin realized that the snake's green tongue was turning purple. He quickly shouted, "It's a respiratory emergency. She swallowed something much larger than she should have, and now her airways are blocked." The twins were shocked to hear the doctor. "Kim Oh-jin, is there any way to save her?" Selena was ready to use her magic immediately, but Kim Oh-jin interrupted her. "It's too risky if she faints during a respiratory emergency." Kim Oh-jin acted quickly, asking Pio to remember something he had taught him, as they were going to act right away. Pio and Kim Oh-jin joined hands, wrapping around the snake's abdomen to press the creature's diaphragm. As they prepared, Kim Oh-jin asked if Selena was ready. Selena confirmed, executing a high boxing guard. As soon as they gave the signal, Selena struck the snake's diaphragm hard to force Adrian up through the airways. With the blow, the two-headed hydra coughed, and air was exhaled once again. Seeing that the plan had worked, they continued to repeat it until, at some point, something was expelled by the snake. Adrian was spat out, flying under the sunlight. Completely covered in saliva, Adrian fell to the ground, and celebration erupted in the veterinary clinic. The brothers who owned the snake were the most enthusiastic, along with the painter. "Yes, you did it! You saved him!" The brothers cried in front of Kim Oh-jin, praising him. "I've never seen such a wise doctor," as expected from the doctor sent from heaven. Dealing with the patient's owner, Kim Oh-jin asked Selena to check Adrian's condition. Selena climbed on top of Adrian, giving him several slaps on the face, startling Kim Oh-jin in the process. "Hey, I just said to check if he's alive!" With swollen eyes and cheeks, Adrian murmured a groan. With that, Selena confirmed that the nobleman was alive. Looking at Adrian's condition, Selena stated that he wouldn't be able to wake up for some time. Adrian had received the magic from Selena, the one she had cast for the twin-headed hydra. Since they didn't know that Selena had put Adrian to sleep, Pio and Kim Oh-jin became worried. How hard did she hit Adrian for him not to be able to wake up? After checking Adrian, Kim Oh-jin confirmed that, despite crying, the condition of the twin-headed hydra Shamir was stable. There was only one point that needed to be treated. The previous impact had caused bruising on her abdomen. Selena, however, reassured the snake's owners by taking a small vial. "She will be fine as soon as I apply this ointment." Although relieved, they wondered how hard the elf had hit the snake. When the bandaging was finished, the sun was already setting behind the mountains in the forest. Before the owners of the twin-headed hydra left, they were warned to take more care with precious items next time. Kim Oh-jin reprimanded them. "Any accident where a pet swallows something is the owner's responsibility." While the hydra's owners cried, Kim Oh-jin especially warned, "Please take extra care so that she doesn't continue swallowing humans." A few days later, Kim Oh-jin was startled to receive an item, a painting where a muscular man rescued another man from inside the mouth of a two-headed serpent. The painter, upon delivering the painting, stated that it was a gift from the Baron, titled The Great Rescue Operation. Tremendously frightened, Kim Oh-jin shouted, "Take this away immediately." Next to Kim Oh-jin, Selena startled him even more. "I heard they made a statue of this and it became quite popular." Kim Oh-jin put his hands on his head, wondering why all the people in this world he had transmigrated to were crazy. Meanwhile, the second protagonist of the Great Rescue painting continued to sleep, oblivious to the chaos outside. Pio was still worried since Adrian had been sleeping for several days, but Selena reassured her, "This is just a side effect of the magic. He will wake up soon." A confused mind wondered where it was. The last thing the owner of those thoughts remembered was spying on Kim Oh-jin's clinic. In that clinic, there was a snake that had suddenly awakened. It was then that Adrian realized he had become ocean foam trying to save Selene. Still, he was happy because that had been the perfect farewell for a veterinarian. Adrian wished that, in a next life, he could become a unicorn, one that could stay by the side of a beautiful heroine. Amid his delirium, Adrian began to feel a strong pain. This made him wonder if he was already being reborn. Returning to life hurt. He didn't want to feel pain. With red cheeks, Adrian woke up, coughing heavily. Above him was a woman with green eyes, questioning, "Are you conscious now?" Adrian was enchanted to see the elf above him and wondered, "Is she my owner?" Leaving the confused Adrian lying on the bed, Selena covered her head with the hood, informing everyone that Adrian had already woken up. Rubbing his swollen cheek, Adrian sat up, asking where he was. Seeing him get up, Selena recommended that he stay lying down. "The side effects of the magic will make you dizzy and nauseous. Stay in bed and rest for 2 or 3 days. Blushing from being slapped on the cheeks, Adrian nodded in response. At that moment, surprising Adrian, Kim Oh-jin approached with a cup containing a hot drink, asking him to remain seated for a moment. He handed the drink to Adrian, explaining, "This medicine will help with your recovery. Drink it all. I even put some leaves from our dear Mandragora mandol in it." Revealing that he had contacted the Astrid Mansion, Adrian's home, Kim Oh-jin stated that he could stay at the clinic for a few more days to rest. Adrian tried to get up quickly because he didn't want to disturb anyone for so long, but Kim Oh-jin stopped him, saying, "You are a doctor. You should know that there is nothing more important than health." In Adrian's eyes, Kim Oh-jin seemed to shine. Surprised by Kim Oh-jin's charm, Adrian thanked him without realizing it. Informing that he would leave for now, Kim Oh-jin left Adrian in the room to rest. Adrian had just realized how cool Kim Oh-jin was, and felt embarrassed for being jealous of the rival veterinarian. Adrian told himself, motivated by Kim Oh-jin, "I want to become a great man like him." Before he fell back asleep, Adrian noticed a piece of paper on the corner table next to the bed. There was a long list there, an invoice. The lodging fee charged was 500 silvers for a single room for 5 days, while the meal fee was being charged at 100 silvers for the same 5 days. In addition to these two fees, charges were being made for treatment, exams, overnight fee, medication, the mandragora leaf, as well as the repair for the window. Finally, there was a fee for interrupting treatment and spying on the clinic, 5 coins of 8. In total, he was being charged 6 gold coins and 688 silvers, which included the service fee and tax of 608 silvers. Seeing the amount being charged, Adrian gritted his teeth furiously, erasing from his mind everything he had said good about that damned Kim Oh-jin. In another part of the clinic, a shocked scream could be heard. "Neutering surgery? Are you going to change our baby's gender?" The couple, holding their pet, was shocked, but quickly Kim Oh-jin explained, "To be precise, your wolf Fenrir Julian needs to be neutered." The noble-looking wolf that protected its owners from evil spirits exuded a pure aura. Clinging to him, his owner cried desperately, "You want to neuter my baby, you evil doctor! Why are you being so cruel?" Maintaining his smile, Kim Oh-jin asked the man if he hadn't reported a loss of energy in the wolf Fenrir recently, as well as difficulties in taking care of all the puppies Fenrir had, since there were many. With the confirmations from the crying nobleman, Kim Oh-jin continued the questions. "You also said that the female's health is declining from giving birth several times, right? So let's think. What is the best solution for this?" Julian's owner cried, not wanting his 12-year-old wolf to be neutered, but with a grim smile, Kim Oh-jin cornered him. "Do you want to calculate how many more babies he will have in 5 years? You're not by any chance selling Fenrir's puppies illegally, are you?" Desperate, the man denied it, but kept hugging Fenrir while shedding rivers of tears. "But if we perform this surgery, what joy in life will my baby have?" Furious, Kim Oh-jin exploded, causing reproachful lightning to strike the animal's owner. "Guardian, he is reproducing by instinct, not by choice. And no matter how healthy he is, frequent mating causes premature aging, reducing his lifespan and harming the quality of life for both the animal and its owner." Having convinced Fenrir's owner, Kim Oh-jin had them follow Pio to schedule the surgery date at the reception. Returning to his office, Kim Oh-jin sighed as he made some notes about the neutering surgery he had discussed several times. At that moment, Pio entered the room to make a request. "Our next patient is the pet of a childhood friend of mine. He is like family to me, so please take care of him." Kim Oh-jin perked up again, affirming, "Of course! If the best employee in our hospital is asking, I will definitely do it." At that moment, Pio's friend entered through the door. The young woman with a sad look was carrying a large fire chicken that needed a medical checkup. Seeing how shiny the chicken's feathers were, Kim Oh-jin was surprised. It looked super healthy. Pio patted the chicken's comb, agreeing with Kim Oh-jin. "Isn't it? Pop is the biggest and healthiest among all the pets." The protagonist praised the owner of the chicken Pop for taking good care of her, but the young woman didn't seem so cheerful. 20 minutes later, Pop had fallen in love with Kim Oh-jin, hugging him with her wings and showing that she was in perfect condition, to the point of being able to compete in a chicken contest. Despite the doctor's words, Pio's friend continued to worry about the chicken's recent weight loss. Kim Oh-jin reassured the girl, stating that Pop was just going through a molting process, but Tyr wouldn't accept it as she remembered how much the chicken had been restless during the night. Desperate, she approached Kim Oh-jin, asking him to perform a more thorough checkup. Yesterday, she even had a sore throat. "Are you sure she doesn't have an infectious disease like the flu?" Pio calmed his friend down, reminding her that sore throats were common. Seeing the state of the chicken, shiny feathers, full of energy, and very happy, Kim Oh-jin also reassured the owner there was nothing to worry about. Even feeling down, Tyr agreed. Thus, they proceeded to the next patient. However, a problem arose a few minutes later. Pio rushed into the office, interrupting a rabbit's consultation. "Doctor, Pop has somehow disappeared." Tyr also entered the room, crying, sobbing as she recounted what had happened. "I stopped to go to the bathroom before heading home, and the moment I got distracted, she was gone." Kim Oh-jin reassured the girl, stating that the chicken should still be inside the clinic. He instructed Pio to seal all exits and windows first. Selena quickly sprang into action, announcing to everyone, "We have a missing animal. Please remain in the waiting room in the meantime." However, two people, a woman with a wolf and a man with a duck, had a problem. Their animals became aggressive if kept in one place for too long. At the moment the duck and the wolf began to make a ruckus, a spiky rhinoceros appeared with the fury of a lion, roaring to restore order in the place. The duck and the wolf quickly behaved, joining their owners in fear of the little cat. After locking all the doors and windows, the clinic staff searched everywhere. As they still hadn't found the chicken pop, Kim Oh-jin asked the girl Tear if the chicken liked or hated anything in particular. Tear couldn't answer, too worried about the possibility of Pop having left the building while she wasn't watching. Knowing that Pop wasn't big enough to jump out a window or open a door, Kim Oh-jin was confident that she was still somewhere in the building. Suddenly, Pio remembered something. Ah, Pop loves men. The protagonist reflected on Pio's words and thought of a reason. Some animals really prefer deeper voices. However, fearful, Tear revealed that Pop was on a completely different level. Pop was so obsessed with men that her nickname was the Man Crazy Bird. Kim Oh-jin then realized why the chicken had been so attached to him during the checkup. Selena, joining the trio, revealed her thoughts. There can only be one place where she might be, a room where a man is sleeping. Finally, Pio and Kim Oh-jin remembered the non-animal patient they were treating. Inside the room, Adrian was sitting with a chicken hugging his head, completely hiding it. When the group entered Adrian's room and saw what was happening, they were surprised, as it seemed that Adrian was exactly the type of man that Pop liked. Now that they had found the chicken, Kim Oh-jin turned to Tear. "All right, now let's hear why you did this, Miss Guardian." Looking at the current situation with the chicken pop and Adrian, Kim Oh-jin commented, "I knew something was off. I've encountered various types of people while working as a doctor, but never a guardian who seemed disappointed to see their pet in good health." Tear lowered her head, feeling guilty for having been caught. Kim Oh-jin's words even made Pio suspicious, as no matter how fast the chicken was, it would be difficult to lose track of her due to her obvious size. Kim Oh-jin thought it was even more impossible for the chicken to avoid people's gazes, open a door, and enter a room. In light of all the presented facts, Kim Oh-jin asked Tear to explain herself. Tear lowered her head, helplessly revealing the truth. "I did this because she wouldn't believe someone like me, but if a famous doctor like you said that Pop was sick, that she'd even disappeared, she would believe you." Confused, Kim Oh-jin asked who the girl was trying to convince. Trembling, Tear revealed the identity, Baroness Clays. With tears in her eyes, Tear desperately pleaded, "Please, doctor, save Pop. If I tell the Baroness that Pop is healthy, my chicken will be hunted." Tear revealed that there would be a hunting competition the following week, and apparently Baron Clays' house was hosting a banquet for distinguished guests. There was even a rumor that Prince Theo would be present. Drawing everyone's attention, Tear recounted the main point. Baroness Clays said with her own mouth that for the banquet that day they will cook Pop. Upon hearing the girl's words, Kim Oh-jin and Pio were shocked. The clinic receptionist quickly revolted. "Is she crazy? Why does she want to eat her pet? They have plenty of other great fire chickens." Seeing her friend so upset, Tear revealed more about the situation. "I heard that the fire chickens from the Clays family suffered from a contagious disease last year, and none of them survived to tell the tale." Knowing that there were many other ingredients available for the banquet, Kim Oh-jin questioned why the Baroness insisted on cooking Pop. Frustrated, Tear revealed that fire chickens are great for boosting vitality. Even imagining such an answer, Kim Oh-jin couldn't believe that someone would go so far for that. Among the breeds of chickens, this one was famous for its exceptional fertility and for laying many eggs. That's why families with members of marrying age sought them out. Kim Oh-jin couldn't believe that there were still so many people who ate living beings just in the hope of acquiring their abilities, as if that really worked. Tear revealed that Baroness Clays had had her eyes on Pop for some time, but now she was even threatening to evict the poor family from their farmland if they didn't hand over the chicken. Pio trembled with anger upon hearing her friend and swore, "I won't forgive her for this." That's why Tear was pleading, with watery eyes, for Kim Oh-jin to help her and declare that Pop had a contagious disease. "Please, with a diagnosis report from you, even those people will believe it." Faced with Tear's plea, Kim Oh-jin found himself between a rock and a hard place. In the end, he had to apologize, stating that he could not help her. Pio was shocked by Kim Oh-jin's decision. Even Selena was curious about the reason. Kim Oh-jin's words were direct. "The moment someone forces a diagnosis, they can no longer be considered a doctor. I would become a fraud, deceiving others using a life." Tear was taken aback by Kim Oh-jin's harsh words. For him, there would be no way to treat other animals with pride after committing fraud. At that moment, the man under the chicken, Adrian, spoke up. "Nonsense. Is professional ethics really more important than someone's life?" His words confronted everything Kim Oh-jin believed. A doctor's vocation goes beyond a mere professional role. It's about saving lives. How can you even call yourself a veterinarian after this? Adrian stood up, staring Kim Oh-jin in the eye as he raged. The protagonist sighed and decided to imagine with them what would happen if the diagnosis were falsified. To save Pop, I would say she has a contagious disease that can be transmitted to humans. However, if I did that, the poor animal would be treated like a patient affected by an infectious disease. And what would the result be? The result was obvious. All the other animals that had come into contact with Pop would enter the same group. Kim Oh-jin explained that, in the best-case scenario, the barn could be closed. However, in the worst-case scenario, the family would be forced to sacrifice all those innocent animals, including Pop. Kim Oh-jin questioned what he would do when that day came, if he should admit that he had lied about the chicken's diagnosis in his clinic. Worse things could also happen, such as the emergence of a real contagious disease, and everyone would blame Tier's family if that were to occur. Kim Oh-jin agreed with Adrian that a doctor's vocation was to save lives. However, he questioned him. If a doctor makes a choice that puts hundreds, even thousands, at risk to save an animal, can he really be called a good doctor? If you don't understand this, you're not qualified to be a doctor. Adrian found himself without a response to that question. Kim Oh-jin's words hit Tier, the owner of the chicken, directly. She fell silent, digesting everything that had been said, and then lowered her head, apologizing for having made such a request. Later, as the sun was setting, Pio accompanied her friend, comforting her on the street. Don't cry, Tier. There must be a solution. However, the girl in tears saw no way to win a dispute against a noble. The girl cried, asking her friend if she should run away somewhere with her chicken Pop. Just as she was thinking about doing that, someone approached. You don't need to do that, Tier. As they looked to the side, Tier and Pio found Kim Oh-jin and his assistant Selena. Kim Oh-jin extended his hands to take the love-struck chicken, stating, I may not be able to help you as a doctor, but I can help you as a pet parent friend. Seeing that Kim Oh-jin was willing to help, Tier cried tears of joy beside Pio, who had always believed he could do something. With the chicken in his arms, Kim Oh-jin instructed the two friends to spread a rumor at Baron Clay's house. A moment later, while hugging the chicken, Kim Oh-jin spoke loudly. You over there hiding? Don't stay there. Come here. Adrian couldn't believe he had been caught and wondered, trembling, how he had been discovered. With a smile on his face, Kim Oh-jin looked in Adrian's direction. I need you to play an extremely important role. The property of Baron Clay's was vast, with gardens and a luxurious mansion. Inside the mansion, several young women were chatting. Isn't the daughter of Duke Astrid going to participate in the prince's consort selection? Upon hearing the question, another young woman was surprised. Lady Marianne? She was a strong candidate. Surprised, the girls began to talk among themselves, creating fan fiction about Marianne finding a suitor, and how this became a perfect opportunity for the Baroness. Nearby, the woman who had been mentioned hid her smile with a red fan, the color of her dress. With Lady Marianne out of the running for princess consort, the Baroness saw her daughter Laura as one of the best candidates to be chosen by the prince. The Baroness huffed internally, despising the other noble girls. Once my daughter becomes the princess consort, it's over for all those who mocked us as new rich, she boasted, as the money that all the other nobles despised was the same that the Baron family had used to invite the prince to the banquet. Internally, she was already cursing everyone. Just wait. This banquet will be the perfect opportunity for my dear Laura to catch the prince's eye. At that moment, a man entered the hall, approaching the Baroness. Adrian, shining like a perfect sun on earth, extended his hand to invite her. Madam, if it's all right with you, how about we talk at that table? Shocked, she wondered who this handsome man was. While everyone was looking at her discreetly, Laura's mother felt like she was dreaming for talking to such a handsome young man, even more so as she unconsciously blushed upon finding out that he had already met members of the royal family. Adrian boasted about knowing Prince Theo as they had studied together. Excited, Laura's mother asked what the prince was like. With a thoughtful look, Adrian revealed that Theo was quite sensitive to new trends. Immediately imagining that she needed to change the rustic decorations, the madame asked if Adrian knew about the prince's eating habits. Curious, Adrian wanted to know if she was planning to serve him a banquet. Laura's mother was surprised by the question, answering without needing to speak. Adrian understood her concerns. There is nothing more worrying than serving a banquet for royalty. So how about I introduce you to my vendor? He is a secret merchant who deals with the upper class, especially with imported ingredients. Laura's mother became extremely excited. I want to meet him immediately. That afternoon, the two headed to a wooden cabin. Laura's mother looked suspiciously at the meeting place. Before them stood two people, a man with glasses wearing a suit and a red cape named Louis Vuitton, and a hooded woman wearing a mask named Chanel. Laura's mother was shocked by the appearance of the duo, who were extremely strange. Louis Vuitton ignored her expression and revealed, You arrived just in time. Our boss has just prepared a dessert. Chanel picked up a covered tray, while Louis Vuitton explained the dish. This dessert is causing strong sensations among the nobles abroad. Tanghulu! After the lid was lifted, strawberries with a layer of glistening sugar were revealed. Louis Vuitton extended the skewered strawberries for Laura's mother to try them. The woman found that dish quite unique and bit into one of the strawberries. As soon as she bit into it, she screamed due to the explosion of flavor. It's incredible! In the symphony of the crunchy sugar breaking, a storm of fruit juice was released, soft yet powerful, like a ballet. To Laura's mother, the duo before her were incredible first-class chefs. Adrian went further. Leave the sweets aside. Show us the true treasure. I know there is something called the immortality plant. Facing Louis Vuitton's calm gaze, Laura's mother was dumbfounded. Louis Vuitton smiled, adjusting his glasses. Adrian is truly smart. Although we cannot guarantee immortality, we can say that the ingredient of this dish increases longevity. Laura's mother became increasingly attracted, waiting for the revelation. With a smile, Louis Vuitton presented the glittering dish. The eternal youth chickpeas. Showing the grains, he stated that, when cooked, they retarded aging and reduced the risk of several adult diseases, in addition to constipation and hair loss. Laura's mother slapped the table, desiring the items. I will buy them! Louis Vuitton, however, refused to sell. Due to the limited quantity, all of our current stock is already reserved. Adrian tried to negotiate, reminding him that he was a regular customer. Louis Vuitton, however, revealed, we have our circumstances. The client who reserved them intends to present them to the prince. Laura's mother realized what might be the case and quickly asked, does your client have a marriageable daughter? With a confused look, Louis Vuitton wanted to know how she knew, as the deduction was correct. The woman could not control herself and desired the chickpeas. I will pay 10 times the reservation price. Sell them to me. With a cunning look, Louis Vuitton revealed that he did not do business just for money. Like a being of light, he cried out to the heavens, our purpose is universal faith, love for humanity, life and peace. Although Chanel, or rather Selena, had something to say, she restrained herself. Laura's mother felt ashamed for showing her greedy tendencies to such an admirable person, but Adrian tried to intervene on her behalf, surprising her. Isn't it a merchant's duty, as an act of love for humanity, to give the goods to the people who are most desperate for them? The merchant sighed, as Adrian was right. Making an exception, Kim O-jin, the Louis Vuitton, sold the chickpeas to Laura's mother. Louis Vuitton, however, had a warning to make. The reason why the chickpea is called that is not because it looks like a bird's beak, but because it contains the mana of the great fire chicken, the ancestor and the divine beast of the great fire hen. He revealed that the two possessed a strong connection, and that those who ate the grains could not consume poultry-related animals for some time. Laura's mother was shocked, as she did not know that this was a complete lie. In extreme fear, she asked what would happen if they ate fire chicken. Louis Vuitton revealed that the benefits would be reversed. Premature aging, diseases, constipation, and hair loss will happen. Worried, the woman thought about asking for a refund. Sighing, Adrian asked what they could do. Louis Vuitton ended up commenting, thinking about it now, my father used to order dishes with firebirds, something good for virility. Laura's mother ended up looking at the two men, who laughed pityingly at anyone seeking virility instead of health and hair. Laura's mother laughed with the two of them forcedly, treating dishes with fire chicken as outdated. Back at the clinic, they celebrated the great success. Tyr thanked them immensely for helping to save Poof. While Poof hugged his head, the protagonist presented the young woman with a cage so that the chicken could be carried. Tyr almost cried upon receiving the gift. While the young woman treated Kim O-jin as her great benefactor, the mandrake stared at him with jealousy. She got so angry that she even spat at the fire chicken. Tyr, who had volunteered to help with anything, received the invitation to work part-time occasionally at the clinic. However, while they were talking, Poof attacked the mandrake, leaving them in a panic. Poof was placed in the cage, and Kim O-jin asked that when Tyr came back to work, she should not bring her. Leaving the matter aside, Kim O-jin wanted to give Adrian a tip from the amount received from Laura's mother. The plan had been a success thanks to him. The protagonist presented Adrian with 7 gold, an amount that moved him. However, upon counting the coins, he realized that there were only 312 silver, as various medical fees had been deducted. Adrian became so angry that he furiously grabbed him. You are demanding a mountain of money for such a terrible treatment? At that moment, Selena interrupted. I was the one who performed the treatment. Adrian's attitude immediately changed. That's why the treatment was amazing. Selena recommended that he not underestimate the side effect of the magic, stating that she would give him some additional prescriptions for medicine. After Adrian left, Selena asked Kim O-jin if he did not want another doctor for the hospital. She did not think Adrian's medical skills were bad. Moreover, the two worked well together. Despite this, due to his greed for money, Kim O-jin refused, a decision he would soon regret. On a sunny day, sipping tea, a young man was commenting about the hunting competition that would soon take place in the mountains. Accompanied by the man holding his horse, Prince Theo Asheronas Elvania, the third prince of the Elvania kingdom, was upset that he no longer had the monoceros in hand. Crossing his arms, he questioned Boyle about what had happened. Kneeling, Boyle apologized, but he never found a time when the hospital was empty for an attack. Boyle's idea, in the prince's eyes, was third-rate. A first-class method would be to make them proudly hand it over in front of everyone. Boyle bowed even lower, venerating the prince's words. While thinking about the first and second prince, Theo began to hear barking. Ignoring it, he bellowed, "To subdue those unruly ones all at once, I need the power of the monoceros." He warned the Baron about what would happen if he didn't ascend to the throne, and furiously yelled at the wolf, "Can't you keep that beast quiet?" Boyle apologized once more, but for another reason. It was his wolf's lunchtime. Boyle's butler tried to feed it cucumbers, but the animal refused to eat. At that moment, a man approached the prince with a tray of chickpeas. Upon smelling it, the wolf lunged before everyone realized. The waiter was attacked by the wolf, which was devouring the grains. Seeing the attack, the prince was shocked. However, the wolf already had its cheeks stuffed with chickpeas. With a dark aura, he stood up, walking toward the Baron. "Get out of here right now!" A surgery had been finished at the clinic. Since many accidents happened with animals newly awakened from anesthesia, Pio asked the owners to be careful. The nobleman was crying because now his little Fenrir was a eunuch. Kim O-jin then asked for the next patient to come in, and soon saw Terne with the fire chicken, Poof, which left him surprised. The young woman, however, revealed that this was not Poof, but her younger brother, Cheap. In the last few days, Cheap had been sleeping more than usual, in addition to coughing. Thinking it might be a cold, the protagonist checked and found muscle weakness in the bird, which was also sneezing. Kim O-jin prescribed medicine for the chicken, in addition to recommending a tonic. The next day, Tern returned to the clinic, as no improvement was noticed, and one of the farm dogs had also gotten sick. Kim O-jin was surprised to see a chicken and a dog with the same symptoms. Since it seemed contagious, he recommended that they be admitted to the hospital for 2 days, as it would be problematic if the disease spread. The next day, however, Tern brought all the animals to the clinic in tears. All of them got sick. This situation left the protagonist even more confused, as the animals did not live together. He began to think more deeply, realizing that most of the patients in the clinic were presenting the same symptoms. This might not just be a cold, but an epidemic. Kim O-jin shouted for everyone to hear, "Pet owners, please cover your mouths and noses! Do not touch anything with the hands that touched your animals. Please wear gloves." Pio left to warn that all animals with a cold and symptoms of loss of strength should be taken to the second floor while he prepared some bandages. In Kim O-jin's view, the symptoms were not severe, but the problem was the absence of improvement even with medication. It was not possible to predict if the situation would worsen. Selena also saw the disease affecting multiple species as a major problem. She feared that the illness would spread even further. A few days later, their words became true. Upon opening the clinic, they were faced with an endless number of pet parents. He, however, had to apologize, as there was no more space in the hospital, making it necessary to look for another place. However, those people had already tried. All the hospitals were full. While Kim O-jin faced the worsening situation, a new person arrived. Crying, Lord Belmore asked him to take care of the rabbit Elizabeth and his turtle. Shocked, Kim O-jin wondered how an animal that only stayed indoors had contracted an infectious disease. Kim O-jin questioned if Elizabeth had gone out for a walk, but the Lord promptly denied, "I've been playing with her at home since that day." Lord Belmore revealed that as Elizabeth was bored, he had gotten a friend for her who unfortunately had the disease. Despite being unhappy, Kim O-jin stated that he could not examine her, revealing the hospital's condition. Facing the problem, Lord Belmore called the butler, "Which is the closest building I own around here?" Checking, the butler revealed that the Lord owned 2 buildings on the street behind. Showing a map, he indicated that one of them was empty. Excitedly, Lord Rabbit showed the location of the building, stating that he would let Kim O-jin use it. Seeing how rich the Lord was, Kim O-jin's eyes sparkled. "Are you planning to adopt a son?" The temporary annex was then founded with various giant rabbit decorations. Kim O-jin seemed relieved, however, the problem was not solved. Despite the helpers, he would have to treat the patients in both buildings alone. Kim O-jin made a decision. "We need one more doctor." At Adrian's large hospital, there were no clients once again. His butler recalled how they had not received patients lately, which was worsened by Adrian's constant absence. Adrian blamed Kim O-jin, even with the butler saying it was not his fault. The butler then revealed the real problem, the infectious disease that had appeared, something that should be reported soon. Adrian smiled, imagining how Kim O-jin would ask for his help. At that moment, a letter arrived precisely from Kim O-jin. Happily, he asked the butler to read it. The butler read without preamble. "Adrian, listen. I really didn't want to contact you, but given the situation, I had no choice. Don't misunderstand, I'm irritated too, but you don't have any patients anyway. Bring all the medicine you have as well as equipment. I will pay you 2 gold per hour, depending on how you do. There may be a bonus." Adrian furiously tore up the letter. However, there was a second page. "Selena is struggling with overwork." When the butler finished reading, he saw that Adrian had already prepared several bags and warned, "I won't be back for some time. The butler asked how long it would be, and brightly, Adrian replied, "Until the war against the epidemic is over. Where there is a disease, a doctor must go." The butler rolled his eyes in response. Facing his first pandemic in another world, Kim Oh-jin had Pio relay some information. Please isolate any animal that shows symptoms. Also wearing gloves and a mask, Turn interviewed the owners of the sick animals. Adrian was taking care of the birds, with a very tired look due to the excessive 12 hours of work. Celine, on the other hand, had already been testing new medications for over 24 hours. With dark circles under his eyes, Kim Oh-jin was already on an 18-hour shift. The entire team was exhausted due to the never-ending work. The little dog Max from a long time ago ended up appearing at the clinic. Max also showed the symptoms that left the animals tired. Schwen, however, revealed that there were 2 more sick dogs, 2 hunting dogs that he ended up taking care of. Both, Mir and Silva, were supposed to participate in the hunting competition that would take place in a while. This left Schwen even more worried and sad. Turner reminded Kim Oh-jin that the patient ward was already full. However, he reassured her, saying they would create more space. Revealing that they were still looking for a treatment, he affirmed that they would do the best they could, so he asked Schwen to wait a little longer. The man nodded, lowering his head in gratitude. Seeing the animals in the various cubicles where they were resting, Adrian asked why they kept accepting patients when they were already at the limit of what they could do. Analyzing the symptoms of each one, Kim Oh-jin stated that they needed to try something. Pio was carrying some tea, warning that some guardians were starting to ask for the release of their pets. The guardians claimed that since it was just a cough and a sneeze, it would not be a big problem for daily life. Despite it not being a problem for humans, Kim Oh-jin did not want to release sick animals. He asked her, "What if Mr. Schwen's hunting dogs can no longer hunt? Animals being abandoned when they lose their usefulness happens more than you imagine." Kim Oh-jin knew that Mr. Schwen would not do something like that, but he could not vouch for the other pet owners. This did not apply only to hunting animals, but to all animals. The longer the animals spent sick, the more daily life was interrupted. Many people would want to reduce their dependence, ignoring those voiceless lives. Night soon arrived. Kim Oh-jin had tried to create antibiotics using the dragon's power, but for some reason they all failed. He felt powerless. Suddenly, Selena entered the room, pleading, "Stop, Oh-jin. The excessive use of the dragon's power can strain your heart. Being impatient won't solve anything." Remembering how the almost 19 remedies had not worked, she pointed out that the epidemic had even more complex reasons than they imagined. Sweating heavily, the protagonist wondered, is it the damn mana problem again? Maybe I should learn magic. Do I need to study alternative medicine now? Seeing how desperate Kim Oh-jin was, Selena asked how long it had been since he slept. He tried to affirm that he was totally fine, but this only made Selena hit him on the head. Selena put him to sleep. No more magic for you. 5 hours later, the protagonist jumped out of bed desperately. Turn wished him good morning. Dr. Oh-jin is already awake. Eat something and regain your strength. The protagonist was grateful for the fresh and delicious eggs, sausage, soup, and vegetables, but there were some strange little balls on the plate. Unexpectedly, Turn said, "Poof laid these this morning. They are not fertile, but full of nutrients." Changing the subject, the protagonist asked where Poof was. Turn revealed that the chicken was at home, surprising him. Turn ended up revealing that Poof had not caught the epidemic. Confused, he asked to be sure, "Are you saying that only Poof hasn't caught the disease among all the animals in your house?" Believing it was because Poof was healthy, Turn revealed that Seonja also had not gotten sick. The protagonist blamed himself for not realizing that the Monoceros was completely fine in a hospital full of sick people. He wondered what the common point between the chicken and the Monoceros was. Diet, preference, blood type, luck. The protagonist even wondered if the MBTI of the 2 animals was the same. Suddenly, Kim Oh-jin saw Pio trying to prevent a fight between the Monoceros and the Mandrake. The Mandrake then spat on the Monoceros's face. Kim Oh-jin shouted upon seeing such a thing. "That's it!" The protagonist remembered that Poof had also been spat on recently. The thing in common between Poof and the Monoceros was Mandel's saliva. Kim Oh-jin collected the saliva on Seonja's face and put it on a glass slide. He then added a plant contaminated with the saliva of an infected patient. In this experiment, if the plant stopped being gray, it would be a success. Just as they expected, the plant was reborn. Kim Oh-jin's animated shout echoed through the clinic. "We have created the cure for the epidemic." Kim Oh-jin, Adrian, and Pio cried, treating the Mandrake as the best thing in the world. The problem, however, would be mass production. Despite being saliva, this was a limited resource. They did not want to squeeze the plant, and wondered if they could dilute the saliva in water. While they discussed, Selena was doing experiments. She ended up making a drink, placing it next to the Mandrake with a straw. The Mandrake stared at the straw and soon started drinking happily. While the Mandrake drank intensely, Selena picked one of the leaves from its head. From the tip of the leaf, a golden drop appeared. In an instant, a thread of sap flowed out in the same amount as the drink the Mandrake consumed. A jar was filled. Amazing, Kim Oh-jin. Curious, he asked what Selena used to feed the plant. She revealed that she had mixed water with sugar that the mandrake liked, with a nutrient solution for herb cultivation, and finally added a diuretic. The yellow color of the liquid immediately became suspicious. However, Kim Oh-jin smiled again without caring, as he would not be the one drinking the liquid, transferring it to another container. The next day, the little dog Max seemed to shine after taking the medicine. He had stopped coughing and his strength had returned. The protagonist smiled and hugged Max like a son. You tried hard to overcome this. Thank you, Max. For the rest of the day, several injections were administered, even if the animals cried. After several hours, Kim Oh-jin discovered that the duck he had medicated was the last patient. When Kim Oh-jin was moving on to another job, he heard someone frantically knocking on the door. Kim Oh-jin, come out. We're here to arrest you. Outside the clinic was none other than Baron Doyle. The many pet owners leaving the clinic were shocked, wondering what was happening. With a false smile, Kim Oh-jin came out. Oh, our dear doctors are here again. What brings you here? Doyle greeted the protagonist, then immediately bellowed, We are here to arrest you for deliberately spreading an animal epidemic and pocketing unfair treatment fees. Maintaining his smile, the protagonist asked what the basis of the accusation was. Doyle roared at him, Don't try to escape this! Didn't you say that dark messenger would unleash an epidemic? The protagonist frowned, realizing he had indeed said something similar months ago. Showing that the letter M on the cat's forehead had disappeared, Kim Oh-jin stated that he was not the cause of the epidemic. Rolling his eyes, he also asked why he should go through all this trouble. Doyle was confident in his motive, to pocket abusive fees. The Baron yelled, ordering, Take him! We will find out when we investigate. Doyle had a goal and went for it. To secure evidence, we will also take that cat. Faced with the situation, the mandrake was satisfied. Kim Oh-jin already imagined that Seonja was the true target. The epidemic was just an excuse. Doyle always wanted the monoceros. Pio was outraged. The doctor is not that kind of person. You are the one blinded by money. Doyle cursed the woman, who continued to rage. Do you know how hard the doctor worked to eradicate the pandemic? Kim Oh-jin, however, reassured her. His look was fair. Asking everyone not to waste their energy, he declared that he would willingly cooperate. However, looking at the cat, he stated that they would sedate her first. Doyle did not want such a thing. It's not necessary. We brought an iron net. The protagonist refused to collaborate that way, remembering that Seonya was not exactly docile. If she gets hurt, it will be problematic for both of us, won't it? Doyle ended up accepting, telling him to do it quickly. Kim Oh-jin held the small cat, which was wagging its tail hastily, and asked Selena to bring him the sedative. He bent down, whispering to Selena, When I give the signal, you know what you need to do, right? The assistant cracked her knuckles, getting ready. However, Kim Oh-jin quickly corrected her, Use magic to escape with her. Selena was quite disappointed by this. Shortly after, Seonja was already sedated. The protagonist placed the cat inside a box and approached the men who were with Doyle. However, he raised his hand, shouting, Light! The men before them were blinded by the ring's magic. He quickly handed the cat to Selena, telling her to use escape magic. However, Selena acted in her own way, punching each of the men who tried to take Seonya. After knocking down all of Doyle's guards, she took Seonya away. Doyle frantically shouted, After them! The cat is more important than this guy! Furious, Doyle grabbed Kim Oh-jin by the shirt. You bastard! I won't let you get away with this. He immediately ordered his subordinates to destroy everything. Pio stepped in front of the thugs, trying to stop them. This is a hospital that cares about patients. I won't forgive you if you damage this place. The thug was about to attack Pio when Adrian stepped in front of him. Stop immediately. With a sinister look, Adrian warned, If you lay a finger on this woman, forget about having fingers on your hands. The protagonist rolled his eyes as Adrian could have appeared sooner. Since there were many people nearby, Doyle decided to retreat. Just bring Kim Oh-jin. Pio tried to go after them, but the protagonist stopped her, claiming he would be back soon. With a smile, the protagonist declared, Pio, Adrian, I'm counting on you to take care of the hospital. While being led away by a bald man, Kim Oh-jin internally asked Selena to take care of Seonja. Various rumors began to spread about the animal epidemic that had happened, saying that the doctor had spread it. Many were surprised, as this was the doctor who supposedly fought a being of darkness. One of the well-informed women commented to others that she had heard the Baron would announce a public search soon. Many wanted to see what the bastard who spread the pandemic looked like, but the accused was just sleeping, unable to rest due to overwork. However, a wolf woke him up. Next to the wolf, the Baron yelled, Wake up! Haven't you understood the situation yet? The protagonist woke up with the Baron's shouts, Tell me! Now where the cat and the elf are? Yawning, the protagonist asked how he could know. Smiling maliciously, Doyle answered, You bastard, do you want to taste some pain? Our boys are bored lately. The Baron used the wolves to intimidate Kim Oh-jin, but quickly interrupted them so that he wouldn't have a heart attack due to fear. It was at that moment that they noticed a strange posture in the wolf magma. Observing the wolf, Kim Oh-jin commented that it should have a stomach ache. Has it been showing strange symptoms lately? Doyle's attitude completely changed. That's right, it hasn't been feeling well since this morning. The protagonist asked him to be more specific, and Doyle soon revealed the symptoms. It has been weak, and its urine has turned red. The protagonist stood up, pushing the Baron away. "I will examine it," the wolf growled as the protagonist slowly approached. Upon touching the wolf's belly, Kim Oh-jin discovered the problem. "It has a hernia." The wolf lay down to be examined. The illness was serious to the point where Kim Oh-jin fought. "How did you never notice something like this?" He turned, hastily. "We need to operate on him immediately. Magma's life will be in danger if we don't treat him." While the commotion was happening at the Baron's mansion, a hooded woman was observing him from a distance. She tried to calm the beast beside her, warning Seonja, the monoceros whose horn had grown, that Oh-jin was still safe. A heavy movement was happening inside the mansion as tools and medicines were prepared under Kim Oh-jin's order. Doyle watched anxiously. Kim Oh-jin anesthetized and disinfected the wolf, while Doyle's subordinates helped by handing tools for the surgery. A bald man handed an apron for the Baron to wear because, according to Kim Oh-jin, they needed to prevent infections. Sweating, Kim Oh-jin commented on the surgery. The wolf slept anesthetized while everything happened. Doyle observed the situation, worried about his poor magma. Feeling the wind entering through the window, Kim Oh-jin shouted, "Close the window quickly!" As they left the room, one of the subordinates asked if they could really trust Kim Oh-jin. One of the men stated he had never heard of such a disease called a hernia. Another man also agreed, "That's right, diseases making the intestine pop out? That's crazy." The Baron, however, made them stay quiet. He remembered how Magma's mother had passed away due to the same symptoms. Worried, he wondered if the wolf would suffer from the same disease. He still missed Angela. Numerous petitions were on the table. Doyle was surprised, as they all asked for Kim Oh-jin to be released. The subordinate handed one last letter, sent by Lady Marianne Astrid, surprising the Baron. Upon reading the letter, Doyle could feel Marianne's fury due to the false accusations. At that moment, the bald man left the room, announcing that the surgery was over. With teary eyes, Doyle entered the room. The surgery had been a success, and according to a subordinate, the doctor had given medicine for a week so that the stitches would be removed after that period. Crying, Doyle hugged the wolf, thanking him for being alive. Doyle ended up noticing something. Completely dirty and with his wrists injured due to the handcuffs, Kim Oh-jin was sleeping on the sofa. The bald man revealed to the Baron that Kim Oh-jin had not slept recently due to the pandemic. The bald man was about to take Kim Oh-jin back to prison, but thinking a little, Doyle gave an order. There is no need to put on the handcuffs. In prison, Kim Oh-jin continued to sleep. Passing through a lucid dream, he heard his parents' voices. His mother sighed, commenting that his hospital was going through problems. His father complained about him becoming a veterinarian, something he affirmed no one would prevent him from being. Kim Oh-jin's dream changed. A black beast with white paws approached. That beast was bigger than a cat, perhaps a lion. However, upon feeling the beast's lick, he realized who it was and enjoyed the warm hug of the monoceros. Later that night, the prince bellowed, "What? You lost the monoceros?" Doyle apologized, stating that the Etherian order had interfered. Shocked, the prince asked what he was talking about. Stuttering, Doyle revealed that the elf who was with Kim Oh-jin belonged to the Etherian order, and that she had met with a suspicious group of elves. The prince clenched his fist, casting curses on Doyle, who deeply apologized. Changing the subject, he asked if he should release Kim Oh-jin, as they were in a difficult position due to the complaints. The prince trembled with hatred upon hearing Doyle, "Do whatever you want." A few days later, Kim Oh-jin asked them to bring Magma to the clinic in 3 days to remove the stitches. He also instructed them to follow some precautions that he wrote on a paper. Doyle's subordinates who were there were excited, and the bald man commented, "We will bring our Pippin soon too." Kim Oh-jin remembered that Pippin was a hunting dog with knee pains and asked, with a smile, for them to take him to the clinic. Thus, they opened the door to free Kim Oh-jin. Before the protagonist left, some people were already waiting for him outside. He was surprised when Pio, Schwen, and Lord Belmore ran toward him with their pets. Selena was also with them to welcome him. The mandrake jumped from the dirt, hugging Kim Oh-jin exactly as Poof had done. Since Kim Oh-jin seemed surprised, Belmore revealed that they had been waiting for him. Relieved, Schwen revealed that they were already thinking of invading the castle if Kim Oh-jin took a little longer. While the protagonist prepared to thank everyone, a black blur jumped toward him. Seonja pushed the other animals away, hugging Kim Oh-jin's head. The monoceros licked his face, as if greeting him with longing. Seeing that Selena was safe, the protagonist was happy. He lifted the small Seonja. "I saw someone who looked like you in my dreams yesterday." Pio was curious about the dream. The protagonist nodded and, surrounded by the animals, commented, "A dream where I thought becoming a veterinarian was the right choice." While watching Kim Oh-jin with everyone, a subordinate asked if the Baron would really let him go. The Baron was silent, listening to the man speak. "Baron, You saw what happened that day too. That thing in Kim O-jin's cell. Doyle and the butler had found the monoceros in Kim O-jin's cell, and as the animal definitely had a horn, it disappeared the instant it was noticed. The man did not think that letting such an extraordinary animal go would be the correct idea. However, Doyle pretended to be forgetful. I have no idea what you're talking about. What was in Kim O-jin's cell? The butler was speechless, as Doyle pretended not to have seen anything. In silence, Doyle accepted Kim O-jin's victory. A few days later, however, the Baron was scared and irritated when the bill for the surgery arrived at his house. Damn Kim O-jin, I won't forgive him. A few days later, Adrian visited the clinic to see Selena. He was carrying a wooden box with herbs. Selena was surprised as they were difficult to obtain. Adrian's eyes sparkled. There is nothing I cannot obtain for you. Since Adrian was willing, Selena passed him a new list of herbs. She opened the box, checking each of the items delivered by Adrian. He was about to show one of the herbs when it was simply snatched from his hand. One of the animals Selena cared for, Bloop, took the plant that looked like a green carrot. Adrian tried to get it back, but he was bitten on the hand. As rude as Selena, the small animal hit Adrian several times. He commented, "They say pets resemble their owners." As expected, all of Kim O-jin's creatures have a terrible temper. Selena corrected him. "Bloop is my son." Adrian's attitude changed completely. I understand why his discernment for herbs is so good. Bloop stared at Adrian with a threatening smile. Frowning, Adrian noticed Bloop's attitude. Selena put Bloop inside his cage to prevent further confusion. That Bloop's name was Ping Ping. As a sacred and special species, he boasted, "In this place where hundreds of animals come and go every day, there are two powers." Ping Ping declared himself the owner of the second floor, the herb room, but he also recognized Kim Seonja, Kim O-jin's right hand, as the highest authority in the hospital. However, Ping Ping was confident that this only happened on the surface. He knew that Kim Seonja was physically stronger than him, but he believed that regardless of her strength, she could not carelessly hurt him. Ping Ping trusted the division core on his forehead. The moment something irritated him, he would spontaneously multiply, bringing calamity. When they first met, Ping Ping knew that Kim Seonja had sensed danger, which was why she attacked him. But with the revelation of his power, he instilled fear in everyone. After that, he was taken by Selena, the strongest in the hospital, enjoying life alongside one of the authorities, Kim Seonja. One day at the clinic, a frantic scream invaded the room. "Help us! Our baby was hit by a carriage. She's not breathing." In the woman's hands was a small deer. The worried couple wondered if they had arrived too late. Checking, Kim O-jin observed that the deer's airways were clear and called Pio to mark the time. He hurriedly began to perform cardiac massage on the small deer. Everyone was surprised when he performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. No one understood what he was doing, something they had never seen before. Soon the small deer coughed, coming back to life. Kim O-jin checked again, noting that the pulse and breathing had returned. He announced to the owners that they would move the animal to the resuscitation room. While everyone was surprised by the deer's resuscitation, Ping Ping observed how truly extraordinary Kim O-jin was. He ran to the mandrake, asking to borrow one of its leaves. Mandal had been someone Ping Ping had forgotten about, Kim Seonja's minion. Ping Ping treated Mandal as a medicinal plant grown in the veterinary center, but was disgusted to see its mediocre acts. Mandal, however, noticed the scornful looks he demonstrated. Ping Ping was not surprised by Mandal's gaze. "Why are you staring at me? Insignificant plant." During the night, Ping Ping ran on his hamster wheel. After finishing his training, he sighed. He jumped from furniture to furniture, climbing to a high place. He had gone to the fortress, a wooden tube, a tribute that Kim O-jin had offered as a sign of loyalty. From there, he had a complete view of the hospital, a fortress located at the best spot, with greater comfort and temperature. However, upon arriving at the fortress, Ping Ping was surprised. The fortress had been destroyed. Trembling, he wondered who would dare to do such a thing. A shadow appeared from behind Ping Ping. The culprit had been Kim Mandal, who was laughing maliciously. Shocked, Ping Ping wondered how Mandal had dared. After receiving several rewards for the recent development of medicines, Mandal had become able to move freely from its pot. Furious, Ping Ping internally threatened, "Just because you learned to take a few steps with such pathetic legs, you forgot your place and dared to challenge me. I will show you who gives the orders here." Ping Ping jumped toward the mandrake. He kicked Mandal, who blocked the attack, making Ping Ping retreat due to the reaction. Ping Ping realized that due to the medicinal herbs, not only had Mandal's body grown, but its durability had also increased. However, Ping Ping still treated the mandrake as an inferior plant. Ping Ping jumped away from the mandrake. Mandal was surprised as Ping Ping attacked its pot. The pot tumbled from the table, falling and breaking on the floor, spilling all the dirt. Upon seeing the broken jar, Mandal cried desperately. Ping Ping boasted of having shown the difference between their levels. Mandal, however, knew how to get revenge. Ping Ping realized what was coming. The mandrake began to cry irritably, releasing a thunderous scream. At least that was the plan, as the mandrake's scream had disappeared. Ping Ping mocked. "Not only did you lose your pot, but also your voice? While Ping Ping laughed heartily, despair arose in Mandol. However, the noise of the pot falling woke up Kim Oh-jin, who opened the room to check what was happening. Upon entering, he was faced with the broken pot and the mandrake crying next to it. He picked up the mandrake, calming it. "I see, your pot broke. It's okay, it's okay." Kim Oh-jin suddenly realized something. Holding the mandrake with a smile, he said, "You need a new pot." Kim Mandol, who had received the super growth serum, had her height nearly doubled. Kim Oh-jin revealed the pot he had prepared for her. Inside it were layers of high-grade soil with premium organic nutrients prepared by Selena. Excitedly, he congratulated the mandrake on moving. However, the mandrake seemed extremely dejected. Trying to investigate why Mandol hadn't liked the new home, Kim Oh-jin received no answer. He became quite worried. "Mr. Mandol, if you have any complaints, please speak." Selena looked at the mandrake for an instant and suddenly pulled one of its leaves, shocking the protagonist. He quickly covered his ears, waiting for the deafening scream. Mandol became extremely furious and tried to scream, but an extremely low voice was heard. They discovered that coming back to the pot so late lately had caused the mandrake to lose its voice. Kim Oh-jin reassured her, "You don't have to lose your pride. Since we replanted you, your voice will return soon." The next day, Mandol was even more dejected. Kim Oh-jin was shocked. "Why have you aged?" Selena wondered if they hadn't used enough fertilizer. Pio quickly interrupted them. The woman hurriedly picked up the pot. "How can you do something so ignorant? You completely changed the soil in the pot? Haven't you ever been to a farm before?" Kim Oh-jin apologized for never having planted anything before. Pio explained that the soil was like blood and flesh to plants. The nutrients, microorganisms, and moisture in the soil were connected to it as a single structure. She revealed that, by changing the familiar soil for a new one, the plant obviously rejected it. Pio continued to yell, forcing Kim Oh-jin to apologize on the floor. In the end, Pio stated that nothing could be done but to trust that Mandol would recover with its own strength. Pio removed all the plant's leaves to prevent moisture loss. Without its leaves, Mandol felt naked. Pio placed the pot in a ventilated area, but covered it to avoid sunlight. The protagonist covered all the windows for Mandol's sake. Night arrived, and seeing the fallen leaves, a cry could be heard. Mandol continued to cry due to the situation he was in. At that moment, someone approached, making Mandol stop crying and stare at him with an irritated look. Ping Ping had climbed onto the table. With a malicious look, the bloop picked up one of the fallen leaves. The mandrake was shocked to see what happened next. Ping Ping began to eat Mandol's leaves, but at that moment, someone grabbed the bloop. The protagonist held him. "I was wondering who was stealing the medicinal herbs. What kind of rodent eats things like this?" Taking the mandrake leaf out of the rodent's mouth, Kim Oh-jin questioned him if he knew how precious Mandol's leaves were. Unexpectedly, Ping Ping bit Kim Oh-jin's finger. While the protagonist tried to pull him to make him let go, Seonya jumped in to help him. Seonja slapped Ping Ping, throwing him away. At that moment, the mark on the bloop's forehead activated. The protagonist cried out, seeing what was about to happen. "Anything but the division, please!" At that instant, the dragon's necklace began to shine. A dragon mana attack enveloped the bloop. The glow that surrounded him suddenly concentrated only on the mark on his forehead, removing it. The mark and the bloop were separated, shocking Kim Oh-jin. Frightened, the protagonist took a step back and stumbled over a chair, falling. This caused the mana with the mark to be thrown away, ricocheting off several glass items. Finally, the mark headed toward Mandol. The mandrake saw the glow approaching. Not understanding what was happening, Kim Oh-jin shouted for Mandol, but he did not need to worry. Upon being hit by the dragon mana with the mark, the mandrake was enveloped by energy, recovering its strength and making its leaves magically grow, multiplying the vitality of the magic plant. The mandrake opened its arms, thanking the heavens under the moonlight. The bloop and Kim Oh-jin were shocked. The next day, Selena found out what had happened. It's common plant cell division. She explained that Ping Ping's division core had made contact with Mandol, causing an abnormal cell division. This made the plant's body instantly recover, making it stronger. Pio celebrated with Mandol, who enthusiastically swayed his body. Selena, however, observed Ping Ping's situation. She extended her hand to the bloop. Picking him up, she asked him not to be sad, as his core was safe. Giving one of the leaves to the little one, she explained that he would recover soon and regain his energy. Selena observed the bloop in her hand and commented to herself, remembering a mysterious being. "The division core you created is truly amazing, Master." There was a gloomy ghost story in the Western Forest, known as the tale of the beautiful woman without legs. Although she appeared to be a beautiful long-haired woman, in reality, they said she was a man-eating monster with terrifying teeth. Without legs, she crawled using her hands, emerging from the shadows when she heard a baby's cry. Some said she was the vengeful spirit of a yokai who had gone mad after losing her child. Hearing the horror story, Kim Oh-jin shouted, "Enough! That's ridiculous! You should tell something that makes sense." Trembling with fear, he tightly grabbed Seonya, squeezing the monoceros. However, Pio was confident that the story was true. Kim Oh-jin disagreed. "I'm sure no one has ever seen this haunting, right?" However, darkly, Selena revealed, "I have seen her." Kim Oh-jin was shocked, but she continued, "I saw her in the Western Forest last week." Selena recounted that she found traces of something crawling only with its front paws, scattered everywhere. But thanks to the scary being roaming the forest, people started avoiding the area, which made herb gathering more comfortable. Suddenly, Kim Oh-jin heard a chilling scratching sound. The noise came from behind the door, as if a shadowy monster was trying to enter. Selena was not startled, but Kim Oh-jin and the others quickly hid, overcome by fear from the story they had just heard. To their surprise, the one behind the door was Max. Curious, Kim Oh-jin bent down to see the cloth Max was carrying in his mouth. He recognized the wine color of the fabric, the same as Mr. Schwein's clothes. Terrified, Kim Oh-jin ran after Max, who followed under the sunset back home in search of Mr. Schwein. To his relief, he found the man completely fine. Seeing the young man, the gray-haired man asked the reason for the visit. Relieved, Kim Oh-jin showed the cloth Max had taken to the clinic. He soon became furious upon finding out that that piece of fabric belonged only to a plush toy. Mr. Schwein, however, gave his guess. "I think he got bored because I've been busy lately. What a good boy, going so far to find that." Seeing the sun set, Kim Oh-jin asked Mr. Schwein why he was working so late. The man pointed to a net tied to a tree, asking if Kim Oh-jin could see it, and revealed there is a kitten inside it. Mr. Schwein, worried, explained that illegal hunters had been rampant in the western forest in recent days. They had spread nets everywhere, causing many young animals to get trapped. The protagonist sighed upon realizing that even in that world, there were cruel people like that. Looking at the height of the net, however, Mr. Schwein revealed that he could not reach it. He intended to get a ladder and asked for Kim Oh-jin's help, as he was worried about the kitten's health. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed several claw marks on a tree. Mr. Schwein was also surprised. Observing the surroundings, Kim Oh-jin noticed several strange paw prints, similar to those of an animal that could only crawl using its front paws. Scared, the two suddenly heard crying sounds. The protagonist, afraid, thought it was some kind of prank by Mr. Schwein. "Please don't scare me. I really don't like this kind of joke." However, it was not Mr. Schwein making those sounds. The crying noise increased, accompanied by a hiss of sharp teeth. A shadowy beast with red eyes began to approach the duo amidst the bushes. Mr. Schwein jumped on top of Kim Oh-jin, and both cried out in front of the legless monster. However, upon observing more closely, they realized that it was actually a fox with countless tails and severely wounded legs. Kim Oh-jin noticed that the dragged marks were precisely because of the fox's injuries. While surprised, the kittens continued to meow inside the net. The wolf began to bark when he saw them, trying to climb the tree. Shocked upon seeing the fox reacting to the kittens crying, Kim Oh-jin wondered if it was trying to devour them. The fox, however, continued to scratch the tree, refusing to leave them behind. The kittens reacted to its actions, shaking the net as they tried to get loose. Kim Oh-jin quickly realized that the little ones would fall if they continued to swing, and as he had predicted, the net came loose, falling. At the right instant, he crouched down and jumped to catch the kittens. Upon opening the net, he was relieved to see that, although scared, everyone was safe. But his eyes noticed something interesting. Among the animals, there were not only kittens but also a fox cub. This one, however, was no longer alive. The mother fox emerged from behind Kim Oh-jin with a furious look. The protagonist realized he had let his guard down and was attacked by the fierce animal. However, before he was hit, a flask with a potion struck the fox, exploding into green smoke. Kim Oh-jin was surprised. It was a tranquilizer. In moments, the fox fainted because of the medication. Selena, who was carrying other flasks, had saved Kim Oh-jin. The protagonist cried out in relief as he thanked her. "You are my savior. When did you get here?" Selena explained that she had just arrived, driven by curiosity about the creature and the rumors. She revealed that the animal was, in fact, a celestial fox. Kim Oh-jin, shocked by the discovery, began to analyze it, noticing the countless wounds scattered across its body. Observing carefully, he realized that most of them had been caused by humans. Selena also examined the fox and noticed clear signs that she had recently given birth. Although the traces of breastfeeding were vague, it was evident that a few days had passed since then. The protagonist swallowed hard as he understood the situation. He realized that the small fox found in the net was the child of the wounded mother fox. On a certain night, two hunters found two small foxes and cursed irritably that they were not adults. Still, the two hunters smiled maliciously, as they could make a good profit from them. Suddenly, one of the hunters was startled. An adult white fox appeared, barking powerfully. The fox jumped on one of the hunters while the other fled desperately. Even with the fox's attack, the two hunters managed to escape, supporting each other while displaying their wounds. The large fox approached the cubs with sorrow. The only cub still alive woke up. It meowed softly before getting up, showing that it was fine. The mother fox trembled, its paws wounded, yet it picked up the remaining child and took it away to a safe place. Soon the heavy rain began to fall. The mother fox lay down on the ground, letting the rain wash her wounded paws, while the baby fox nursed. The small white fox closed its eyes, feeding oblivious to the dangers of the forest. Seeing how her offspring was now in a healthy state, the mother fox looked at her tenderly. That night, however, the mother fox began to feel unwell due to the cold and also because of the wounds. She did not notice when a small orange cat appeared among the bushes. The baby fox was attracted by the orange cat, and like friends who just met, they began to play. However, in the middle of the game, they stepped on a trap. The net was suddenly lifted upon feeling the weight of the two, pulling them high up. The mother fox woke up with the noise but did not see her cub caught in the net. She sniffed the scent of her little one, following the path it had taken. Soon, she looked up in shock. The small fox was swinging along with the kitten, caught in the net. The next day, the large fox woke up. She immediately began to shake her wounded paws, which had already been bandaged. Kim Oh-jin hurriedly held the fox, trying to calm her down. However, he was unable to stop her and ended up being bitten by the beast. The fox soon felt a slight pain. Kim Oh-jin had stuck a syringe with a sedative for her to calm down and stop moving, preventing the wounds from reopening. With the fox going back to sleep, he put her down to rest. Later, howls were heard throughout the veterinary clinic. The pet parents on the first floor were surprised and worried as they tried to understand what was happening. Seonja completely bristled with an irritated look. However, Pio stopped him, and the mandrake ordered them not to enter. The protagonist observed the mother fox. She had been hospitalized for 3 days, but still went crazy whenever she opened her eyes. The big problem for Kim Oh-jin was the fact that the fox was starting to develop resistance to the sedative. Pio joined Kim Oh-jin, asking if the reason for the fox being furious was because she did not know that her cub had not been able to withstand the injuries. The protagonist believed that the mother fox should already know, as the cub seemed to have been caught in the trap for at least 3 days. The fox, having been around the tree the whole time, should have already noticed what had happened to her little cub when its crying stopped. Preparing the fox's bandages once more, Kim Oh-jin discovered that the wounds had reopened, as if the mother fox refused to heal. Traumas also existed in the animal world. Trapped in memories of pain and fury, they attacked themselves and the world non-stop, just like the monster in the forest ghost stories. Changing the subject, Kim Oh-jin asked if the orange cat they had rescued was okay. Pio quickly confirmed the information. He is much better after receiving intravenous fluids. Still, being just a weak kitten, they would need to pay attention to his recovery. Kim Oh-jin reminded Pio that she should take care of the cat's body temperature in addition to keeping him away from the fox's cage. As Kim Oh-jin left the room to take care of other matters, Pio checked the hot water bottle that was warming the kitten. It had cooled down. She let him rest while she went to fetch hot water to put in the bottle. Alone in the room, the kitten weakly looked around. The cat's eyes managed to see the fox in a cage. Pio ended up taking a while to return, as she needed to heat the water to put in the hot water bottle, and when she returned to the room, she was shocked to see that the kitten had disappeared. She hastily looked around, trying to find the small orange cat. To Pio's surprise, the cat had entered the fox's cage. She ran hastily. "Dr. Oh-jin, we have an emergency!" The cat entered the fox's cage. The protagonist, who was taking care of a foal, heard the alert with surprise. He knew how bad the situation was, as, with the fox's fury, the kitten could be injured. The kitten sneaked up onto the white fox and, to everyone's surprise, began to nurse. Such actions ended up waking up the fox. Pio and Oh-jin ran hastily to the second floor to rescue the cat. However, upon entering the room, they saw that the fox had already woken up and showed a threatening look. The kitten continued to nurse, filling its belly. Oh-jin shouted in shock, afraid that the cat would be attacked. However, the mother fox, upon seeing the small cat, began to tear up. With the love of a mother, the fox licked the small cat, cleaning him while he fed. That scene was a surprise to Kim Oh-jin and the others. The white fox had accepted the small orange cat as its child. When the kitten recovered, he started to make a mess. Stealing a glove, he ran around the clinic. Pio ran after the kitten, trying to retrieve her glove. The cat always ran into the embrace of the large white fox, as he knew she would protect him. Upon approaching the fox, Pio, however, backed away, afraid of her. Analyzing the fox, Kim Oh-jin was impressed, as the wounds that were worsening before started to heal again. Pio was quite excited with what she saw. "I thought she would never be able to use her legs again. This is truly memorable." Kim Oh-jin was also relieved, as that meant the nerves in the fox's legs were still healthy. To Kim Oh-jin, that was nothing less than a miracle. Kim Oh-jin could not give the fox back what humans had taken from her. However, he was able to at least repair a little. When the fox recovered, Kim Oh-jin took her to the forest. There he and Pio said goodbye to the fox and the small cat. In his heart, the protagonist hoped never to find the fox in such a situation again. As if saying goodbye, the fox nodded and then disappeared. After that, the rumors about the monster in the forest ceased, and a new story emerged. There was now the story of a strange fox who was accompanied by a cat. Back at the clinic, something unusual was happening. Several children, upon seeing a plant walking, were shocked. It radiated light as it showed its steps. A man with his little mouse smiled upon seeing the children. "Is this your first time at this hospital?" "That's a mandrake." The spotlights shone on Mandal as the man revealed, "They say he's like the guardian spirit of this hospital." Another man, however, corrected him. "You don't know anything. This hospital has a different guardian, didn't you know?" A young woman entered the conversation, revealing that she had heard that the guardian was a scary cat. "They say that even beasts don't dare to move in front of this cat." Hearing people talk about Seonya, Mandel became irritated. He stopped listening to the people and ran to Seonya's food and water bowls. Irritated, he knocked over the food and water bowls, venting all his dissatisfaction. Upon seeing the mandrake's actions, everyone was surprised. Could he really be the true boss? However, Mandel, who was shining with confidence, was overshadowed by someone. Seonja stared at him with a simple, intimidating look. Mandel pouted, trying to contain himself. In front of the mandrake, Seonja just meowed once, before starting to completely bristle. Everyone was shocked, wondering what was happening to the cat. Before they could realize, Seonja vomited a hairball. The hairball fell on Mandel's face, who tumbled to the floor. Destroying Mandel's confidence, Seonja licked his fur as if nothing had happened. Mandel did not even move again. Kim Oh-jin, upon seeing the scene, explained to everyone, "Cats normally clean themselves by licking their bodies. The hairs that enter their stomachs during this process can be expelled by going to the bathroom or through vomiting." Mandel ended up becoming proof of one of these options. The protagonist ended up taking Seonya to a table and brushing him, something he hadn't done lately. After an hour, a large amount of hair was scattered all over the table, as well as on the protagonist's face. The fallen hair seemed endless. Kim Oh-jin began to fear that, at some point, Seonja would lose all his hair and become bald. Unexpectedly, what Kim Oh-jin imagined could happen really happened. A patch of baldness appeared on Seonja's back. Attentively, Kim Oh-jin checked what could be happening for that bald patch to appear. His suspicion was confirmed. Seonja was being affected by fungal dermatitis. The protagonist put his hands to his head, not believing he could call himself a veterinarian when he didn't even notice a skin disease in his own cat. The protagonist opened a drawer, looking for a tool. In his hand appeared an instrument prepared by one of the best artisans in the city. Upon seeing the first pet hair clipper, Seonja stood up hastily. The protagonist placed the clipper over the infection site and began to remove the surrounding hair. However, upon feeling the cold temperature of the clipper's iron, Seonya bristled. The kitten jumped off the counter due to the scare and growled at Kim Oh-jin, something that broke the protagonist's heart, as he had never done that before. Seonja stared at the tool in Kim Oh-jin's hand, scared. The protagonist knew what to do. In situations like this, the animal's owner should take a step back to maintain trust with the animal. However, he was not only the owner, but also the veterinarian. The veterinarian instinct inside Kim Oh-jin awakened. He should never back down in a battle of wills against an animal. With the spirit of a doctor, he held Seonya and began to remove his fur, trying to calm him down in the process. But as soon as the first batch of hair was cut, Seonya jumped, startled. Kim Oh-jin tried to work as fast as possible, as he knew that the longer it lasted, the more the animal would hate it. Amidst Seonja's crying, his collar began to shine like a sun. Both Kim Oh-jin and the cat himself were wide-eyed upon seeing the light. The light released by the cat's collar soared into the sky, illuminated the night, and disappeared. The protagonist hastily grabbed Seonya, protecting him, while hiding, still not understanding what had happened. On top of the table where the cat was, a magic circle appeared. From the magic circle, the image of an elf materialized. The elf who emerged from the portal raised his staff, introducing himself. "Bearer of the Celestial's blessing. As per our alliance, I, Callian Celestine, answer your call." Holding poor Seonja, the protagonist tried to understand why the elf had appeared, and right on top of his table. Sometime later, while having tea, Kim Oh-jin explained the situation to the elf. With his head bowed, he apologized for calling Callian, even if by mistake. The elf reassured him, stating that, since he was there, he could also help with the problem. Callian surprised Kim Oh-jin by saying that Seonja did not have a skin disease, but was going through a shedding process. Monoceroses went through several periods of rapid growth. In fact, during these times, they shed hair all over their body. Callian explained that, in periods like these, monoceroses needed to purify their bodies in Sable's pond. Otherwise, it was likely that their hair would not grow back. Imagining how Seonja would look without hair, Kim Oh-jin was astonished.